There is an immediate and collaboration need to be present for survival in this new world. Fashion has always placed itself at the epicenter of change, where trends move like light speed through its ecosystem. All of the old systems have been laid bare by a global pandemic and the upheaval of the establishment. As an industry, fashion must reflect on itself and stretch its creativity, because we are in an era that everything needs to be reimagined. Fashion and innovation are two strong words that can never walk apart. We created a new word to show that real transformation takes place through connections and forward thinking. We understand that every dream has to be big. It's impossible to innovate alone. Human relations are key for real transformation. Since 2018, we have gathered nearly 600 fashion innovators who are leaders to speak on our platforms and inspire audiences around the world, impacting people from over 120 countries. Leaders from other industries, such as NASA, Google, and the United Nations, also came together to discuss fashion and innovation. Respected voices like Diane von Furstenberg, Susan Rockefeller, Kenneth Cole, Julie Gilhart, Fern Malice, and Donna Karen, as well as new leaders, including Steve Aoki, Becca McCarran-Tran, Mara Hoffman, and Miroslava Duma. Our platform is to amplify the impact of the entrepreneurial spirit of the industry, with Josh Luber of StockX, James Reinhardt, ThreadUp, Katya Bouchamp, Birchbox, and Jihan of Ministry of Supply. We've put sustainability front and center with Paul Dillinger, Levi's, Carrie Summers, Fashion Revolution, and Oscar Metzavat Asklin. Institutions such as the United Nations, Parsons, and FIT, brands including LVMH Group, Levi's, Google, and UPS, and media channels such as Business of Fashion, Forbes, WWD, Fast Company, and Refinery 29 have all supported its vision. Our global platform connects voices from the fashion and innovation ecosystems, inspiring an entrepreneurial mindset, combining creative minds, and encouraging a more sustainable and inclusive industry. If you want to be avant-garde, the place where all change makers and entrepreneurs come together to rewrite the future of fashion, is here. Hi everyone, I am so excited about this day. We at Fashinnovation connect voices from all over the world to always connect tech, innovation, and fashion together to speak about the future of fashion. Always focused around 4 key pillars. The Worldwide talks about entrepreneurship, innovation technology, sustainability, and inclusivity diversity. Super important to us to have all of you with us here today from around the globe, because the more people that are part of the conversation, the bigger the impact in the industry. And at the end of the day, that's what's most important. So this is our 12th event since we launched Fashinnovation, our 8th Worldwide Talks, and we have such an incredible lineup for you. So I'm super thrilled to start off the day by announcing this incredible conversation titled Fashion is Repair and Reparations with Orsola de Castro, co-founder of Fashion Revolution and the author and creative director of Aesthetica. Enjoy.
Hi, hello everyone. I am Fernanda Simon. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Fashion Revolution Brazil director. I'm also part of Fashion Revolution CIC now. And I also write for Vogue about sustainability. And now today I'm here with someone who is one of the most inspiring women in the fashion. And it's a huge pleasure to be here with Orsola de Castro, our fashion revolutionary master. And well, so Orsola, welcome. So nice to be here with you. And I would like to ask you to introduce yourself and talk about your path, talk about your life as a designer before Fashion Revolution. I know you have made a lot before Fashion Revolution. I met you before Fashion Revolution, so I know that you have a long path to share with us. So welcome, and always nice to be here with you.
Exactly. I was going to say, what a surprise that it was you that I was going to have this conversation. So double thank you for inviting me, Fashinnovation. And yeah, my name is Orsola. And before co-founding Fashion Revolution together with Carrie Summers in 2013, as a result of the Rana Plaza disaster, I was a designer. I consider myself a recovering fashion designer in some ways. I've always upcycled. I started my own brand called From Somewhere in 1997. And really my impetus was wanting to reuse what other people left. At the time, I really didn't think I was going to become this kind of eco-activist. I did everything because of my creative desires and needs. You know, in 1997, people didn't talk about that much about sustainability in fashion. So mine was not necessarily a political or social impetus. It was a design impetus that turned into the understanding that what I was doing was, in some ways, applying creative solutions to an environmental crisis. That's how I held on to what I became, kind of marrying my instincts with what I discovered along the way. In 2006, I co-founded, together with my partner, Filippo, we co-founded Estetica, which we recently reformed. And that again was an amazing opportunity to find out more about sustainable design throughout the world and the solutions that were being discovered by young creatives, artisans in communities, thinkers and makers alike. So for me, really, the whole of my journey into fashion has been a little bit about me, in the sense that I place myself as being one of the vehicles, and an awful lot about everybody else. And this is what I'm the proudest, that I've been in a position to facilitate other people in their journey, whether they're just clothes wearers or clothes makers or clothes thinkers. And most proud of with Fashion Revolution, which is now the biggest fashion activism movement in the world, I think. And, you know, with teams in over 80 countries. And you know, for me, really, this is what makes Fashion Revolution so unique and what I love the most, because at the end of the day, life is the people you meet 100%. And I've been very lucky to meet some pretty amazing individuals along the way.
Amazing, Orsola. You are an example that nowadays, like creatives, they need to think about solutions, not just about using their creativity to make more things, more clothes, but to think about solutions for the fashion system. And thank you for inspire us about this point. And well, you mentioned a little bit about Fashion Revolution. And we in Fashion Revolution, we have our question, who make my clothes? And because people who make our clothes are the most affected by the fashion system. Yeah. So tell us more about it. Why it's so important to keep asking who made my clothes?
Well, I mean, who made my clothes? It's actually, you know, I still get goosebumps when I think of or ask that question. We had our very first Fashion Revolution meeting when we got together as a team. And at the time, some people remained in the teams, other left, but very, very early on. So this would have been in May, roughly May 2013. And we knew that we had to somehow start from scratch. We were all experts in the field. All the people around that table, all the original Fashion Revolution team had all been working in this space for a while, had been discoursing with each other for a while. And Who Made My Clothes really was our way of saying, how do we ask the most basic question, the question that most consumers would think the easiest to answer, knowing full well that no one could. That was Who Made My Clothes, believe it or not. In 2013, transparency was not a word you associated with anything else but something literally transparent that you could see through. You didn't talk about transparent supply chain. You didn't talk about provenance. You talked a little bit about traceability and provenance, but not within the context of the disclosure of that traceability and provenance. So it really was a very novel conversation, but we came from trauma. We came from the trauma of loss of life, and prior to that loss of life, loss of dignity, and experienced by the people we ought to respect, because we wear the clothes that are made by their hands daily. Now, I always say, how come we're so aware that if we eat a tomato, which is drenched with chemicals and pesticides, we're harming ourselves? How come we don't make that same connection with textile being touched by hands that suffer, or hands that don't feel safe at that point in time? So Who Made My Clothes is that intimate connection. It's, as Nietzsche said, that the strongest ties are invisible threads. Invisible threads are the strongest ties. So these are invisible threads that link us to the people that make our clothes, but not that invisible if you wear them every day. So that really was for us the impetus. And it is important that we keep asking that question, because although it is increased the understanding that there is a supply chain and that we need to, we're still not doing anywhere near enough when it comes to honoring the people who make our clothes. I mean, suffice to say that 96% of brands from the Fashion Transparency Index do not disclose whether they do or don't pay their supply chain workers a living wage. Now, living wages are pertinent wherever you live in the world. You know, we should all aim to be paid a living wage and to ensure that others are, especially those people whom we claim to support. How many times have you heard oh, but at least we are giving these people jobs? Well, oh, but what kind of jobs are you giving them? Are you giving them jobs that speak of exploitation or emancipation? Who Made My Clothes contains all of this. It contains this respect. It contains the time for you to think before you buy and honor the people that make your clothes. At the end of the day, honoring them is honoring yourself. Because at the end of the day, if we have scrutiny throughout a supply chain that starts from the people who make our clothes, continues via the materials our clothes are made from, what's in my clothes, you are guaranteeing a change for the better in an industry that designed itself to exploit both people and nature.
And Orsola, this year is 10 years after Rana Plaza. So the first decade of Fashion Revolution. And in your opinion, what has changed and what is our priority for the next 10 years?
That's a tricky. So in many ways, a lot has changed and nothing has changed. And, you know, the truth is that the change that needs to happen is so deep, so radical, as in radical, looking at the etymology of the word radical. So roots, radici, that's what the word comes from, your roots. We need to change the root of the fashion industry. I don't know whether any one of you is watching the documentary Kingdom of Dreams, but when you see that at the end of the day, what we are witnessing right now on our high streets, in airports and all over the world is the greed of the men at the top. There's no other way of describing it. This is the greed of the men at the top, because trust me, you know, the fact that we're talking about high fashion, cheap fashion is a result of high fashion. You know, if you didn't have one, you wouldn't have the other. If one wasn't so elitist, you wouldn't have one that it has to be so cheap in order to counteract. But basically, this is what we are witnessing, you know, in this industry. Greed, greed, greed. And that's not changed. But people are changing, generations are changing. I don't believe that kids that are 20 now will be the type of CEOs that we have right now at the top of these companies. I believe that we'll see many more women behaving in a female, in a feminine way, not having to just simply be even more male than the man, because that's the system that they're in. So I believe that we will see further change, and that everything is under scrutiny right now. For me, the priority is 100% kindness. And I know that this doesn't sound like the most profound or radical change, but it is in fashion, because the fashion industry designed itself to be pretty awful. And I feel that if we looked at it from a lens of kindness, we would change the paradigm of how we consume clothes, how we see clothes, and how we perceive ourselves. It's not just workers that are exploited, it's also wearers, particularly female wearers. We are supposed to look in a certain way and buy certain things. So really, it's a radical shift. But when it comes to fashion revolution, our priority, the priority of movements such as ours, is to really understand that fashion is different everywhere in the world, and that there are different priorities, and we're not going to solve the problem if we act from one point of view alone. That's been the problem with fashion, you know, Milan, London, Paris, New York. No, you know, everywhere has a different relationship with fashion, with textiles, and with the industry. And that is really important, that we bring all of these stakeholders, all of these players into the conversation, however different they are, however far away they are.
Very important point, mainly for us who are in Global South. Here in Brazil, yes, like we have many traditions like that comes from the indigenous and local communities that have been lost, because we are just looking for what comes from Milan and London and New York, and what about our own culture and our traditions. And when we see many times these people, these local communities, they nowadays live in poverty, and their culture, there's no value. So why this happening? Yeah. And well,
my name is De Castro, and originally, potentially, my family was Portuguese. I've lost sight, but so, you know, I feel it in my blood, what has happened and what was done. And I cannot apologize enough for history and for having been in the wrong bit of history, as far as I'm concerned, genetically. I feel only shame when I think of how we have behaved. And all I can say is that when we look at the loss of traditions, the loss of textile traditions, the loss of artisanal communities, the loss of these skills, it's as tragic as losing a species, an animal species. We talk a lot about animal extinction, but we don't lose about the extinction. We don't talk about the extinction of these crafts. Now, I really believe that our manual intelligence comes before our intellectual intelligence. I think we made before we wrote. I mean, I don't know because I'm no anthropologist, but I think we made before we wrote. And so the loss of those manual skills is criminal. And, you know, it's really something that we need to cradle, protect, bring back. And all I can do is scream and shout as loud as I possibly can that, you know, it is so important that we support these skills. Even young people who cannot afford to buy from these communities can still pop up online and just say, I'm here, I support you, I know that you exist, I love the work you do, your work is important for the planet. So really we have to protect these skills all over the place, these traditions, this poetry in fabric.
And yes, and this is why it's so important to talk about diversity and inclusion in fashion, right? Because fashion, it was always so European or American and white. And what about the rest of the world and all the cultures? So this is why we need non-white women mainly being CEOs and taking nice positions in the companies, in the brands. So yeah, well, here in Brazil, we are doing a lot for bring the diversity in our team, in our fashion system. So what do you have to say about diversity and inclusion for our revolution?
Well, I mean, you know, I took the first step by, I resigned from my day-to-day running of Fashion Revolution, partly also because of this, in the sense that when you have an organization with so many brilliant coordinators, such as yourself, then really, where is the correct role as co-founder? And surely mine feels like it's about making space. I mean, obviously, Fashion Revolution will forever be my baby, but I feel this all the time. You know, when I look at my students, so many of them, again, are white and privileged. And, you know, obviously I live in London and these are the universities I teach at. So it's kind of fair enough. But at the same time, it's grossly unfair. So what I try to do is that I put myself in a position of being of service. I've been mentoring free of charge young designers for years and years and years. And, you know, I don't really want to be judged as generous in this because, yeah, there's an element of it that's generous. There's an element of it that's quite calculated. I have learned more than I could possibly have learned in any university. But my experience is that designers are here to find solutions and not create problems. Therefore, where am I going to find the best designers? Where there are problems. So I am interested in upcycling. That was my brand. That's my technique. That's what I really believe is still lacking. And I have to work with the designers that are there where the issue is. So I'm working with young designers in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm working with a lot of young designers in India and in other areas where production is rife and waste is rife. So that's what I do to shame this concept that West knows best, because it's really not the case. And it never was, you know, we always found amazing solutions globally and then somehow all use them. Look at Indigo, look at, you know, so many others. But yes, for me, this is what I can do personally, is to identify where those solutions are and learn from them. Because then, you know, it's easier to kind of pass them on. But changing mindset to make space right now is important. I read recently, and I'm so sorry, I don't remember her name. It's just coming out from my memory. There was a brilliant model who recently, she herself is of color. She herself is certainly not a size 8. And she said, to normalize, we have to tokenize. I believe in that. I agree with that. If there has been no opportunity, we need to create loads of those opportunity in order to redress that balance.
Amazing. And Orsola, I remember the first time I was interviewing you 10 years ago when this Fashion Revolution just began. And you say something that you believe that sustainable fashion shouldn't exist because all fashion should be sustainable, like as a rule. And so do you believe, like, when you see the fashion system, the current fashion system, do you believe it is possible to shift from this fashion system, this fast fashion system, to a slow fashion and more sustainable future?
So there's two answers to that. One is yes and one is no. So, but the truth is that I don't think we're going to beat the beast anytime soon. But we can weaken it. And the most important thing that we can do is to take waste in our own hands. We are one of the first generations that we're not responsible for what we do with our own waste, but we should be. And the present system has completely taken us apart from the product. You know, in any other situations, you either eat the product and then you give the product to the animals, or, you know, you had an idea of where your waste went. We've lost it. That's grave. That's a huge amount of responsibility that's taken away from us to the detriment of everybody else and the planet. So I do believe, though, that we need to stop talking about fashion and sustainable fashion. We need to invert. We need to talk about fashion and about unsustainable fashion. So what you see on the high street, in airports, in stores, be it fast fashion, but frankly also fast luxury, because there is such a thing as fast luxury. There is a luxury that you don't know where it's been made, where the materials aren't clear, the quality isn't that brilliant. It just calls itself luxury because it's shiny. But the truth is that really, in order to change the stigma, which is what needs to happen, we need to start putting the spotlight on the right place. And that is spotlight what's been done bad. Make that the one with the horrible name, rather than keep talking about the norm, and the norm is what should be totally out of the norm. So I would switch those terminologies. But unfortunately, it's a massive industry, and it will take a lot of time and a lot of determination to actually go to fashion being primarily sustainable. I would be happy for a halfway medium.
Yeah. Well, this is why we are fighting with Fashion Revolution, inviting people to ask who made my clothes, what is in my clothes, and join our campaign. And so we have a lot more to do. And well, our time is over. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you, Jordana, and all the team. Congratulations for the event as well. And well, do you have any final message?
No, just the same, you know, thank you, Fernanda. It's always a pleasure to see you. I'm delighted that, you know, we've been working together all these years now. Thank you, Jordana, for inviting me. Thank you, Fashinnovation. And yeah, I mean, just, you know, the usual pledge. It starts from your wardrobe. You can make it start from there, you know, be the trend. In many ways, that's what we do. We wear clothes, we mend them, we repair them, we make the whole thing so exciting that other people will follow us. And please, please, please don't forget to join us for Fashion Revolution Week, which will be towards the end of April this year. Keep following your local team, find your local team, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
That was such an incredible panel because, you know, starting off the day with a conversation about sustainability, which is the most important thing when it comes to the fashion industry and changes that need to be made in order for that to progress. Couldn't have been said better than by Orsola de Castro. So thank you both ladies, Fernanda, Orsola, for having such an incredible and insightful conversation. Next up, we have a conversation titled Fashion is Analog with co-founder and CEO of Nanushka, Peter Baldaszti. Enjoy.
Hi, Peter. I'm excited to have this conversation.
Hi, Irina, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm excited as well.
We chatted not too long ago, and what was interesting to me is that we really didn't take long to decide what we wanted to talk about. And essentially, we both had so many thoughts about this topic, about what it means to be a modern luxury brand. And I'll let you tell kind of your side of it. But from our side at Refinery 29, one of the terms that has been coming up a lot lately is quiet luxury. For anyone who's watching, this is a term that refers to minimalist modern designs that are in complete opposite of the loud opulence and logomania that has dominated the fashion scene even, a decade ago. And there's a whole category of brands who are emerging as the kind of front runners of this new category. And of course, Nanushka is one of them. Peter, you had the foresight to occupy the space before anyone was talking about it. So I would love to hear from you. What does it mean for to you to be a new luxury brand, and how did you have this foresight to know that this was kind of going to be the next frontier of fashion when you were expanding the brands?
Thank you so much for your kind words. And although we are very proud of the achievements of Nanushka, I also have to add that there were other brands, of course, besides Nanushka, who I think identified the new luxury space very early on, but not that many. So I definitely appreciate your comments on this. So, well, yes, the very beginnings of Nanushka started in 2005 when Sandra founded the brand after she finished her studies in London. But back then, no one was really talking about new luxury, and it wasn't really, I think, a defined market space, and not even until I think the mid-2010s, when I think this market opportunity showed itself, so to say. And when I joined Sandra on this journey in 2016, I tried to understand the fashion landscape because I was coming from a different background, and I wasn't in fashion before, so I was coming as an outsider, and that I think kind of allows you to see things a little bit differently and see structure things in a different way. So when I felt that, especially in 2016, end of 2016, when I started this, that there were basically the fast fashion retailers, the contemporary segment, and then of course the designer, high luxury, haute couture space, which were very much kind of one big luxury space. And I felt that there must be a space between this high luxury and contemporary, where brands who have more consideration for design and more focus on the quality of the products and the provenance of the products and the provenance of the fabrics and the provenance of the design ideas are very much critical for these brands that can find the right customers and audience. So what we decided then is that we are going to try to occupy this space that we defined as new luxury, modern luxury in the end of 2016, 2017, and we started thinking about how to do that. And I think we had some good basics, good foundations in Nanushka's designs and Sandra's values, because she always wanted to create designs and design clothes and products and accessories and bags that people are happy to wear, but at the same time, and have like the luxury attributes, but at the same time, approachable as a brand, approachable also more from a price point perspective. So you can get like a top luxury quality, but at again, a more approachable price point. And we felt that, and also Sandra always wanted to design for herself and for people who are like-minded. So these were already, good foundations. And of course, then we had to add several layers of what it means to be a new luxury player, how you communicate with your customers and audience, how you build your community, how you build your stores, how you build a store experience, and how to make the whole brand more inclusive and approachable, democratic in this sense, and not quite the opposite of what we call old luxury, which is what is much more elitist and in this sense more exclusive than inclusive. And like by definition, luxury has to be exclusive because it has to have a certain scarcity. But at the same time, how to make that exclusive scarcity inclusive as a brand and as a product, that's the challenge, I think, that Nanushka managed to tackle pretty well in these past years. And a big part of the success is that it's resonated super well with our customers, and with also the shift in the fashion landscape, where I think, and this is also very important for us, we think that we are a new heritage brand. This is also a certain way of categorize ourselves and think about ourselves. And we felt that our generation, which is, from millennial to Gen Z, this is because it's not just Sandra or myself at Nanushka. We are a group of people, a large group of people from all walks of life, and we felt that we also want to build our own heritage in this sense, which is quite the opposite what old luxury does, which of course it's old heritage, but also you have to find your own way of building this new heritage and carving your own path in building a brand and building longevity with customers, with products, and with as a company as a whole. And these ideas are slowly, and of course, now everything sounds very obvious and straightforward now, that it's a great strategy, it's a great place to be. But along the way, the journey wasn't this straightforward. So we had, certain ups and downs and certain iterations until we really understood who we are as a brand, who Nanushka is as a brand, and what we represent for fashion. So it's a little bit, touching certain topics, but this is kind of how the new luxury categorization and how we identify as new luxury. This is how the idea was born.
I mean, you said so many great things that I was just nodding along. But one of the things that I love that you said is being a fashion outsider. Obviously, fashion can be sometimes a very traditional, archaic industry. So I do think you need that outsider status to innovate and interrupt. But the other thing that I love that you brought up is this idea of inclusivity, exclusivity. And another thing that you briefly touched on, but I would love to talk more about, is that Nanushka has long understood the importance of e-commerce and storytelling, which I think is another defining aspect of the new luxury brand, and this ability to include the audience on the brand's journey and open the doors and show them what happens behind the scenes, rather than how the old luxury brands used to operate, keeping doors closed and like not allowing anyone to see beyond that door. But why was it important? Why was that important to you? And what was the thinking that went into establishing that part of the business, e-commerce and storytelling?
Well, the initial success of Nanushka was very much rooted in the digital space. We also got lucky. Be frank about that, because we were at the right time, at the right place. When the new way of marketing on social media, and particularly on Instagram, became a thing in 2016, 2017, that was the time when we were in a really good position with our creative approach, strong aesthetic, very like curated content creation. We were kind of pioneers in that space. And of course, in that time, it was huge return on investment. It's a really efficient way of doing marketing. Being a pioneer in any field can be efficient if you're not too early, if you are at the right time at the right place. And we were at the right time at the right place. So we were not the first one who started using influencers, but we were the first one started using influencers in a certain way, in a very curated way, building those relationships in a very meticulous way. And these were levers of the success of Nanushka's growth in the first few years, this period. But we also understood that if your brand and the success was born in the digital space, if you really want to build longevity, if you have ambition to build a brand with heritage further down the road, then you have to step out also from the digital space. So although digital experiences and digital selling and digital promotion always played a critical role in the business, but we were certain that we have to step out of that world and build our brand in the physical world as well. And I think it was a very important and a very fruitful move to make, because I think we would be a very different brand now if we hadn't done that. Starting in 2018, when we opened our first store in Budapest, that was more of an experiment, working with like ridiculously small budgets. I don't even know how you can open a store with that amount of money that we used to open that store. I wouldn't be able to replicate that anymore, probably. But that was, a good early experiment to learn how to build the Nanushka physical world. And ever since, retail has been very, very important for us. Now we have a beloved store in New York and in London. And in 2022, opened 2 stores in China. So retail and physical experience have become a crucial part of the business and crucial part of Nanushka's universe. And I think this was, and I don't want to, just praise myself or praise our team, but it was a very important move to just also build that pillar for the brand and build those physical relationships with customers and physical touch points with customers.
I mean, I'm going to go back to one thing when you were saying that there was a lot of luck involved. I think you're being modest. I think there was a lot of thinking that went into how you set up the business, and it was good time. But I think your brand other brands should be looking to it as the blueprint for success. But I love that you brought up brick and mortars. I once read that you said, or I read that you once said, I don't think brick and mortar is dead, bad brick and mortar is dead, which I think that is so true. And we went from having brick and mortars to going to e-commerce and direct to consumer brands. And now I feel like we're going back around to brick and mortars, where even direct to consumer brands are opening stores. And I think since the pandemic, I think a lot of shoppers realize that we need the analog experience. We need to be inside stores. But I would love to know more about the thought process that goes into opening each store, and what are the things that really are important to you in this IRL experience.
And one of the reasons why it also ties back to the first topic that we were discussing today, it ties a little bit back to the idea of positioning Nanushka, identifying yourself as new luxury. Because if you look at the contemporary segment, brands are very much about the products, selling products at a very competitive price point, products that are based on very much market demand. So it's very demand driven and not necessarily desire driven. While I think the luxury space and the new luxury space is more about desire than demand. And the question is how you create desire. And if you leave that digital space and move into and leave the contemporary space and move into the world of new luxury or old luxury, you have to think about creating desirability. And I strongly feel that it's very limited. The desire that you can create, is desirability you can create in the virtual space. I think it's very limiting compared to what you can do with a brand who has a strong physical aspect and strong analog. This is why we both like the idea of the fashion is analog, but you can do in the analog world versus the digital one. And I think that level of desirability that you need to create a brand that, you know, people really fall in love with, that requires physical presence, because you need a human connection. I think first and foremost, you need to meet the faces of the brand. You need to meet the brand's representatives, either that's you know, the creative director or the team in the store, who are the faces of the brand, to really experience what a brand is about. And beyond the human touch and beyond that personal experience, there is everything that is surrounding you in a physical space. Let that be the scent of the store, what you smell when you enter through the door. Let it be the lighting, the temperature, the textures, or the experience that is designed around you as a customer when you enter. How because I think, you know, good fashion and good retail experience is about how you make people feel. This is what it is about. And do you make them feel at home? Do you make them feel a little bit intimidated? Do you make them feel welcomed and cherished? So I think to achieve that desirability, you need to create an experience that connects with more senses, right? Not just your maybe hearing and seeing digital spaces, but much more than that. And through more senses, let that be your skin, let that be your ears. So like you can do much more. And I think that's why we felt that it's really, really critical to build these kind of experiences. And you know, and we had some tough experiences with opening stores. Our New York store opened in end of November, early December 2019. And our London store construction started in March 2020. So the timing couldn't be less ideal. But despite of all the challenges, we knew that we have to push forward and we have to keep believing in that this will bear fruits further down the road. And when during the pandemic, everyone, you know, thought that physical retail is over, is dead, is gone, we were still very confident that people will need this human connection with brands if you really want to have that level of relationship with your audience and customers and community. So it wasn't the easiest time to expand in the physical world, and it wasn't easy, but now we already see this shift. And even if I talk with our partners, e-tailers, the leading e-tailers, everyone is very well aware that the physical retail is coming back in a really major way. And you know, I mean, you can hear rumors or even see actual examples of online luxury retailers opening physical stores, which is something that is, I think, very telling. And it shows that we're still human and we still thrive on human connections and physical experiences. So as much as I love technology and we use all sorts of technology to enable us to do more, but I think on the long term, fashion is and will remain to be a very physical and very analog business. You need to touch that bag. You need to feel that fabric to really fall in love with something. It's still, you know, great to buy online, and it's important and great, but yeah.
I mean, as someone who lives in New York and luckily has access to one of your stores, I can attest to that. It is a different experience going to the store, touching the fabric, trying it on, interacting with people who work at the store. It just creates this 360 experience. Well, as someone who believes in IRL spaces, I do, as my last question, want to ask you, I get asked a lot at Refinery 29 from our readers and other people. They're like, what are your thoughts on digital fashion? Do you think it's the future? And I'm probably going to get a lot of emails after this by saying it, but I look at our data in the now, and now what I see is that people are craving this IRL experience over anything in the metaverse, over anything digital. And it could change, but this is what I'm seeing now. But I would love your thoughts as a former tech guru and now who works in fashion. What are your thoughts on digital fashion?
Well, certain ways, I'm very conservative, and when it comes to physical products and the quality of those products, I love to be old school. But I know that there is a different generation of customers who are just every year entering the luxury space, and they were brought up in very different ways than myself. I'm still considering myself pretty young. I'm 37, but it's there are a few generations between myself and the luxury customers who are all getting into buying luxury products. So there is a future for digital fashion, no questions around that. But so far, I have not really seen any good, solid examples of even the greatest companies on how to approach the digital fashion, the metaverse, and the intersection of fashion and the digital worlds, or Web3, or any way we name it. So I think everyone is trying to figure it out. No one has really been able to come up with something very tangible. There is one thing I really like. Tiffany did a great project with ETF, so that NFTs. That was kind of nice, and that was something which had a strong physical imprint, a strong physical layers. So I think that was pretty brilliant. But it was a very limited run for a very limited audience, and to do it on a mass scale and to make it desirable. I mean, maybe it's a generational thing, but I don't see that desire yet for these digital fashion products, and I don't yet understand how you can create that level of desire, besides some very short-term hypes that we saw in this past 2 years in the NFT space. But yeah, longevity and long-term brand building, I still don't fully get it. I mean, I think it will change when there will be one brand who is actually born in the digital space and is purely digital and can become desirable. That could be a game changer, but I have no idea how to build that. So it's I think it's very much at its very, very early days. So I wouldn't say that it's not going to happen, but clearly no one is really getting it yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the meantime, while everyone is figuring out, you'll find me in the Nanushka store trying clothes in real life and touching the real products. Well, I think that's all the time that we have for today. I just want to thank you for having this wonderful conversation with me.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, and I hope that next time I'll join you in New York.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So check out this video where you're going to see brands that we have in our ethical brand directory. What is that? It's a directory that we posted up on our platform about 6 months ago, and we keep adding brands that are ethical, sustainable, inclusive, emerging brands, and some scale up and some enterprise brands from around the world to really just enrich you with more information. And when shopping, who should you shop for and why? So check out this video where you're going to see some of the incredible brands in our directory. Thank you so much, Irina, for moderating such an incredible and open conversation with Peter from Nanushka. We really appreciated having you. And next, we have up a conversation that is just so exciting because I got a chance to meet him and see his pieces firsthand at Art Basel last year. This conversation is titled Fashion is Your Canvas with Jack Barker, the creator of Monster. Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Steffi. I'm an internet culture reporter with BuzzFeed News. And today I'm so excited to chat with the one and only artist and Monster brand founder, Jack Barker. Jack, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to be talking with you and going over the brand and going over fashion in general. So it's a very exciting experience for me.
Yes, you're clearly repping the brand today. You got a lot going on. It looks amazing. Your background looks like a capsule of your personality.
No, it really is. We got the Monster branding up there. We have some basketball photos in the back. So it really does encapsulate everything I'm kind of into.
I love that. So the theme of today is fashion is your canvas. And I'd love to know, first of all, tell me a little about your canvas. Like, what's on your FYP? What music are you listening to? Like, what are you getting inspired by?
Yeah, music-wise, recently I've been a lot into J. Cole, Joey Badass, some new music for me. And then For You page-wise, a lot of basketball stuff, lots of basketball highlights.
Yeah. Well, do you have a team? Do you have like
I like the Portland Trail Blazers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite player?
Oh,
me?
Yeah.
I'm a Detroit Pistons person, but that's very much like a hometown thing as opposed to me understanding the principles of basketball.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit, Monster. I know a lot of these inspirations went into making your brand. How did you create this label?
So it started out with these drawings I kind of created, and I knew I wanted to apply them to some medium. At first, that was NFTs. So I created a line of 10 NFTs, which sold out within an hour or two, which was very awesome for me, very exciting. And then that got me the opportunity to make a mural on the side of Macy's in Brooklyn with Make-A-Wish and Lisa Project. And then from there, I branched into clothing. And that was really a medium where I felt I could kind of display the art. And it was a way that you could walk around displaying art, which I thought was very interesting for me.
Yeah. Was there a specific reason why you wanted to move into apparel from murals?
Oh, I still do like doing murals, and I appreciate murals a lot, but to be able to wear your art around and kind of show off your personality and show off how you're feeling with the art that you're wearing was kind of special for me to do.
Yeah. What inspires your designs? Like, what makes you look at something and go, I know what I want to put on this wall or this hoodie?
I kind of just start with ideas in my head. It starts with a shape sometimes. And then in that shape, I'll see a personality and I'll kind of build from there and add elements to kind of fit the image I have in my head. But nothing's really too pre-planned or premeditated, honestly.
That's really interesting. So do these things like Joey Badass, does J. Cole, does basketball like play into what you're thinking about when you're making something?
Yeah, I'm always playing some hip hop music or some music when I'm drawing, and the emotions in that and how that gets me feeling also definitely influences how my drawings come out and stuff.
Yeah. So when you were creating Monstar, who were you thinking about as someone that would wear your clothes? What was the consumer image like in your head?
In my head, it's always kind of me. It's always kind of what I want to wear, which is still a struggle for me sometimes when I need to design something for someone else. But kind of just thinking about what I think looks cool and what I see other people wearing and how I can kind of make that my own thing and make it my own style and kind of adapt it to what I like to do. It's
Absolutely.
kind of how I go about it.
Does any like place inspire you? Does a city or, memory really inspire you?
I think I kind of think back on, I used to live in New York City when I grew up. So thinking about the shapes and the architecture and those types of elements definitely influence what I make and the stuff I create.
Yeah. And I know a lot of relationship between Monstar and NFTs. Could you tell us a little bit about your thoughts on NFTs and what draws you to them, as well as your background with creating art and NFT?
Yeah, so it was funny because when I kind of first started making art was right around the time when NFTs just became big for the first time. So then learning about them and learning about how they allow artists to continue to profit from their work and allow digital art to really be appreciated in a way that physical art can be, and the exclusivity factor. So all of that kind of co-aligned and allowed me to kind of really explore NFTs, which was awesome for me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are really kind of confused by this relationship between tech and art sometimes. So what was your reason to like sort of merge the two?
Well, because I feel like a lot of us spend so much of our time in the digital world. So to be able to have art and have your art in the digital world was really cool for me. And I also create my art digitally. So I do sometimes paint and draw, but my preferred way of drawing is digitally. So it kind of just made sense for me to keep everything digital.
I think it's incredible that you're 17 and you have all this perspective on tech and art and creating. I think it's so interesting. How do you see the future of technology and art?
I mean, I think as technology takes over and as technology becomes bigger and bigger, and I think art's always going to be something that's important for people. So I think it only makes sense that art will grow with technology and technology will grow in an artistic way almost.
Yeah. Tell me a little about the philanthropic aspect. I know you work with Halo, and can you tell me a little bit about that organization, about how you decided to start working with them?
Yeah, so giving back's always been very important for me. So a big thing about Monstar, and something I love about it, is it allows me to give back and it allows me to put charities and organizations on a platform. Halo is a child homelessness charity, so they have shelters and they help with programs, and they do a lot with art. They even have their own basketball team for the kids, which I thought was awesome. So when I learned about all of that and I saw that I could get involved, I made a picture for them featuring some Monstars playing basketball. And then that's kind of how our connection grew. And I've just been learning with them and learning about the issue and ways that we can help, and just giving every kid an opportunity to create a brand. And you can't do that if you're worried about when you're going to get your next meal or if you're going to have a roof over your head.
Yeah, absolutely. Are y'all similar in age, you and the kids on the basketball team? Like, do you find like an empathy with those people in that way, the people that you're working with at Halo? Or
no, for sure, they're all kids, the teenagers, the kids that will be playing varsity basketball, and just to see that they're not able to have the same opportunities just from such a basic perspective really did touch me hard and make me realize that it's really something that we need to work on more as a country, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is really fascinating to see your perspective as a teenager. You're about to turn 18. How do you see adulthood right now from the other end of it?
I know it's kind of crazy to think about that. It snuck up on me. COVID did not help me out, but I mean, I think having a brand and having these opportunities really, makes me have to really think about what I want to do in college and all of that and what makes sense and what doesn't. But I mean, I'm excited. There's so much opportunity in the world. There's so much to be done. And I've been able to see how good life can be. So just having that perspective and having dreams and everything, I'm excited.
Yeah. Are you planning on applying to college?
I think my parents would be quite mad if I didn't, but I I think I still need to look in and see what opportunities I have coming my way and see what makes the most sense at the time.
Are you going to try and study fashion design?
Yeah, I would. I think that's awesome. And I think whether that's in college or whether that's, just continuing to work in the fashion space and learning that way. I mean, I just definitely a lot to learn from where I am now.
Yeah. As of right now, like, what's your design process like?
So right now, I'm actually working on a Valentine's Day drop right now. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So I guess I kind of had pieces I wanted made. I wanted to make a blanket. I wanted to make a hoodie. And I kind of had these heart images I knew I wanted to use. So then I kind of formed them to kind of fit the canvas of the hoodie or of the blanket. And then I kind of just try new things until something really looks perfect and looks like something, I can represent and I can put my name behind.
Yeah, that's amazing. What hopes do you have for Monstar in the future?
I mean, I think I want to keep on helping out with a lot of these charities. One big thing I want to work on is a children's book. So I think it would be kind of cool to make one that kind of shows Monstars helping causes and then kind of explains to kids how they can help through the eyes of a Monstar. So that's one of the projects I've been working on recently.
That's very cool. What kinds of activities are you envisioning right now off the top of your head?
I'm thinking about climate change and just making the world a better place, and stopping bullying, inclusion is very important to me, equality, and just kind of pushing those messages, even if it's not through a human eye, kind of can help you look at it in a different way. Kind of like the Starbelly Sneeches.
Dr. Seuss. Yeah, those were that girl when we were growing up. Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's incredible. What got you interested in all of this, in climate change, in bullying, in all these different big societal themes? What got you really invested in it?
I think our whole generation, really, we've been exposed, and these issues have kind of been pushed right in front of us through social media and through Instagram and TikTok. So, and just traveling the world and seeing the issues firsthand, seeing poverty, seeing child homelessness, you kind of just realize, stuff might look perfect where you are, but it's a big world and there's some crazy stuff happening and there's a lot of change that needs to take place.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have family history in fashion. Your father is Nigel Barker, who is a massive influence on the fashion world. Have you heard the Nepo Baby conversation online, and how does it impact how you go about creating or viewing your brand?
I actually haven't heard about it until very recently, but I did read a little bit about it, and I think it's something that kind of affects everyone in all industries in a way. I mean, if you think about it, kids idolizing their parents, especially sons idolizing their fathers and trying to pursue their line of work, I think happens across, every single job, whether it's a boy that sees his dad as a teacher and tries to follow in their footsteps. I mean, I think when you see someone and you see my dad, for example, helping charities, helping causes, and seeing the difference he can make and trying to emulate that and kind of follow in his footsteps is a goal that I think anyone's trying to follow.
Yeah, 100%. And my last question for you, which I'm so curious about, is from your perspective as someone who is building a brand, is creating art, is thinking about philanthropy, and is applying to college, how do you see the values of young people right now, of your generation almost, from your point of view?
I mean, I think everyone in this generation, my generation, really, has been given the opportunity to really more fully understand a lot of issues and kind of see them up front, see them on social media. They can see people they look up to and how they feel about them. So they're really able to kind of form their own opinions, and they have access to so much information, so many facts. So they're just really able to form an educated, respectable opinion on a lot of matters.
Yeah, 100%. Well, thank you so much, Jack, for speaking with us today. I so appreciate your time. Tell us what you're working on and what we can look forward to from you in the near future.
So me and my friend Chase Biota, we have an art gallery coming up in the city with the Lisa Project. So that's one thing. We got a Valentine's Day drop coming soon for Valentine's Day, and some children's books coming soon.
Amazing. So many things to look forward to. Well, thank you.
A lot to look forward to.
It was amazing to talk to you, Jack. Thank you so much again. My name is Steffi, and thank you guys so much for joining us today with Fashinnovation.
Thank you.
So, I'm a huge believer that everyone is fashionable, right? Because fashion is something from within. Fashion is something that we express ourselves with. This is what we put on every day. We go out into the world and we want to say, this is who we are. So I loved this conversation with Jack and Steffi on fashion is your canvas, because he's right, it is your canvas. And I'm just so inspired by all of these conversations, but this next part of the event is one that I always look forward to, because it just inspires in so many ways. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go to our pitch competition that we've been doing since 2018, where we have incredible judges this season with incredible founders. And we have an opening keynote by Nick Romeo, the founder of Pickups. So enjoy the pitch competition.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. For those of you that don't know me, I am a co-founder and CEO of a company called Pickups. It's a everything on-demand delivery app. I want to take this time to thank Jordana, Marcelo, and the Fashinnovation team for organizing this live event. I think that we can all agree that being here live is refreshing, especially after being virtual for the last few years. So thank you. Today I'm going to speak about how fashion is always on the move. But first, I'd like to start with a quote from Miuccia Prada. What you wear is how you present yourself to the world, especially today when human contacts are so quick. Fashion is instant language. I want you all to ponder on that for a moment. What does it mean, and how does it resonate to you? With a world that is so convenient and on demand, when we look at fashion, it has been forever a part of our human life. It is an identity of oneself and an expression of culture. From the Victorian polonaise to the Japanese kimono or the Indian lenga, fashion has evolved in synergy, festivity, occasions, and celebration. But fashion also serves a purpose for recognition, such as uniforms for businesses, schools, the medical field, and so much more. And I think that we can agree that it is tightly wound in our daily lives in so many facets. When I look at fashion, I think of textiles. And I learned something new last night. There are different textiles from all over parts of the world. And I think that it is the textiles that separate from the pack. When you look at textiles, it has long motivated trade among the farthest of societies. The Silk Road was actually named after a textile itself, and it paved way for international trade among the social fabric that was woven among old empires. I want you to stop and think for a moment. When I look at all of you, I see the expression of fashion. But have you ever thought that what you're currently wearing, how did it arrive in your closet? How many various and specialized services had to touch that garment along the way? Fashion is one of the key backbones of our economy, but it is part of a very, very complex ecosystem. When you look at fashion, it is actually projected to grow over $2 trillion by 2026. What that means is the innovation in manufacturing, supply chain, fulfillment, delivery, commerce, retail is endless. And it's going to force disruption. It's going to force innovation. And I believe that those who are adaptable and agile and who embrace these changes are going to be the leaders. As the cycle rotates, changes in quantum must be matched with the same momentum in production and the things that I just mentioned. And this velocity directly contributes to the economy. High demand means high speed, and that all depends on a sophisticated supply chain. High delivery frequencies and low lead times are factors of market competitiveness, especially due to the business and social changes that we've seen during the global pandemic. This has embraced digital transformation with the increase of e-commerce. When you look at a single piece of clothing and you see it actually has traveled thousands of miles, and as mentioned before, with all those many touch points, this creates gaps, inefficiencies, and anticipated longer lead times, and ultimately puts your fashion brand at the mercy of supply chain mechanisms. We all know that the necessity is the mother of invention. And this leads me to a topic that I'm passionate about, which is last mile. For those of you that don't know what last mile is, it is actually the delivery leg from a retail store or a distribution center to the consumer's door. It has been for decades one of the most complex, expensive legs, and that is because of the way traditional courier is done. But thanks to the evolution of last mile delivery platforms who are embracing automation and transparency, delivery is no longer a legacy function with delivery windows, but instead on demand with convenience. But in order to meet this demand, what we have seen, there is a disruptive solution, which is called crowdsourcing. And crowdsourcing plays a key role in helping give these retailers and brands faster deliveries, increased flexibility, and the ability to scale without the infrastructure costs. But I am going to mention that crowdsourcing in the context of logistics means a large driver pool that connects with consumers and businesses to deliver your goods in real time and usually with the click of a button. This concept has the potential to revolutionize the way goods are transported and delivered, which creates a more efficient and cost-effective system that reduces the wait times. But I am going to mention, however, that crowdsource does come with its challenges. And one of the biggest challenges is ensuring that the quality of service remains high. As you use a large number of independent contractors, accountability can be a challenge. But to overcome these challenges, it's important to have a well-designed platform that effectively manages the crowd to ensure that quality is always maintained. And some of the key features that you can implement are real-time tracking, rating systems, reviews, detailed performance metrics that ultimately is tied to the back-end AI of deep tech. While these technologies are being adopted, I am going to say that the biggest winner is us, you, the entrepreneurs, the designers, the manufacturers, the collaborators, and all those that I haven't mentioned. You have the option to choose today in the fashion industry of these many options. Customers now have access to faster, more efficient, and transparent experiences through these advancements. And these innovations in fashion are helping customers receive purchases more quickly, accurately, and with greater ease than ever before. And that is how fashion is always on the move. I'd like to thank you for listening to this keynote, and I'd like to extend my biggest best of luck to the pitchers that I'm going to be coming on next. My piece of advice to them is stick to the solution and your value proposition to the problem that you've identified in your market, and you've got one chance, so don't mess it up. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. We are so excited to have you be a part of the Worldwide Talks again as we come on to our 8th digital edition and our 12th event since we launched Fashinnovation. This is definitely one of the key parts of our events that we really love because we're all about entrepreneurship, innovation toward a better supply chain for the fashion industry. And we couldn't do it without the inspirational voices that we've had today, about 700 in the past 3.5 to 4 years since we launched Fashinnovation. And today I'm so blessed and thankful to have incredible judges with us who have spoken and been a part of our past Fashinnovation events that we really admire, and they just do so much good for the industry in different ways. So who we have here with us today, we have Veronica Chou, the Director of Novell Fashion Investments. We have Gary Wassner, the CEO of Hilden Corporation, and we have Larry Namer, the founder of E-Entertainment and CEO of LJN Media. Thank you all so much for being here with us today. We're super excited for this edition of the pitch competition. So we're going to start off with our first founder, who is Jessie Alter. I'm sorry, we're going to cut that out. Here we go. We're going to start with our first founder, who is Jessie Few, co-founder and CEO of Alter. Welcome, Jessie.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Jessie, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Alter. Alter is a digital fashion platform dedicated to unlocking the value of fashion heritage. The world is built on history. However, for fashion, the value of heritage is actually trapped in their physicality because of the fragile nature of the textiles. For example, the iconic dress has been worn by Marilyn Monroe. We don't have access to it. And even the top celebrity, such as Kim Kardashian, have access wearing it at Met Gala last year. We cannot ignore the fragile nature of the physical garment. On the other hand, the world is changing. Consumers are spending more time in the metaverse, in a virtual space, and also more money in the virtual goods. And you might be curious about how to bring the brand heritage to today's digitally focused consumers. Metaverse, Web3, it all seems quite futuristic and not really associated with the brand DNA. In fact, with the technology advancement, including 3D, AR, VR, and also blockchain, there is a new era we are entering for brands, allowing them to relive the archives and also the narratives to the digital space and engaging with today's and tomorrow's customers. And here is what we step in as Alter. Alter is a digital fashion platform that empowers brands, retailers, institutions, and archivists to unlock the trapped value in their archives by digitizing, showcasing, commercialization, and also connecting. And through doing that, we're creating a new asset class, new ways of storytelling, new revenue stream, and also new connection to the community. Remember, we only started to preserve the fashion archives in the 80s. And currently, after 40 years, we're facing the risk of deterioration of the physical assets. And with emergence of technology, including Web3 or blockchain, we're anticipating a new asset class, which is digital asset. With the asset, we can imagine many different use cases and unlimited potential, including digital souvenir, augmented reality, and also digital to physical redemption. For instance, today, if I'm visiting the store or exhibition, what I can collect is normally a postcard. And that doesn't allow me to engage with the brand continuously. And if we can collect some digital souvenir that I can continuously engage with the brand in a digital space, and that is a value where the opportunity opens up to the brands to unlock not only the dormant value in their existing asset, but also in their existing customers. And when we talk about digital utilities, we have virtual try-on, direct to avatar, and also unlimited metaverse potential. So from a customer perspective, they can actually explore and learn iconic fashion pieces in an interactive 3D format. They can even explore fashion from the 60s. And they can own this digital collectible, which will unlock exclusive access to virtual and real life exclusive product and experiences. And more importantly, they can continuously engage and having the conversation with a brand in a digital space in a token-gated community. So Alter is really focused on 3 aspects. Elevated digital storytelling. Apart from the interactive 3D asset, we also aggregate information to demonstrate the value in the narrative for the historical and heritage asset. On the other hand, we are dedicated to simplify the user experience, to onboard people to the Web3 space using both fiat and crypto payment, and also to smooth implement the digital and physical redemption process. And last but not the least is we extend the community engagement by unlocking the value of existing asset and also existing customer. And for that, we can drive insight-driven innovation for the future as well. So our team, myself, I have experience in consulting and also building e-commerce marketplace, dealing with excess inventory issues for contemporary fashion brands. And I teamed up with my co-founder, who has been a pioneer in digital fashion since 2016, and have a solid global creator network of 400 plus creators. And we are supported by Jack and Tom, with their native Web3 technical expertise to enhance the user experience. We are a diverse team, and we are also supported by Farfetch and also industry experts to put Outer's vision to life. We believe history is a base layer of creativity, and Outer's vision is really to propel the longevity of fashion heritage and making that accessible to today's generation and generations to come. With all the technologies that are available and advancing today, what do you want to bring to the future of fashion? Our answer is culture and individuality. Thank you very much. My name is Jessie, and we are Outer, a digital fashion platform dedicated to unlocking the value of cultural heritage and archive fashion. We welcome you to join our journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessie. That was really, really well done. I really enjoyed it. And we'll be back with you at the end with questions and comments. So if you could just, thank you so much. Okay, so next we're going to hear from Andrew Revkov, the founder of Fitten.
Hello, my name is Andrew Revkov. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Fitten. Fitten is an e-commerce app solution developer using its patented 3D online shoe try-on with AR, so users can be sure that shoe they bought online will fit. I'm pretty much sure that almost everyone has his favorite pair of shoes. But did you know that just 200 years ago, people's feet still didn't differentiate between left and the right shoes? They would have the same shaped toes for both sides of their feet. It's a funny fact when we put it into comparison of billions that are getting invested into industries like metaverses. But how much advancement are we seeing in our shoe shopping experience? Not much, really. I do mention this fact because I want to share with you my vision that living in a world full of Teslas and other rocket sciences, we are buying our shoes the same way as hundreds of years ago. We discovered that for some food, let me tell you a little story here. Just recently, we were in a business meeting with a pretty big and successful footwear company. When I was presenting our solution to the board of directors, the person who is in charge for footwear collection started to argue with me, saying, I know everything about our shoes. Don't tell me about the fitting. It is not necessary to make any digital try-ons. I was like, well, what is the size of the shoe you wear? She said, 8. I pointed to a pile of brand new shoes in the room. Tell me, please, which size will fit you from that very new collection? She said again, 8. Well, I grabbed my portable scanner and immediately scanned the particular pair from the box and scanned her feet with our Fitting app. After that, I was looking at the audience and smiling. I said, your perfect fit will be size 8.5. When she tried them on, she was smiling as well. Yes, I agree, she said, I was wrong. After that, the founder of the footwear company stood up and said, let's sign a contract. It will be a great solution to save us money because the returns rate is too high. It will also make our consumer happier and more engaged. In general, we offer a solution that interpolates people's feet scan in the shoe scans and provides consumers the information about the fit. Our patented 3D try-on solution dramatically reduces returns and increases sales by providing a precise shoe size recommendation available online, based on the measured size of the feet and the measured proportion of the inside of the footwear. You probably have a question, how you guys do all this stuff? Fitting software lets the shoe shopper to scan their feet with only a smartphone, both Android and iOS. There is a pretty unique technology inside because it needs just a regular smartphone, which almost everyone has, and it provides a millimeter accurate feet scan just in minutes. This software as a service can be installed on any smartphone and could be integrated on a white label SaaS easily. For retailers, they can scan their inner shoes with a separate patented device. It is also a cloud-based professional service for our footwear business customers with handy and portable, non-expensive 3D printed inside the shoe scanners. They can be used by regular in-shop warehouse personnel just after a few hours of online training. As our first step towards the US market, we are going to pilot our white label for licensed software as a service to shoe manufacturers and retailers in US. Once we've built a solid base, we'll seek a Series A round that will allow us to build our own platform where Fitin will serve as a middleman between manufacturers and channel partners. For our seed round, we are looking for an investment of $5 million. We realize that to achieve our current goals, we need to provide some aggressive traction. So using this investment, we can align our valuation with increasing number of users, customers, and income statements to meet all of the investors' requirements in a sustainable way. Me, myself, I was running several international corporate businesses, and I started this startup several years ago with an idea to make a solution which organically will be a part of regular needs for everyone. As a team of founders, we have strong experience in building, growing, and exiting big, complicated tech companies. We are a team of program developers, footwear scientists and designers, computer vision and machine learning engineers. Also, we have a great US-based advisors with their own successes. We all united around the vision to change the future of global footwear market. Thank you very much. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So we're going to come back with questions at the end after everyone's pitch, but that was very well done. And I really enjoyed listening to your pitch and learning more about your company. So thank you. We'll be back with you at the end. So next we have Elena Volkova, who is the CEO and co-founder of Style DNA.
Yeah, hi. It's great to meet you all today and tell you more about Style DNA and how we are looking on advantage of the 6 billion image consulting market that is stuck offline by making it available to everyone, everywhere, and anytime. So a few words about myself. I am Elena, founder of Style DNA, and for many years I held senior executive position in different e-commerce companies, and I felt how the right outfit make me feel confident during all business meetings. But I'm often struggled to choose the clothes that looked good on me and worked with my existing wardrobe. So on my quest, I tried to find image consultant to help me choose the clothes and optimize wardrobe. I spent a lot of time to finding one. Also, I had to wait 2 weeks for an appointment. At the end, I paid 100 for color analysis and just get a list of the colors that work good on me. And this horrible experience was really disappointed. So I study and go deeper to the research. Okay. After researching further into the details, I have found out that what happened here is not a unique thing. Generally, 76% of the clothes are returned, and 72% of people don't know how to combine outfits, and 82% of the wardrobe are unworn. And it was the moment when I just thought how great it could be if I take a simple selfie and all clothes would be sorted by my color, style, and body type. And I partnered with 2 other co-founders, and we start to create Style DNA. It took us 3 years to refine our most advanced image consulting techniques with machine learning to achieve higher accuracy image recognition. And nowadays, we are able to recreate a professional image consultant in our app. And we digitally cover all the aspects of personal styling, shopping assistant, and wardrobe management services. So through a simple selfie, we recognize which one of the 16 color types, one of 14 style types works best to determine most flattering colors, shapes, patterns, and fabrics. So we build customer's style profile and provide his color palette and style guide. but the journey doesn't end here. We also support customers during the shopping. They can easily shop with our huge marketplace, where all clothes is sorted by their style profile, or shop in store. So how it works? Customer can take a photo of any item he thinking to purchase, and we provide recommendation if it suits appearance and fit his wardrobe. Also, customer can upload his wardrobe, and our AI stylist will mix and match his own pieces into ready-to-wear outfits. So we provide informed choice in the stage of taking decision if I should buy those items to whole wardrobe management services. And prior to our US launch, we spent lots of time in researching and testing different business models in order to find both product market fit and product fit. And the results have been fantastic. With our freemium AI stylist subscription in the app, we currently achieve the revenue of $100,000 per month. We are on our trajectory to double it month on month. Also, we have a positive unit economy, and we cover this cost on the client acquisition on the same day with customer subscribes. And we have 40% lifetime profit margin against the operation costs. Also, we are working on our retention, and with our wardrobe management feature that we released last year, the users' paid retention increased and grew by 74%. So what's going on? We definitely have many competitors. Most part of them provided recommendation based on the previous customer browsing experience or by a long style quiz. But when we are talking about the clothing preferences, they changes very frequently, depends on such factors like weather, or for example, individual's mood. Let's come with questions.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Elena. That was really great. If we could just, now we have our last contestant for the pitch competition that we're very excited to hear from. So we have Maxim Nogotkov, the CEO and co-founder of Terrafera. Thank you, Maxim.
Yes, hi, everybody. Yes, we are a community-powered fashion platform based in Miami. It's very hard to grow a fashion business today. Fashion industry became very competitive. Digital paid ad costs went up 3 times in the last 8 years, accelerating to 38% inflation just in the last year on Meta platforms and 70% raise on TikTok, according to McKinsey research. Old ways of marketing, direct-to-consumer ads, marketplaces, department stores, all these sales channels became very crowded and expensive. So premium independent brands pay around 60% for distribution. So we believe that high distribution costs could be much better spent for building engaged communities of superfans. We believe that converting consumers to prosumers, to people participating in the process of creation, is the solution. We are building a platform that allows fashion designers and brands to tap into the power of community through crowdsourcing ideas and gamified early pre-sales. Our unique model allows consumers to not only engage with the world of fashion, but also earn alongside their favorite designers as co-creators, investors, and ambassadors. We also offer better ways to do collaborations between fashion designers and other creatives, expanding their audience. We offer streamlined co-creation pipeline and framework to do this in the right way. Our market is huge. Online sales in fashion through influencers and other affiliates are around 70 billion globally, and e-commerce grows at 25 to 40% per year. Social e-commerce grows very fast. We built all-in-one solution for co-creation process, and we have no direct competition. So our solution is a combination of Facebook or Instagram and Kickstarter, and we innovate in a unique way for better community engagement and participation. Our business model is to take 7% commission for like royalty for all the products co-created on the platform, plus 7% on pre-sales and crowdfunding on the platform. So this includes payment commissions. Our go-to-market strategy is very close to what Patreon did for digital creators. So we do B2B sales to fashion designers and educate them how to bring the most important audience, super fans, like 5 to 10% of their audience, to our platform. We believe that engaging super fans will increase their purchases by 30%, and we have research to support these numbers. And we also believe that up to 35% could be shifted to on-demand manufacturing through our approach. And we believe that on-demand manufacturing is the future of fashion because it reduces overstocking, discounts, improves cash cycle, and is very good for sustainability. We built MVP and testing this platform now with 10 designers, plan to launch in May in public. Our team is very strong, so I built 3 unicorns in retail space, and I'm advised by my friend, so he's founder of what became a TikTok US. Creator economy is growing at 120% per year, and more people want to be creatives. So I think that it elevates their mood. It brings them closer to something bigger than they are, and unleashing creativity and democratizing the process of co-creation. The process of creation is the mission I'm on, and I ask you to support me on this, support our project, and we are raising between 1 to 3 million in a rolling round. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maxim. That was very good. So now what we're going to do, Maxim, you could stay on camera. We're going to bring the other founders on camera, please, everyone. And I'm going to call out each of the judges to have any questions, remarks on the companies that they want to know more about. So we could start with you, Veronica. I'd love to get your take or questions and comments and take it from there.
Yeah, I have a question for Elena of Style DNA. I want to understand how you are aggregating what the consumer already has in their closet in order to give them style advice or what to buy, and it's really what's about the historical information. How do you access that?
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a great question. So customer just take a photo of his own item. We delete extra phone and enhance this photo. Then it's storage in the wardrobe and its history. And the more clothes from the own wardrobe customer add, the more outfits with them he will get. So, for example, if it's just one item from his own wardrobe, we will inspire him and provide rest of the pieces from the marketplace. But hands, for example, 10, I don't know, 15 items, we will match them all together into ready-to-wear outfits. And for example, if the customer thinking to buy or not to buy any item, he can also ask for recommendations, and we provide him information, for example, which exactly items suit best and how to style those items with the items from his own wardrobe. So he would have information that, for example, those pieces I can wear with those from my own wardrobe.
Thank you. Veronica, do you have questions for any of the other founders or comments?
Yeah, for Maxim, I love the creator economy direction, but how is the management, I think the digital piece is easy, but the physical goods is difficult. On-demand manufacturing is very difficult. And have you made any progress on making on-demand goods?
So we are starting to work with fashion designers who already have their manufacturing in a regular way. And on-demand manufacturing, we plan to start with the partners. So we don't plan to build physical on our own. So we built only digital part. But right now, enough companies offering these services for outsourcing on-demand manufacturing. The question is how we shift consumer demand to pre-sales, how we shift consumers to be ready to wait for a few weeks, for example, before they receive the item. And so the answer is, if they are invested in the process, if they co-create this item, if the item is like customized or personalized in a better way for their tastes, they will be willing to wait.
Perfect. Anything else, Veronica, before we go to the next judge? No? Thank you so much. Next, we have Gary Wassner. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First, for Jessie, you digitize inventory, you digitize, what is it that you're actually digitizing for a brand?
Thanks for your question, Gary. So basically, we digitize the archive fashion pieces.
Okay.
For your brand.
Now, what if it's a heritage brand that has 50 years of archives of incredible product? I mean, how do you monetize this, and how does it become practical financially for a brand to have this digitized by you?
Yeah, actually, we in discussion with many like heritage brands. They have over 50 years of history, and normally, first of all, they can commercialize this through this digital asset itself already, by people having, like utility case that is in digital space, what we call it like metaverse utility, such as virtual try-on or direct to avatar. This is one use case. And secondly is in terms of the heritage, what is important is really the narrative, the storytelling part for those heritage brands. So with that, what we are working on is in terms of digital to physical redemption. So you can reach out to a wider audience online in a digital space with better storytelling, but you can drive in-store traction as well by redeeming those assets. Like those digital collectibles.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I understand that, but how practical is it to think about digitizing an archive of 50 years? Without it digitized, you really can't use it only. So how do you price that? How do you manage to do it? I just want to understand the practicality of the platform.
Yeah, definitely. So there are not only two approaches to do it. One is through scanning, such as photogrammetry technology. There are certain limitations of that kind of technology because of the scanning only can capture the outside layer of the garment. But we know like fashion garment or outfit has many different layers and also different textures from the material. And the second approach, which is the approach that we are taking, is designing this through digital, like softwares. And through that, you can designing a 3D asset for multifunctional. For instance, for the use case of virtual try-on or later on use on avatar, etc.
So are you providing the software? Are you providing the labor? What exactly are you providing?
Yeah, we are providing in terms of the platform that brands can only upload their pictures, videos, or original sketch, and then we can digitize this. At the current stage, we're connecting with them with multiple, like in our network, we have 400 plus creator network connecting with them. And also like our vision is digitizing or automate this whole process, including embedding such as AI in our workflow to accelerating or advancing the scalability of the digitization process.
So your revenue comes from leasing the software?
So we have two sides of the revenue stream. One is subscription come from the brands, because essentially we are B2B, like a business. And second part comes from the revenue sharing. So when the brands decided to commercialize this asset, and there is revenue incurring, and then we will have the revenue sharing part from that.
Yeah, that sounds very difficult to track, that portion of it, but understood. Thank you very much. I have one other question for Elena, and then I'll leave it to someone else. I like very much the idea and your concept. Again, how do you monetize it? How do you, since it's individuals, it's not corporate entities you're selling this concept to, how do you monetize?
Yes. So with our app, we have premium AI style. It's the main revenue stream. Of course, we earned as well commission as a marketplace, but we encourage our users to shop anywhere, anytime, and just make it a little bit easier with our marketplace. So 99% of the revenue comes from the subscription.
So what you're doing is you're providing styling and a stylist to an individual based upon an analysis of their current wardrobe, correct?
Yeah, correct. And some of the features, for example, like for wardrobe management services are free of charge. And for example, if the clients want to get his palette or style guide, or for example, daily outfits based on his own style, it's under the subscription.
So what metrics, I mean, not specifically, but how do you innovate for a client then if you're using history to determine what to offer them? How do you deal with new shapes, new sizes in the current market, new colors, new styles? I mean, if a man wants to wear a skirt and has never worn one before, how would you integrate that innovation into their wardrobe choices?
Yeah, so how it works. From one side, we recognize customer appearance, his color type, style type, and create his style profile. So we link his with the right types of the colors, shapes, patterns, and fabrics. And at the same time, we recognize 249 stylish attributes of the clothes and just match customer appearance in the seconds with the clothes, answering different types of the questions. For example, sorted all clothes by my style profile. Or for example, I'm thinking to buy it, so if it match my appearance, and we can say, okay, it's match you in terms of the colors, but it's not your shapes and fabrics. Yeah, so it's more about not prediction model of the AI, it's image recognition.
Thank you so much, Gary. Next, we have Larry Namer. Go ahead, Larry.
Hi, I have a question, actually a series of questions for Andrew, since nobody's picked on him yet. This is of shoes. What's the percentage of men versus women who buy shoes online in turn from the overall market?
Thank you for the question, Larry. It's mostly women-driven business. You know, almost 65% of all purchases online are driven by women audience. So
okay, but I'll tell you what sticks out like a sore thumb is that your entire team is that you present are all men.
My entire team is about 60 professionals. So we have almost half of them women, engineers, developers, designers, and professionals like that. But in co-founders, yes, we have 3 of us, me and 2 of my co-founders, Ivan and Grigory. Nicholas and Alexei, they are founders also. And we have a number of advisors, especially from the US market, who are engaged into fashion. So most of them are women.
Okay, I will say it doesn't come across in your presentation. When I look at the page of the people involved, it seemed like it was 5 guys. So 5 guys trying to figure out how to sell shoes to women. That's a toughie to get over. So I would fix that presentation and make it show that you actually have this diverse team there, because it doesn't show in your presentation. Quick question for Maxim. Is your market your initial market is the US?
Yes.
And when you went through it and you went through market size, you actually said it was 70 billion ruble.
No, it's $70 billion. No, that's
Okay.
That's
in the presentation, you actually said ruble, which kind of threw me off because I was trying to figure out what that turns into dollars. So you might want to just fix that. That's my questions. I'm good.
I think no, definitely not. It's dollars.
No. But when you said it verbally, you said ruble.
Okay. Maybe I was like a little bit bit nervous. Maybe. Yeah.
No. That's
strange.
fine. The other question I have for you is you mentioned the ability to do crowdfunding.
Yes.
And on what legal basis are you allowed to do crowdfunding? You're doing equity crowdfunding, I presume. So how do you do that legally in the US?
We do revenue. We do a little bit different. So it's like more like merchant cash advance, and it has to be registered with crowdfunding lawyers like Reg A or XCF registration.
Okay, but do you have a SEC approval to do Reg CFs? I mean, you're not a broker dealer, so how are you going to do that here?
So we plan to. So we have legal opinion on this, so we'll be able to do this.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all so much, the founders and the judges. We couldn't do this competition every season without incredible people like yourselves that are, just finding companies to bring into the industry to make it better in so many different ways. And of course, judges, thank you all so much for participating. I just love your wisdom and inspiration that you all bring every time. So we're looking forward to seeing, I never say winner because you're all winners for starting a company. So I just say, let's see who the judges choose that they feel is most ready to go to market is what we like to say, better than winner, because that we're all winners. So thank you all so much again for being here. I appreciate all of you, and we'll see you soon with the results of who won the competition. Thank you all. Have a great day. So the winner of the pitch competition, so excited to announce it. And even though, again, not winner, but the person that the judges felt most compelled to vote for today that really is ready to go to market, ready to scale, is, drumroll, it's Jessie with Alter. Jessie with Alter, founder of Alter. For those of you who want to check it out, ALTR, but you're going to see it here below. Jessie of Alter, you are the winner this year's competition of the pitch. You did such an amazing job. All of the other founders, incredible work for everyone who was involved. And thank you, judges, for deliberating. Thank you again. So how do we watch a pitch competition like this and not want everyone to win? I mean, those founders are just creating incredible things. Well, the judges will deliberate on who the winner is, so stay tuned till the end of the event to find it out, and we're very, very excited to see who they're going to choose. And as we say at Fashinnovation, there isn't really a winner. Everyone is a winner. It's just about who is most ready to go to market, who is most ready to scale. So stay tuned to find out who that is. And next we have another incredible conversation, and I keep saying the word incredible because all of these speakers have so much insight and so much knowledge to share with the industry. We have the conversation titled Fashion is Community with Adebayo Oke-Lawal, head of US production at Orange Culture. Enjoy.
All right, hello everyone at Fashinnovation. Welcome to this talk on Fashion is Community. My name is Andrea Bossi. I'm a fashion and beauty writer at Fashionista, and I'm here today with Adebayo Oke-Lawal, who's the wonderful, amazing designer of Orange Culture. Hi.
Hi, Andrea. Lovely to speak to you. Thank you so much for having me.
You too. I'm so excited for this talk. You have created something really amazing and have a really profound philosophy when it comes to fashion and community. So I'm really excited to go deeper into that. to get us started, can you tell me about orange culture and tell me the story of how you started it?
Hi, everyone. So hi, Fashinnovation. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. So Orange Culture, which I'm privileged and honored to have started, I started 12 years ago. In fact, 13 if we count 2023 now that we're entering a new year. We started in 2010. It's a fashion brand which I launched in Lagos, Nigeria, an androgynous menswear brand. I started this brand with the supply chain based in Nigeria and with a passion for fashion that I've had since I was a little kid. And the brand is basically a brand that opposes stereotypes. We like to speak up about issues that we face locally, about issues that my people face, issues that my community faces, and a brand that's very passionate about community and very passionate about opposing stereotypes when it comes to gender, and even speaking up against things like toxic masculinity and even political climates. But it's a brand that's beyond clothing. It's a brand that's seen as a social movement, if I would say so myself, and a brand that believes very much in people and amplifying the voices of the people that we represent.
And it's such a wonderful story because you started drawing and designing as early as 10, right?
When I was a kid.
Yeah, so it's been here this whole time. And even in the philosophy of orange culture, community and building community seems to be a part of that. Can you tell me what does community mean to you?
I think, you know, for me, especially because I would say the way I grew up thankfully with a great family, but I also grew up not necessarily fitting into stereotypes and fitting into sort of the community that was fed to me, in quotes. So I grew up sort of like finding my own community as I grew and finding a place where I could find my own acceptance and find my voice. And so for me, community has developed into so many different things. Community to me is really being in a space of acceptance, being in a space where you feel liberated and true to be yourself. So for me, community would be Lagos, community would be Nigeria, community would be orange culture, creating a space for outliers to feel safe. Community would be the Black community. Community would be many varying things for me, but places where I feel represented, places where my voice feels heard, places where my voice feels amplified, and places where I feel safe to be. Community for orange culture is the people who build the brand, the people who work day and night to make sure that those clothes are being made, the hands who weave, the hands who dye, the hands who sew, the people who shape the clothes, the people who sit in the accounting room making sure that, you know, the money is going in and coming out daily. For me, community is the people who create this journey for orange culture and who have been there from the beginning and who are still there till date. So community is varying things for me, but to me, community is very, very important.
And I appreciate that you talk about not only community and the customer who's wearing orange culture, but also how it's made and the team that brings the garments to life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you've talked about this before, that fashion is often seen as frivolous, but you also say it's something that can save lives. Can you expand on that and just talk about how fashion's power in saving lives and changing lives is part of its power in building community?
I think, you know, for me, I always say, because the way I grew up, I remember when I wanted to be a fashion designer, for many years, I mean, I was told, you know, fashion was not a serious career path. It wasn't a career path that was profitable. It wasn't a career path that was great. It was just not a career path that was something that was a choice career for, especially from where I grew up in Lagos. It wasn't a career choice that a lot of our parents would see and say, okay, this is something that I want my children to become, because there weren't a lot of yardsticks for success. There weren't a lot of people that I could look up to and say, okay, this is what fashion contributes to the society. This is what fashion does. This is where fashion gives. This is what fashion builds. And so for me, when I started my brand and I've seen just how fashion has impacted me and has impacted so many people, it became a very important conversation for me to have, because I always say this, that people say things like, oh, fashion is just clothes. It doesn't do this. It doesn't save lives. You know, you're not a doctor. But I've seen how fashion has created so many opportunities for so many people. For example, even as a brand like ours, who has a supply chain locally, I've seen how fashion has created employment opportunities for so many people. I've seen how fashion has helped amplify people's techniques, people's stories. I've seen how fashion has created finances for people to take their children to school, for people to be able to support their families. I've seen how fashion has helped change narratives, even when you look at it from an art point of view, from a political point of view, from a social climate, how fashion has spoken on behalf of numerous communities, on behalf of race, how fashion has helped create representation, how fashion has helped a little girl believe that one day she could be in the magazines, she could be seen on the covers or on the billboards of her streets or of her city. I've seen how fashion has really created impact socially, economically, mentally, in so many diverse ways. I've seen how fashion has helped create a safe community, for example, through my brand, for so many people back home. When I started, there was always one narrative when it came to how masculinity was being approached, especially through fashion. It was always this idea of, the suited man, hard, this, non-emotional, not vulnerable. And I remember when we started creating Orange Culture, and we first had our first collection, I remember how people were so negatively responsive towards it because they saw something that was so different. They saw men in skirts, they saw men, in color, they saw men exploring, different sides of them and talking about things that they felt men were not supposed to talk about because they were supposed to be brushed under the carpet. And over the years, I've seen how, this advancement of how masculinity is being approached has helped create a safe space for so many men and has helped many people like myself feel represented, feel listened to, and even feel healthier. Because I remember I was reading an article one time and it was talking about how a lot of the increase of suicide amidst men, because a lot of men were not speaking up about things that were affecting them. And seeing how fashion has helped amplify this idea of men being able to be vulnerable, be emotionally intelligent, speaking up about the things that affect them, is creating sort of like a space for men to fix up their issues. You know what I mean? So even with fashion, you're allowing yourself speak up about so many different things, talk about so many. I've seen fashion create historical, sort of, I guess, preserve historical moments and bring back historical techniques that could have been abandoned. For example, a lot of fabric techniques, traditional techniques that we used to have before for many years had been abandoned. Things like, weaving, ashoke, and all these different fabrics, all these different techniques. And over the years, fashion has gone back into our history and has brought back all of these different fabrics. You can see a lot of contemporary designers using these fabrics, rehabilitating these spaces where these women die, where these women weave, and making sure that these women can keep those techniques going and can feed their families, And I've seen fashion even just present, stories that maybe untold heroes that we haven't talked about for many years, and people through their stories have been able to bring back those stories and tap into them and enlighten people about them. Even I remember when we did a collection last year, we talked about the NSAS protest, and for example, that was a way of us speaking up and standing with our youths, to say that this will not take this police brutality anymore. So fashion is beyond just this flagrant, oh, it's just a shirt, it's just a pair of pants, it's just some people wearing clothes and posting all over Instagram. It's something that can impact and is impacting. I don't even want to say can, because it has impacted over time. You know what I mean? It's a part of environmental preservation. See all the conversations that's going around sustainability, about helping the environment. Fashion is one of the spearheading industries that's talking about this on the daily. So for me, I've seen how fashion has helped develop community and has helped contribute highly to community. And so I think people saying things like, oh, fashion is this, fashion is and will impact and save lives.
Absolutely. And it's so important to talk about how many different things it's connected to, whether it's fashion is resistance or fashion is freedom for yourself or your voice, regardless of your gender. And sort of following off of that, in the clothes that you create, they're so vibrant and colorful, they move beautifully. Can you tell me, when you're designing, what do you find beautiful? What inspires you?
So, for me, with creating clothes, it's a very interesting, I would say, dynamic when it comes to the actual process of me designing and creating and connecting all the dots, because sometimes it comes from a place of something really beautiful and sometimes it comes from a place of something really painful. But I think for me, what excites me is really this idea of sort of being able to speak up and sort of like create my own narrative and tell my own story in my own way. Because one thing I would say about being an African designer and, you know, living in Africa is that in Nigeria specifically, because that's where I live, is that for many years, our narrative was always being told to us as to how we're supposed to present it to the world. It's like, you have to look this way, you have to sound this way, you have to tell your narrative this exact way. But I love the idea that I can finally speak in my own way and with my own voice and in my own narrative. I haven't really been a brand that really cares about, you know, how everyone expects me to do things or how everyone expects me to fit in or how everyone expects me to follow this exact trend. I'm just thankful for this idea that I can say what I want, how I want to say it, and teach people how my own experience as a Nigerian man living in Nigeria is, or living in a global world is, or experiencing the world globally is. And for me, just enjoying that narrative, but also being able to twist those stereotypes. I think, like, I remember one of our first buyer meetings we ever had, and we had a collection then, and we had men in chiffon shirts, and this was like maybe like 2012, or it's like years ago. And at that point, nobody had done men in chiffon shirts, at least in our generation. And so we had buyer meetings and they told us, oh, men would never wear chiffon, it's too feminine, it's too light. Fast forward to 2023, look on the streets, you know, people are wearing these fabrics every day. So for me, it's being able to confront these things that we've been told that, oh, you know, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's been able to question things. It's been able to ask why not, how, why can't we? It's been able to sort of change how things are supposed to be and teach people why things could be a different way. So for me, fashion allows me the freedom to explore, you know what I mean? Whether it's through fabrication, whether it's through imagery, whether it's through storytelling, whether it's through shows, whether it's even just being an outspoken brand and being able to fight for what I believe in. But I love that fashion allows me speak on so many different levels and in so many different volumes as I choose. And I love that I've created a brand that doesn't follow any rules. You know, so it allows me to be able to do things in my own way, you know, without feeling like, oh my gosh, I won't get this opportunity if I don't or if I do, you know. And for me, that's what excites me most about having this platform and being able to fight for what I believe in.
Now, since we are not at the end of our time, but slowly approaching that, I want to ask a forward-looking question. So what are your dreams? What are your goals right now for Orange Culture for the next 5 and 10 years?
I think, you know, for me as a brand, I grew up in an industry I grew up in Lagos, and when I started working in fashion, there was a lack of infrastructure, especially when it came to things like education, when it came to things like fabrication, you know, when it came to manufacturing. There's a lot of things that we didn't necessarily have, and we still don't have. And for me, the future for Orange Culture that I would envision is a brand that's able to help alleviate some of those issues, in a sense, you know, contribute to some level of education, contributes to helping with creating some level of factories back home. A brand that isn't just about itself, but also about helping the community develop to the point where we can create brands that will last 20, 100 years without having to necessarily go out and about to get the resources that they need to build a successful brand. So for me, when I think about Orange Culture, obviously I want to sell everywhere. I want to have my clothes in every different country so that everyone can go to a store and pick it up there and have a physical interaction with the brand in their different continents or countries. But I also want to ensure that we are part of change in our own community, whatever way we can afford to do it. We can't do everything, but there might be things that we can do. We have a mentorship program called Orange Mentorship, where we, you know, create knowledge transfer programs between practitioners and aspiring fashion designers or fashion creatives. So in that way, we are contributing to this idea of knowledge, creating knowledge opportunities for brands. We also give opportunities for brands to work in different fashion places that they wouldn't have had access to that information. So we're creating small things that help our community be better. Because for me, I don't want to be a lone ranger and be the only successful, one of the few successful Nigerian or Black or Africans or whatever, fragments you want to put me in. I want to ensure that as I'm going, I'm also make sure that other people are having those opportunities as well, so that they can have access to things that maybe I didn't have when I was growing up, so they can be big and they can stay. And in 100 years, we can say there are 100 African brands that you can name who are doing successful and who are also outliving even the designers themselves, the way the Chanels and the Schiaparellis and all these different brands are doing so, So for me, that's really the dream when I think of a future for myself. I think of a future that is not just me, but a future that opens the doors for other brands that are coming after me.
Beautiful. And, you talk about for your own story, drawing at 10 years old, for example, and growing into the designer that you are today. One of the great things about this talk is how many people will be able to see it, and even including young children maybe, or someone who's dreaming of being a designer, who has that passion for fashion. What advice would you give to yourself at 10 years old, or to someone else at 10, 12 who's dreaming of creating change through clothes?
There's so many things that I would tell myself. I would tell myself, first of all, that it's not going to be easy. So have that in mind, that when you want something that, especially from where we've come from, that maybe didn't exist in the way that you wanted it, it doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means you have to work extra hard for it. It's not going to be an easy journey, but when you get to that point where things are making sense, it's such a satisfying accomplishment. So dream big. Don't ever limit your dreams to what you can see or to the people that are before you. Dream bigger than the things you can see. Allow yourself, imagine that you can be the first president, the first Black president in your country, or the first Black designer to live 150 years, the first first African designer to have 20 stores in the world, the first Nigerian designer to dress 20 of the biggest celebrities. Dream big. You're 10. Allow yourself. Don't ever allow anyone tell you that your dreams are not possible, because it's how I started. I dreamt. I never thought that I would be this Nigerian guy who would be speaking, for example, here today to people all over the world. I was just dreaming, and hoping that one day I would have a brand, but keep on dreaming and keep on allowing yourself dream big, but also be ready to put in the work. Because for me, that's what's most important. Put in the work. Make sure you acquire knowledge. If you can go to school, I didn't go to fashion school, but I looked for every opportunity. I interned everywhere. I worked for as many magazines as possible. I worked for designers. I worked for as many people as possible so I could acquire knowledge. Don't be lazy about your dreams. Have the dreams, but also be ready to put in the work to actualize your dreams. And I think that that's where, a lot of the mismatch happens. Make sure you're ready to put in the work so that your dreams can actually come true.
I've heard that some of the worst advice that you can hear is be realistic, and some of the most exciting an exciting question to be asked is, what if it's even better than you could imagine it?
Yeah, very true. Very true. Half of the time, it ends up being better than you can imagine. I can tell you that,
Absolutely. And I just want to say thank you so much for everything that you've shared today, the time that you shared, what you're creating. For three main takeaways for today's talk. I feel like it's safe to say, we talked about how fashion is not just clothes, it's powerful in the personal, in the economy, in the environment. We talked about how orange culture is building that change, not only for masculinity and gender stereotypes, but for fashion in Africa. Mm-hmm. And we talked about how you can't be lazy when you're chasing your dreams. Mm-hmm. Does that sound like three fair takeaways?
Yeah, why not?
Wonderful. Well, Adebayo, thank you so very much.
Thank you for having me.
Sure. All right, goodbye.
Bye.
That was an incredible conversation, and I knew that it would be because I was actually given the pleasure to be with Adebayo physically in person at Saudi Arabia when we did Fashion Futures together, and just blows my mind how much he's doing and how much community is really something that he implements into his everyday culture. Next, you won't be disappointed because we still have all of these incredible conversations coming up, and this next one will not disappoint. This next one is titled Fashion is Not Declining. It's simply moving fast and we must adapt, with co-CEO of Jordana, Marcel Nakam. Enjoy.
Hello guys from Fashinnovation. This is Marcela Mayorga Meignan. I am Chilean Latin American origin, half Italian, and 30 years old. I studied fashion production at Buenos Aires, Argentina at the University of Palermo. And then I did in FIT New York, fashion stylist internship. And then I studied in Milano at the NABA fashion communication. I am an editor-in-chief where I lead my own magazine called Regia Magazine, founder in Argentina, and then moved to Miami, US, Paris, Milan. I am also a jewelry designer. So I do recycled gold jewelry with a big intention from ancestral cultures, which I love. And I research from my travels from Guatemala and all the Mayas entity that I love. And I am actually also the fashion communication director of the Arsenale. That is a hub foundation that collaborates with a lot of independent builders that create machines for the future to transportation. And it's also for a fashion line. And yeah, we have stores in Macau, New York, Soho, and in Miami.
Hi, and hello, my name is Marcel Nakam. I'm 38 years old. I'm French. I own a company whose name is Jonac. It's a women's shoe brand. We are mostly widespread in France and Europe because we have approximately 50 stores in France and 50 stores around the globe, in 15 countries, more or less, around the globe. And I'm managing the company for 10 years, which is a family business. Actually, it's a family-owned business that is managed by my sister and I, and we are the third generation managing the company, and we have known, let's say, a strong growth in the last 5 to 10 years, and we are still developing and still moving in this fascinating market, which is the fashion market, actually. And we decided with Marcela to say that the theme today of the talk will be fashion is not declining, it's just moving fast, and you have to adapt. And we will give our testimony today to our listeners, to listeners about what we think about the fashion market and its evolution in the last years and for the future.
Yeah, so let's talk about this because it's very interesting from my side as an editorial also. 10 years ago, the magazines, the advertising were paying a lot of money for the magazines. A campaign could be like $200,000 for a cover. And there was a lot of involved with the print. After a while, the print started to go down and the digital area, because of the Instagram influencers, went up. So it means that the brands started to invest more in particular influencers instead of buying a lot of advertising in the printed magazines. So which it created that a lot of magazines were from different countries, where one of them for sure break, go down and shut off their office, and the magazines continue being digital, and the influencers were certainly being like sort of on a boom. But after the COVID also, a lot of things changed in a good way. Like everybody started being creative in their houses, and the magazine started to create different type of material, of content. And brands was sending clothes to the houses of the creators and create building material like this. And it changed a lot how we see the fashion industry in like a fast fashion way. So I really think that nowadays that the prints are back and that the magazine has for sure less budget for the magazines that are print. There is still a lot of value in the print, and also this type of influencers that maybe are not so famous, but they are more important sometimes that like big influencers that maybe are not so important for the brand's intention, you know.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, what you are saying about magazine, it happened the same in fashion. You know, when I joined the company 10 years ago in my business, which was based on stores, internet was not that strong at that time, but it was based on store. And when you, at that time, you could be only good at creating product and not being good at marketing, merchandising, let's shop layout, and you can only be good at product, and then your product would sell. And then what happened is, like, in the last 10 years, the level of exigence of like the level of customers, they had some needs, they had some requests that were becoming higher and higher, and standard that were becoming higher and higher. This also was helped by the arrival of new brands. You know, on one hand, you could have brands which were called like digital native brand, and those brands, they say, okay, now I want to offer a great shopping experience to my customers. So when you were selling online, for instance, you would have a standard, which was you have to have a great unboxing when you receive a product. You have to receive your product in 1, 2, 3 days, and all those standards that were more or less led by digital native brands should become the standards of fashion in general, and should become the standard of old brick and mortar brand like Jonak, for instance. And us, what we did is, okay, we said, okay, we are looking at digital native brands that have a great packaging, that have a great shopping experience online, and we want to create the same thing for our brand online first on our website, but then also we have to create a great shopping experience online, because in stores, because eventually at some point we were thinking, should customer will always continue to go to stores? Should the girls will continue to go on Saturday to go window shopping all year long, all the time? And then, okay, now we are after COVID, for instance, and after COVID, we see that for 1 year, we have a real, like, what is called a revenge shopping. And then again, people like to go to a store on the one end, but the store have to be modern. The store have to get a great service from salesman and saleswoman. The stores have to be digital. You have to have a Wi-Fi in store. You have to if you don't find a product in store, the saleswoman will tell you, no problem, you can buy in my store and we will deliver you for free in your store, in your house in 3 hours. So you have new standards, and we had to adapt in the last 5 years. We have to adapt permanently. And I think eventually this is what makes a brand even stronger all year long and all the time. But we just have to look at the trends that are emerging to perceive those trends. And thanks to this perception, we can be able to be even stronger all the time. This is my opinion and my view.
Yeah, and it's evaluating so much, even now that things are changing even more. Like the way of buying, the way of experience a buy is gonna be more and more customized. Like whatever I want, maybe I want to adapt it to me. There's designs that maybe, like even in the Arsenal that we just did, like this AI campaign for Romeo. The idea is to create a Twingo that it can be exactly the Twingo that I want. So it's like in artificial intelligence, I could create exactly the design that is going to be molded for me, adapted for me. And I think it's the same that is going to happen with the fashion in the future. I think in the future, we are going to be able to choose what we really want to us, and it's going to be original and different. I think also in the metaverse that this is going to come one day, like 5 years more or 10 years more, or maybe less, we are going to be able to buy exactly what we want, and the people that are going to be in the other side asking us what are our sizes and what are our tastes, she will already know everything about me. She will say, hello, Marcela, it was nice your breakfast today with your mom. She will know what I did. All the data that we share in our telephones today, that it says cookies or whatever, that is in the future going to be like more than that. It's going to be like, what do I do in the day? What is my routine? And then the person that is going to sell me something is going to know exactly what I want. And the same with the jewelry, like I could customize exactly what I want. And I think this is the future of buying also. As you say, like at the beginning was a lot of in stores, then it passed to buying through internet, and then in Instagram people buy now. And this is gonna be all like a transcendation until we're gonna be able to like get into a bubble and like really choose everything with your finger and do something very interactive. I was in Asia right now, in Hong Kong. I was impressed by a shopping mall called K11. Is it crazy? Like I never saw something like that, and I've been in Dubai. Like this was like an interactive shopping mall where you walk and you have like a machine that talks to you. You had music all the time. Like there was a consummation activation all the time that I felt it so cozy and comfortable that I really spend a lot of money shopping, and I don't do it never. Like I never shop. And it was so comfortable, the way that the mall was like letting me feel that I was in home, that I was invited to shop shampoo, cream, whatever I needed. So I think that it's really like it's evaluating very quickly, and with a lot of futuristic technology.
This part also of what you are describing also about the evaluation that goes fast, you know, as you say, the one thing that's really changed our business is like the data. Now the data is everywhere, and now the data is at the center of any business, because when you are addressing online store, for instance, you will have, if you take the example of Jonak, you will have daily from 30,000 to 100,000 people that will connect to my website daily, which means it is a lot of data. And for instance, thanks to this data, what we are doing at Jonak is like, we are, for instance, okay, now the market, the trend is not towards buying big quantity of any product when you will when you will launch a product, for many reasons. For ecological reason first, and also, as you were saying, because people, they don't want to have a product that they will see on every girl in the street. So now any brand, Jonak is among those brands, we will create all year long capsule collection, collaboration, capsule collection with small quantity. And what we are doing, for instance, now is like, we launch a product with small quantity, we launch it online, and we will put a countdown on our website. We will put the product online, but without the stock 2-3 weeks before receiving it at the warehouse. And then we will say to the customer, okay, you can click on, let me know when the product is online. Let me know when the product is back online. You can analyze the traffic on the page of this product. And then, thanks to all this data that you will analyze and that we will analyze, we are able to replenish the product on, let's say, in the most exact way possible, in order to be able to serve the customer that would want this product and that would buy this product. And for instance, if I take an example at Jonak, you know, when we arrived in the company 10 years ago, when I was launching a new product, I would buy, for instance, I would say 1,000 products to start with, but 1,000, more or less 1,000 products. 10 years later, when we start a new product with Jonak, we will not buy more than 500 pieces when we launch a new product. But in the meantime, when it comes to the sales of the group, we more than triple the sales of the group in 6 years, more or less, which is funny because now when we launch a new product, we have less quantity at the launching, but at the same time, we are capable of selling way more than we were capable of doing 6 years ago. And this has been made possible thanks to the data that we keep on analyzing all the time. And this
That's so important.
And this data is now at the center of everything. And where I will join you, because you are, let's say, very trendy or women of really like trend, where I will join you is like also if you want the customer to love your brand, if you want the customer to buy your product, you also have to be able to talk to him in a personal way, one thing. And also it's in that case, it's important to keep on investing in marketing all the more, as that you have to invest in marketing more than you were used to do. And for instance, they are with the crisis in the last 3-4 years, some brands say, okay, I would cut the marketing, for instance, because the sales will decline, and so I will first start by cutting the marketing. But if you take the successful companies, and if you take the choice of Jonak, for instance, we decided to increase our marketing spend in the last 3-4 years, because we are thinking that we are selling mostly in Western countries where people don't buy really product that they need. The matter is not a matter of needs. The matter is a matter of desire. And if you want people to desire your product and to desire your brand, you have to invest in marketing. And I think this is in the next few years, I'm really positive about all the creativity and about all the creative jobs that are linked to the future of the company, of the society in general.
Yeah, and the data for sure is so important. In my case with my magazine, what I do in terms of trends, what you mentioned, is like we follow the instinct of the magazine. Like we have I'm gonna show you the magazine. I have it right here. So what we do exactly, this is the magazine, and our contents are very specific. Like we do things that are really like out of the normal. We do art and perfume, but I don't know, it's difficult to show it here, but it's not a Vogue magazine, it's not Elle, it's something very hype with a lot of underground genetic and a lot of art and digital art and visual artists. So sometimes we do an interview of an artist that is like normal, 100 followers, something like this. And next year, the guy is huge, like 1 million, 2 million. So we always catch the trends before that they explode. It's like something very particular with us, that we have always been like with an instinct that we say, I like this person, I think is gonna be the next, the next Rihanna or the next singer. And it happens like every I remember we did a interview of Nicola Pantone like 7 years ago, and now we are doing another one with him, but now he is huge. Like he charged like $1 million for a collaboration with brands. And no, it's very particular what happens also with the fashion when you have a magazine that has its own identification. What after all, like the brands need to fit all their ID with us, and then is how they sell, like after all, like with the creations that we do together. the art direction and the colorimetry and all of that, then the image that comes out is what, after all, it continues selling for them in the websites, in the data. And it's like all like a big package that creates this movement of fashion, of getting in, getting out, images, showing, because it's not only about seeing a t-shirt on a website. It has to be what model has the t-shirt, who is using it, what is the shooting about, where is it, in what media, what editorial. And this is what creates the whole movement of the selling, of the marketing, of the posicionamiento, posicionamiento in Italiano, of the positioning of the brand. Is a whole pack of things, like the people that you see, the PR agencies that are all the time sending you, hey, Marcela, look at this new thing. And they want me to wear it sometimes because as I also am an editor in chef, but I also a persona that people recognize me and copy sometimes me, like copy whatever I use. And this happens all the time, especially with a magazine. Like it works a lot like this.
Yeah, it's quite challenging. I think in every business we have our challenge. Also, at Jonak, as we created our Instagram account 10 years ago, it was 2012, and then we were among the first to be really creative on Instagram. So then we said, okay, 2-3 years ago, now we have to find the new Instagram. We have to find the new way to communicate with followers, because at the end, maybe it will be too, let's say, it could become boring. So we say, okay, now we will, 2 years ago, 2.5 years, we say, okay, now we will invest massively on TikTok. And now we are really strong on TikTok. Also, we said, okay, now Instagram, I think the future in the, let's say, the creator economy, the future belongs to reels and to video. So now we will invest a lot in video. And I think those changes in terms of strategy is really challenging, because when you do that, per definition, you want to do that before the trend really
explodes.
So there is a part of risk when you do such things. And I think, and also, in terms of positioning for Jonak, we want really to be, let's say, a kind of trendsetter in a way we are investing in marketing. So if you want to be a trendsetter, you take a risk not to be in line with what the customer wants. So this is the risk. And I think this is what we have in mind all the time, because all the time when I think about my marketing strategy, I think, okay, what's next? And then when you say the what's next, is the public, the audience will like it as well. So,
and that is the risk, because you have to know what is gonna come. You have to know it, it has to go out of you, because if you do already something that is already seen, it doesn't work. It has to be before the trend explodes.
Yeah. So this thing is quite challenging, and I think it's now those kind of, let's say, steps, those kind of decisions are happening all the time. If you take the business 10, 15 years ago, you could see that the strategic decision in company were happening once a year, once every 2 years, because the world was moving slower, because we would not have access to communication, to information all the time. But now this kind of decision, this kind of move are permanent, and you have to be fair and right all the time. You have to have let's say, an insight, and you have to think about you have to have a vision all the time. And I think this is the challenge of fashion now, but also with more risk, because with more risk comes more rewards as well. And that's the reason why also we are seeing in luxury, we are seeing in many brands that now some company could face very strong growth, double-digit growth, 20, 30, 40%, which were not something that you could see, let's say, 5 years ago in brand that could seem to be mature. if you look at the figures of LVMH, they are already doing like 70 billion euros, but 2 years ago they were doing 50 billion euros, and we were thinking, okay, how are they going to grow? What's next? And they report like 20 to 40% increase. So I think it's more challenging on a daily basis. It's more stressing maybe, but at the same time, the reward can be better. So this would be, I think, my conclusion to the talk.
Yeah. And also, I think also what can we say to the new designers? Because I was talking yesterday with a friend that she's half Italian, and she has this brand called Arrabal, and she's been working for a while there, but she says that she cannot compete anymore. Like, she's alone, and that she feels like scared about showing their stuff or continuing, because there is a whole market that is so big. So there's so many brands now. We have so many options. You open a jewelry, you have 15 or 30,000 every day is a new brand. It's a bit difficult for them. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, I only said to her to follow her passion, and it makes her happy doing the bags. Continue doing the bags. If you feel happy to do it and you can express a photography, a nice image, that is going to be forever.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
We have to follow our dreams.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you are scared.
Yeah.
Always.
Great. Thanks very much, Marcela, for your time and for this passionate talk together.
Thanks to you, Marcel, for this incredible moment. I hope a lot of people can help it. And if there are any questions, they can ask me in Instagram DM. I answer everything. I would like to help everyone.
Yeah, and the same for me. So you can ask anything. I would reply with pleasure. Thanks a lot.
So that was an incredible conversation, because it's right. Fashion is not declining. Fashion is just always innovating. And this next conversation will definitely play a role in this, because we're going to speak about science, fabrics, innovation, sustainability. How does it all come together? This next person will definitely be able to shine some light on that. So next we have John Roberts, the managing director for the Woolmark Company, with the title of Fashion is Woven in Science. Take a look.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be here as part of this wonderful event, and I hope to get there in person one day. My name's John Roberts, and I'm the Managing Director of the Woolmark Company. Many of you know us as the owners of the iconic Woolmark logo, or you might know us from the International Woolmark Prize. But our role is to inspire, connect, educate the end-to-end wool supply chain, while also remaining the global authority on wool. Yet perhaps what goes on behind the scenes here in Australia is lesser known to many of you. We continue to collaborate and push the sustainability agenda at pace in an extremely complex industry. This has, of course, been embraced wholeheartedly by Australia's hard-working, passionate wool growers who are dedicated to looking after their land and their sheep as they produce the world's best fibre. There are clear connections between fashion, textiles and sustainability, and the choices made from the ideation through to the production, consumption and disposal can have long-term impacts on planet, people and prosperity. The Woolmark Company recognises the journey towards a sustainable future is constantly evolving and is investing in sound, evidence-based solutions that offer a regenerative solution to some of the challenges created by fast fashion. Yet perhaps it's what happens on farm is lesser known to many of you in the audience today. Australian wool growers invest in research to gather knowledge and develop tools that allow them to continually improve their management practices. They implement and innovate sustainable farming practices every day to secure their industry's future. Adopting a more sustainable management practice helps wool growers achieve these sustainable development goals relating to their animals, their natural resources, their businesses, and their communities. Our research in reducing and offsetting greenhouse gas emissions and improving natural capital is closely aligned to the goals of Australia's sheep sustainability framework. The key areas of research currently being carried out on behalf of Australian wool growers include combating climate change, methane mitigation, and improving natural capital. We as an industry are committed to achieving even better results so that wool can indeed be a reliable part of the solution. Australian Wool Innovation commissioned a cradle-to-grave life cycle assessment to identify wool environmental hotspots, which was published in 2020. We were in fact the first textile fibre to take a cradle-to-grave LCA study all the way to peer-reviewed publication. However, the wool industry still produces greenhouse gas emissions and therefore has a role to play in addressing climate change. The LCA study clearly showed that more than half of wool's greenhouse gas emissions are from the farming stage, and the great majority of this comes from the bodily functions of sheep. Mostly the methane belched by sheep during the digestion of pasture, and to a lesser degree, the nitrous oxide that was released from their urine and manure. In terms of methane mitigation, we are proactively investing in research into reducing and offsetting methane on the farm to arm wool growers with the best tools and resources to reduce emissions. Our research has identified methane mitigating feed supplements for grazing sheep as having significant potential to reduce the carbon footprint of wool within the next 10 years. It is a priority area of investment for us. This includes feeding sheep supplements such as red algae Asparagopsis seaweed to reduce methane emissions. The research is part of a broader strategy to identify the most effective ways to both reduce the offset of greenhouse gas emissions from sheep. We don't yet know how to reliably deliver these additives to sheep grazing in paddocks to reduce emissions, so multiple studies are underway in the main wool-producing regions of Australia to answer these questions. However, what's exciting is that the research to date shows methane emissions from sheep can fall by as much as 80% by adding small amounts of the seaweed Asparagopsis in the form of oil to the sheep's feed and to their diet. Many Australian wool growers work to leave the land in a better condition than they inherited it, and work is underway to develop techniques to cost-effectively monitor and measure the environmental health of their farm. We are also investing in research to provide farmers with tools and resources to enhance natural capital and sequester carbon into the soil and vegetation. There are 2 projects underway. A new ecological assessment process called Natural Capital Accounting, or NCA, enables wool growers to track the health of their environment and identify and monitor relationships between farming practices, environmental impacts, and farm business performance. The Farming for the Future projects aim to clarify the relationship between enhancing on-farm natural capital and biodiversity and the financial performance of the farm over time. It includes farm property mapping and the development of farm-scale natural capital accounts to firstly benchmark and then track the relationship between improved natural capital and financial performance over time. Additionally, the project aims to develop tools and resources to make the evidence-based relevant and accessible for wool growers. The Carbon Storage Partnership aims to provide regionally relevant pathways for wool growers to improve their natural capital, sequester carbon, and generate new income streams. It's becoming clear there is a strong link between improved carbon sequestration and biodiversity. The Carbon Storage Partnership aims to elicit pathways that enable improved environmental sustainability and increased agricultural productivity. It aims to provide baseline data for biophysical, economic and environmental status of the case study regions, and then provide regionally relevant adaptations to store carbon and improve biodiversity on farm. There's growing interest in textile rating agencies assessing the environmental footprint of supply chains. Yet high quality LCA data that accurately reflects the footprint of supply chain stages is typically lacking. we aim to become the single source provider of a high quality wool data for the textile ratings agencies. For example, the European Commission's initial LCA data set for the wool industry for the use of the product environmental footprint scheme shows the on-farm impacts to be more than 10 times higher than our research and other peer-reviewed published research. To their credit, the European Commission has agreed to accept an updated data set with an environmental footprint 3.0 compliant data set for the inclusion in the PEF product environmental footprint scheme. It is critical that the most credible and peer-reviewed data is used for wool and all fibre types, as well as methodologies for the allocation of impacts so that farmers are not disadvantaged by misleading product labels and claims. Australia's wool industry is rich and complex and well suited to the transition to the circular economy that's being sought by governments all around the world. In fact, it is unique among textiles in having had commercially profitable recycling industry in place for more than 200 years. Used woolen garments have been recovered and reprocessed into new woolen garments since before the Industrial Revolution. New and exciting technological innovations are helping us embrace the future. I'm sure that everyone watching today understands the critical need for industry and cross-industry collaboration. Our industry is laying the groundwork to reassure we can be part of your solution. Australian wool growers in return seek the market indicators to inspire them and reassure them that what they are proactively investing in, such as increasing biodiversity and combating climate change, will in turn provide them and their families with a sustainable future to continue doing the work they love. We need brands to understand the complexity of wool growing, ask the right questions, and be prepared to pay a premium so that the end-to-end supply chain can truly unite for a better tomorrow. Thanks very much.
We are so thrilled to have with us today the VP of Consumer Products and the Retail Industry at Siemens, Mario Volbrecht, and he's going to be speaking today with the title of Fashion is Digital, Changing the Game in Fashion with the Digital Landscape. Let's check out this conversation, and before we do, we're going to play a quick video and then the conversation will come right up. Thank you.
Siemens is innovation. We have arrived in the fashion and retail world to help make a better future for your company, for you, and for all of us. Mendix Digital Lifecycle Management for Fashion and Retail is a low-code application to streamline ideation, design, merchandising development, and sourcing. Visually build, integrate, and extend applications to increase operational efficiency, modernize core systems, launch new products, and create digital experiences faster. Transform your business into a demand-driven model to create engaging customer experiences and increase speed to market. Increase the transparency and accuracy of your collection data with a single source of truth to boost collaboration and innovation. Create a sustainable sampling process by eliminating the need for numerous physical samples. Benefit from best-in-class solutions. Digitalize today. To stay on trend with Siemens Mendix Digital Lifecycle Management for Fashion and Retail. Siemens.
So, Mario, I have to be honest, when I saw your name, I saw Siemens, I thought, what in the world are they doing at a tech entrepreneur event? You know, it's like you told me last night, it's a 175-year-old company.
It is.
Talk to me about the work of what you're doing to help the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Yeah, sure. So Siemens, as you said, just celebrated its 175th anniversary. It's a large organization that is just involved in lots of different parts of industries. So anything from healthcare to power grids to factory automation. And I'm part of the software division. That story is a little more recent, but not totally recent. So that started in 2007 when Siemens acquired a company called UGS. And that's when the big technology company that was doing a lot of mechanical automation really understood that mechanical automation goes hand in hand with software automation more and more. So Siemens bought UGS, scaled the business. We've since 2007 quadrupled our software business. We've made 30 acquisitions. It's about 13,000 software engineers, so it's a fairly sizable company. But what am I doing here? It's a very valid question. So when you look at Siemens, if you know Siemens, you probably think, okay, that's very big companies, that's big customers that Siemens enables, and we do. But we also have a portfolio of products that can go to mid-market and even to startups, as we'll discuss a little more.
Yeah. So this video that there was a video.
There was a video
Playing of this technology, this new platform, the
Yes.
Appendix that
Yes.
you acquired, I believe.
About 4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5
Yep.
years ago. This is really where startups, entrepreneurs at any scale can sign up for, and talk us through about how they can get involved.
Yeah, sure. And it's actually part of a bigger kind of transformation that we're undergoing as a software company. So we've launched what we call Siemens Accelerator. And the whole idea is to take our incredible portfolio of solutions that we have. And some of the software solutions you may have seen, we have 3D CAD design, we have a tool to develop electronic circuit boards, we have tools to automate software in factories, and anything in between. So we've connected all these different solutions together in a platform that we're taking to market. Now, some of those solutions are going to be a SaaS, software as a service solution. Some of them are going to be hybrid, and then some of them are still on-prem that we're in the process of moving to the cloud, but they're fully integrated. So the whole idea is, so we have 3 kind of basic tenets around that. We have a concept of digital twin, because we are all about applying technology to the real world and actually simulating the real world before you actually do something in real life. So when you think about a product, like, I don't know how many of you could see this video here, but we showed a garment being made, and there's 3D rotation. You can kind of build it as you go. That's a digital abstraction of the real world. So that's a digital twin for a product. We can also do that for a process. So we can actually say, okay, now that we know what the product's going to be, let's simulate how we're going to make that. So we can scan, it's pretty incredible what we can do. We can scan an entire factory and create a digital twin of that factory or of a distribution center. And we all know with e-commerce rising as much as it is, we can't get enough distribution centers up and running. So how do you build them? How do you also simulate and make sure they're operating in the most efficient way possible? Yeah. And then we can extend digital, but maybe we'll get into that conversation, to some other areas too, for retail particularly.
Yeah, and this sounds expensive. I mean, what is the cost for, especially smaller, medium-sized companies?
See, and that's the great news. So we have an accelerator startup program, actually have 2. We have a program for small fashion brands that need technology, because face it, the world is becoming more and more digital and processes are changing so fast. We need digital technology to help enable those processes. So what we offer from that startup program is for a small brand that says, okay, I want to get into technology. I don't really have the cash. I don't really know how I'm going to scale. I could buy some point solutions and do part of my job that way. But there's a better way. There's a way that you can get into our portfolio with very little investment, if any at all, depending on where you are, and use our technology and scale with us as you scale your business. Because that's the promise of SaaS and of the accelerator portfolio. It's completely elastic. When you are small, you run small. When you're big, you run big.
Yeah. Let's talk about some of the trends and challenges. I know last night you told me, which I didn't know, because everyone's saying digital.
Yes.
But when you buy something online, you said the return rate's as high as 30%.
Yes.
Sometimes 20%. I mean, that's a lot. And talk to me how you can help, how your platform can help minimize that.
Yeah, of course. So when we talk about trends, so when I look at the incredible uptick in returns, as you mentioned, we're all shopping online. I love shopping online. But when we do, we are very trigger happy to just order a whole bunch of products. So I may want to order a jacket. I'm not sure if the color is what's on screen. I'm not sure the size is going to fit. So I'll order 5 of them and just have them shipped to my house. I'll try them on, I'll keep 1, and I'll ship 4 of them back. So that's where this incredible increase in returns come from in e-commerce. So in brick and mortar, it's about 6 to 10%. E-commerce, it goes from 10 to 30%. What do you do with that as a retailer, as a brand? That's a real big problem to have. So how do you make that better? So when I mentioned the comprehensive digital twin for product and process, what if we extended that to a comprehensive digital twin for consumers? What if you harnessed all the data that you had, both from consumer preferences and their behaviors and what they're buying, but then also the products that you have, and create these digital twin of the products and convey real lifelike colors that we can trust, or size to fit that we can trust, and work with consumers to say, when you want to buy a product, we know this is going to fit you because we've done our homework, and put trust in the brand. In addition to that, with our platform, you can put loyalty programs in place and reward your consumers that are not returning as much. So there's this entire ecosystem of digital connections and data mining and intelligence that we can unleash within a corporation to say, let's become smarter and let's drive that 30% down.
Yeah. You know, the biggest problem that we all talk about in this industry is inventory.
Yes.
You know, and especially the fashion industry, you guys all know, is the second biggest polluter behind oil.
Yep.
Talk about how this technology can help with sustainability and things like that.
Yeah, sustainability is a huge topic in this industry, and frankly, a big topic for us as Siemens, a corporation too. But when you look at sustainability, so first of all, consumers today we're all much more in tune with what we're doing to our planet and what we may be doing to certain social groups around the world as we manufacture products. So consumers have been driving that, like so many trends in retail have been coming from consumers directly, but regulators have come on. If you are a startup and you're going for investment, you are going to get questions around how green are you, how sustainable are you? And let's look at things like greenwashing, which is a huge problem where people are kind of making it look like they're sustainable, but not really. Or how do you even track all this data through your supply chain with all your partners? So there is a lot of regulation on that. And that's a really big thing from a technology enablement perspective that we all need to be aware of, and how do we harness that data. The European Union has directives around eco-design where they want to make sure your clothing is developed for a circular economy. You have directives and legislation around packaging. New York State, right here, actually has a bill in the Senate that specifically goes after fashion and says we need you to report sustainability and social due diligence. Those are big asks. That's not easy to do. So what we can do with our data fabric in the back from an accelerator perspective is connect all that data for you because it's all integrated. But we can also help by companies looking at supply chain and saying, maybe we don't have to be in China or Vietnam. Maybe we need to bring production closer to home, and which is a big discussion. I mean, when you look at surveys, you see 70 to 80% of CEOs across industry saying, we're looking at that, especially after COVID. So Mexico is a great option. You have intellectual property protection, you have great trade agreements, local time zone, but also coming locally to the US and manufacture here. Actually just read a Forbes article yesterday where they surveyed people, and the pool of people that they surveyed said about 3/4 of them said, I'm willing to pay 20% more if the product is made in the US. That's just a huge statistic for us to take to heart and say, what does that mean for our brand?
Yeah.
Right?
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So when you talk about what trends are the most alarming for people who are trying to get into the digital world, you think right now?
I'm not sure if I would say anything is alarming. I think there's actually a lot of good news here, because the companies like Siemens are really democratizing technology. You rewind 20, 30 years, and only big companies could get into the technology that we have. And now that technology is being put as a service in platforms like the accelerated platform we have, it is so accessible. Now, the thing is going to be, where do you start? Because not everyone's at the same speed in the same place. You may have a old backbone ERP or financial system you're trying to integrate with, or you may have a couple of point solutions and now you need to scale your business. So from a digital transformation perspective, we offer a very flexible path into our accelerator solution, as do other big tech companies. That's kind of what I mean with technology is becoming more accessible. You just have to work with a partner that understands where you are and can guide you through that process. It's not just software, there's services too, there's guidance. And that's where we have a broad partner ecosystem where we have partners that can actually help us and you to say, how do we actually start? How do we transform from a digital transformation perspective?
Yeah. What companies are using this technology right now?
Across the board, so just to give an overview, well, from a high level, we have more than 170,000 customers. So it's big, right?
Yeah.
But if you look some of the great examples that I have, we create digital twins for entire oil and gas drilling on the bottom of the ocean. And if you think about that, very different from fashion. But when you design something that complex, I mean, it's as large as a football field, and you drop that in the ocean, it better work once you drop it, because otherwise it's not going to work. Closer to home, we work with lots of brands that want to modernize their entire production of how they actually bring consumer products to market, not just fashion, but it could even be food, or reinvent the way they're actually innovating, how to connect all this data and really collaborate. And that's what the solution we showed on the video too. It's all about collaboration, one source of the truth, and really connecting and driving down the silos and driving down the speed to market.
Yeah, I mean, consumers like all this technology, but they also like their privacy.
They do.
Is there anything that you guys are working on to help? Because I know when I Google something to buy, then all these ads pop up, and I get frustrated because
absolutely,
I feel like someone's watching.
That's right.
So, is there something that you help companies so consumers don't feel that they're losing their privacy?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we are also a consumer products company. So especially in Europe, we have coffee machines, washing machines. Siemens is a fairly big household name. But overall, working with our customers, obviously consumer privacy data is the most important. And when you start thinking about PII data and how do you actually tokenize that data, so you basically don't show actual private information, you just send a token across into the rest of your analytics, so you can refer back to who that person is, but no one else gets to see that. That's obviously what we incorporate in our solutions. That's very important.
Yeah.
We're also working with companies, because there's legislation in certain countries where you can't have consumer data leave your country. So we're actually working with a retailer in Europe that is standing up an entire cloud offering, because they understand that they're not the only ones in that country that need to protect this consumer data, and they're leveraging our technology to make that happen.
Yeah. Where in the world is using the technology most? Who's kind of the ones who are leading the charge, you think?
It's pretty evenly spread around. I mean, if you look at EMEA and Americas, obviously it's critical mass, but Asia Pacific and Latin America, we have a very strong presence too. And even Africa is coming up strong. So it's really a worldwide affair.
Yeah. So what do you think the future of fashion is going to look at? I go to the mall and it's still packed.
Yes.
And I think people, during COVID, obviously we bought online, but now people, they want to go back into the stores. They want to try things on. What do you see 10 years from now?
So what I would envision to happen, if I look at a traditional process where we're going to make fashion from a high level, and you're going to plan something, you're going to design it, you're going to source it, manufacture it, and you're going to market it and sell it and service it. What I would envision happening, because that takes a long time. I started my career in personal products as Sara Lee, so I worked for Eris Isotoner in the city here, I worked for Champion Products. We would have a 1-year lead time, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, to when you put your orders in to when the product's actually going to be developed. In the meantime, no one is seeing it, and we're sending all these samples across the ocean with people that we're sourcing from. Consumers have no idea what's coming. Yeah. I think changing that whole value chain and putting the marketing and sell more upfront after you plan and design and you have your 3D visualization, there is no reason you couldn't start selling. And in fact, some startup retailers are doing that because you can put it on your website, it looks very real, you can turn it around as a consumer, you see the real colors. And I think that's going to be a substantial transformation in the fashion industry because it's going to cut things down, it's going to make inventory decisions much more accurate, and that's a big issue in this industry too.
Yeah, for the startups and the entrepreneurs who are listening to you, what's the first step if they want to get involved? What do you think is step one?
Step one for any startup would be, okay, let's see where you are and where you want to go, and then have a conversation with us and say, okay, we want to leverage some technology from you. Where would we start? So we can have a conversation around the digital transformation roadmap that you want to get on as you scale your business. And then we just find an entry point and work together in establishing that technology and enabling your business. And then, of course, come back together and say what's working, what's not working, and how do we scale this up?
Yeah. Out of all the technology that this app offers, what's the one that is the most exciting to you?
Oh, that's a difficult question. There's so many really interesting applications of technology. But when I look specifically for fashion, and I look at this digital lifecycle management application that we have, and you can start connecting it to a loyalty app that we have, to a product information management app that we have. You start kind of building this whole ecosystem and enabling this collaboration. If you had a world where you no longer had to send physical swatches to people to say, can you look at this and can you approve it? But everyone's just pulling up that swatch on the screen and said, yeah, I'm good to go. Click and I move to the next level. That's really exciting because that cuts down so much time, and so much room for error is kind of cut out of that process.
Yeah. Why isn't every big company doing this? I mean, we still see a lot of issues with, fast fashion here in the US, around the world. Gap, sometimes I go there, there's large inventory that people are still throwing out.
Yes.
But why isn't what's the holdup? Why aren't these big companies digitizing?
It's interesting when we look at big companies and how they're executing and just constantly trying to incrementally optimize processes and respond to fast changing market conditions. It's kind of like how we run our household. We might want to do things differently, but we're running day in, day out, and we don't have time to really step back and do transformational projects. And lots of these big companies are running a lot of legacy technology. So they're using yesterday's technology to try and answer today's problems or tomorrow's problems. And that's becoming a fairly difficult paradigm for them to solve for. So for that, they need to abstract separate teams with people that really know how their business works. Now you're taking them away from the day in, day out where they're really needed to do a transformational project. That's not an easy ask. But make no mistake about it, all the big ones are doing initiatives around digital transformation. One could argue not fast enough, but everyone has to go at the speed they can go at.
Yeah. And is this a push that you guys are trying to get everyone on board?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. So when we look at the retail industry or consumer products and retail as a whole that I look after, there are obviously industries that are fairly conservative, I would say, and used to just cranking out massive amounts of product. Right? The old adage in consumer products and retail was stack it high and watch it fly. That no longer works, as you know. You have to be much more in tune with the market. It's this outside in read that you need to do, and then respond from a market perspective. But if you don't respond fast enough, somebody else will. That's why we have startups in here too, because startups see that opportunity to go faster and be more nimble. So that's what we're advising all our customers to say, you can't sit still. If you're complacent, you're going to be left behind.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, the digital world is noisy. What's your advice in standing out and making your brand more noticeable?
Yeah, it's a good question. So there's a couple of things that you can do. Getting your brand to stand for something. And we have a room full of people that start up brands, this better than I do, but having a voice and saying we stand for sustainability, we stand for having your back when you buy our products. Those are really important things, like anchor who you want to be and be true to that, and then say, okay, now how do I scale this business and how do I leverage technology going back to those basic truths that I stand for?
Yeah. To wrap things up, how do you shop differently now that you have all this intel on this world of fashion? Is there something that you do, or maybe your kids do?
Yeah, so when I read these reports on what we're doing to the planet and the landfills and the sheer amount, like 75% of clothing ends up in landfills are the estimates. So I read those things and I kind of pause, because I'm like everyone else. I'm very trigger happy in just ordering product. But now I'm pausing and going like, maybe I shouldn't do that because it's not good for the environment. I'm not doing the right thing. And that's up to all of us as brands to communicate to our consumers. I think there needs to be a lot more education from this industry to say, yeah, you can order 5 and click, but maybe you don't want to, and here's why.
Yeah. Are you optimistic?
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. I think we're going to figure this out. There are some incredible things we can do from a process and a technology perspective to really influence today's consumers and to change our business to respond to that and say, okay, we're going to be better about the planet. I think we already are. When you look at fast fashion, there's been a lot of pushback from certain groups of the population to say fast fashion isn't for us for exactly those reasons.
Yeah, and this next generation, they won't buy it.
No, that's
they won't
right.
Buy it.
That's
Is there
right.
anything else before we end that you wanted to add about Siemens and the work that you're doing there?
Well, the 2 things I want to make sure everyone knows is that we have an accelerator startup program for the broader ecosystem of technology that we offer, but we have a specific Mendix startup program as well. So Mendix is the low-code platform that fuels the applications like digital lifecycle management. Think about it as a way to develop an application without needing to be an expert developer in Python or C++, whatever languages be. So if you are a tech company that's serving the fashion industry, you could look at a startup program for Mendix where you become a technology partner and build applications on top, as many of our partners do, like the one that built the LM, and scale the application. And it's a similar kind of model. In the beginning, when you build it on top of us, you don't really pay anything. It's when you're successful, we're successful. So we make it a win-win.
Interesting. All right, Mario, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was great chatting with you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
So, that conversation was really interesting, right? How do we have a company as large as Siemens creating so many innovations that are really improving the industry in the way that we see it today? And that goes to show you, with all of our past worldwide talks, I believe most of you or a lot of you were with us from day one. And then we have a lot of people that are newcomers and welcome to the community. But we've always brought, NASA, Google, Formula One with Alpha Tauri, and so many others that can really inspire the industry, even if they're not necessarily born into the industry. So that's something that we've learned at Fashinnovation. It's just good to learn, right? Because then you can adapt, and a lot of magic can happen in the industry in so many ways, especially all across supply chain towards sustainability. So with that being said, next we have a panel that I'm very excited about because 1, I'm all about women empowerment. 2, I'm all about listening to our voice and our inner selves. And there's no person that does it better in terms of who she brings together to create this within her company. So this panel is being led by Julia Kisla, CEO of the Lions, alongside her incredible speakers with the title of Fashion is Freedom to Using Your Voice. Enjoy.
everyone, and good morning. Thank you for joining our panel today on the importance of using your own voice. In a minute, I'm going to introduce our guest, but to preface, I wanted to start that we all are coming from a modeling industry. And it's a place where using your voice, something that's not encouraged, often historically not allowed. And so we're going to explore this topic about using your own authentic voice against the backdrop of our guest's personal experiences, and hopefully offer you a perspective on why is it important to use your voice, how can we all use it more impactfully, and also what are the barriers, perhaps real, perhaps imaginary, to using our voices in the world. On the panel with me is first Natani Boudreau. Natani was a prominent model in the 90s. She's a lot more today than that. She is founder and CEO of Studio Boudreau. She's a creative consultant and a brand strategist. Some of her clients include CFDA, David Lynch Foundation, myself, the Lions did a lot of work with Natani. Natani is a trained actress, director, producer, and the essence of her work is about radical self-expression and finding and expressing your authentic voice. Coco Rocha. Coco Rocha, a famous supermodel, doesn't need introduction, but also a first digital supermodel, and also known as the Queen of Pose. In fact, she wrote a book about it, Study of Pose. We've seen Coco in many different high-end fashion campaigns, beauty campaigns such as L'Oreal, also on the cover of many international Vogues, Harper's Bazaar, and other publications. In 2018, Natani started Models Camp. That's okay. We all know. Coco started Model Camp, and it's a multi-day program for international models that give them really hands-on live experiences that they can use in the industry. And Coco was invited to actually teach that class at Harvard. And there's quite a few famous people who went through her training and graduated, including Kendall Jenner. And last but not least, Anne Vyalitsina. Anne is I would start that you're a wellness expert and philanthropist, and of course a model. Her high fashion career spans over 2 decades, and you've seen Anne anywhere from Sports Illustrated, Victoria's Secret, to campaigns such as Chanel, Prada, also on the cover of many international fashion publications. Today, Anne uses her passion for wellness because she's a trained Kundalini yoga teacher and also a breath expert. And she uses that passion for her work in fashion. She specifically advocates for accessible wellness in the area of self-esteem, confidence, and elevated consciousness. Please welcome my amazing panelists today.
All that was amazing. I've never seen that done before.
Well, I worked with all of these women over many years. So, yes. I would like to start with you, Natani, because not only you were a successful model, you also grew up in the industry. You were raised on this notion that image is everything, no matter how superficial it is, because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and we consume fashion with our eyes, and yet your entire body of work, your career, your life really is about expressing your voice. So I think a natural question for you is, what is an authentic voice? And how can I know, how can anyone really know that that voice that we have is truly ours?
Yeah. You know, I grew up in fashion. I started modeling at the age of 3 and working with Stephen Meisel and Bruce Weber at like 5 years old, and playing Andy McDowell's daughter in Calvin Klein ads when I was really young, and then went into the wave time period in the 90s. And I think from, starting at such a young age, I really got that, models are seen and not heard, and it really became my life's work and my mission to work on radical self-expression. So I dove into a bunch of like transformational workshops and did a ton of acting work in London. And the acting work wasn't even really about like necessarily wanting to be an actor. I was like, I need to work on unearthing my voice here. So I I really gathered like all the teachers that I studied with, and then you approached me at the Lions, and we created a curriculum together for models to unearth their voice. And
which is actually playing behind.
Yeah, that's me when I was young. But so you know, how do you unearth your voice? For me, I really think about like what is your innate essence and what is the message that you want to put out into the world? What is your heart's longing? What is your legacy? What is the legacy that you want to leave behind? You know, we're born and we die. Like, what do you want to do with that dash in between? You know, and it's really like, what wakes me up in the morning? What do I want to stand for? What got me out of bed today to be bigger than myself and my nerves was to focus on you guys, you know? So it's really about finding what your innate essence is and standing for that.
And I've heard this, well, it's your quote, it's your saying, you said it so many times, and now many of the models you work with still quote you on that. They say, using your voice is your birthright. You must do it, it's your birthright. So do you think there is a flip side to using your voice? Because you do a lot of work in also the shadow. Is there a shadow to using your voice? And the reason why I'm asking that, in this day and age, we actually have tools to broadcast our voice, and I mean social media, to a much broader audience.
Yeah. Well, I think that self-expression is a function of responsibility. Like, you know, can we be responsible for our voice? But like when I'm saying that, I'm talking about like your heart first and foremost. And now today we live in this, you know, two-dimensional world. It's not even like when we're on Zoom now, we don't even see each other. It's like, is anyone there? So
we see half. We see
half his tabletop dresses, right? But it's like more than anything, it's so important for self-expression, human connection. And shadow doesn't necessarily mean, you know, something dark. Someone's shadow could be joy, you know, and that's being suppressed. But integrating that, like if we integrated our shadow, we would be in a very different place in this world. So, but it's always about being responsible, not in a kind of superficial way, but in being true to yourself with integrity and honor. You know, so.
Well, I think that topic of responsibility and social media probably deserve its own panel, but I do want to continue on social media with you, Coco, because first digital supermodel, as we know, but you come from the generation of beautiful anonymous and what we even call sometimes a punished generation of models. And I would like you to elaborate on that for our guests. Mm-hmm. But your voice found its way, and you used just at that time emerging tool of social media to use your voice to actually push against bullying, specifically against bullying in the industry, against media bullying. How do you think the evolution of that tool from a blog to TikTok also influence evolution of your own self-expression? And maybe also the advice for all of us who are trying to navigate social media today.
Yeah, I mean, that is a perfect example of my generation being called the punished generation in modeling. So I would say that it might have been a year or two after this one, but a similar generation in that we were the backlash to the supermodels. So the supermodels, you knew all about them, not because it was social media, because cameras would follow them around to where they lived, what they ate, who they were dating. It was so fantastic. And I think the industry all of a sudden went, this isn't about clothes anymore, this is about models. So let's find a new generation where we can just, you know, quickly find another person. We don't need to actually know their names. They can all look the same. It's just like, there's nothing to it except selling clothing. And the models will have no personality. At least no one will know about their personality. So that is my generation. And I don't know how we made it. The reason I made it was because right at a certain point in years, there was this new thing called social media. Starting to see people having opinions on these little blogs. We're not talking about even MySpace was just there. Facebook was just sort of happening, but blogs were really it. And I started to just write about whatever I wanted. And I remember people, I didn't know who they were. It was really for my family. Just be like, I'm in Paris. I just did a show, and they were like, that's amazing, but then there's all these people saying that's amazing too. I'm like, who are you? And sure enough, I was like, wow, there's people that want to know who I am and what I do. But then I had a backlash from the industry, not the whole industry, but just a good and some important people that were saying, like, if you continue down this road, we will no longer work with you. Your job is to be unattainable. Your job is to be this fantasy, and no one should know who you are. And so what you're doing is destroying your career. So I kept going with it. I thought that was the right decision.
For you.
I was dating a boy who is my husband now, and who was not from the industry, and who was like, why can't people know who you are? And we come to a point where in 2010, I have already been using it for quite some time, and there on the front cover of a newspaper here in New York was model too fat for the runway with my body on the front. And I thought, this person has taken what I said out of context and put it out there. Now, this writer was very used to models not being able to then stand up for themselves after something was written. How could we? But he didn't realize I had this powerful tool called social media. So I went and wrote an essay about what this person had done and what I meant to say and what was explained. And it went all over the world about this conversation. And that moment I realized, although I've been using it for quite some time, I have a tool that is going to change my career if I use it correctly. And so for anyone in here that's kind of like, oh, do I need TikTok? Oh, who needs social media? Coming from a place where my voice did not matter to now, some of you came to me and said, your stories, your opinions, the things you have said changed my idea of what I wanted to do, or the models I work with. I can't believe I get to do what I do because you spoke up for us. Those are huge things to me, and I don't take it lightly. So to those that are having a hard time, it's step by step. What was just mentioned, what's true to you? Because what's true to me and what's true to her and her, it's going to be completely different, but that's okay as long as you're responsible with your message.
Well, your name is definitely synonymous with social media today. And I also think it's not really so much a choice, but you have to use. Certainly all the talent we represent, we say you have to be on social media, you need it for brand, you know that expression, if you don't exist digitally, you don't exist. So I feel that because it's no longer a choice, it's a stress, it's an anxiety even. And it's also laid with this other thing that we know as canceled culture. So I just have to ask, do you ever worry about being canceled?
I have been canceled. I was canceled because I spoke up about a predator in our industry at the beginning of what would have been social media and of my career in social media. And again, the industry pretty much said that my voice against him, mine was nothing. So I deserved to be punished and not him. So he continued his career as a big chunk of a corner decided to stop working with me because my voice was a threat to him and to their teams. And so I stopped. Of course, you don't want to work with the bully, but it was just frustrating to think, really, we're going to follow his direction versus someone that's trying to speak up. So of course, 2018 comes and this individual has been pushed out, and it did take a very long time for everyone to shift and decide that actually they were wrong and we were right. So when we think of cancel, as long as I am giving you the truth, and I stand behind what I say, and what I say is usually very respectful, but I think it needs to be said, then if you want to cancel me based off of that, I guess the light will shine at one point of what I'm trying to say. But yes, you know, cancel culture is scary, because sometimes your opinion is not everyone's, so everyone else wants to tell you you're wrong and they're right. But I guess because I've been doing this for so long, you could be canceled every day. And so if you want to hide in the shadows because you're scared that someone else's opinion will override yours, that's a scary way to live. I don't know. I personally would like to just share what I think or how I can help. And not everyone's going to be okay with it. And I'm going to have to be okay with that.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And speaking about shift, I want to move to you. And because you also now have huge influence on social media and in general, you have a big audience who today looking forward to your opinions, looking forward to your stories. But I also know the other end, the end who never really fought for microphones, never really wanted to express an opinion and was hesitant. So if you reflect on your journey from then to now, what do you think was behind the hesitation to not use your voice?
Well, so I think it's so interesting because Coco and I have come more or less from the same generation. And, you know, for me, kind of growing up in this industry, you know, I think a lot of things that we do is we look to other people, right? And I'm like, well, why can't I be like this? Why can't I be like this? And so my journey is very different than Coco's. And, you know, what I hope that you'll get from it is that how different we all are, and that's totally okay. So for me, you know, I wanted to be a model my whole life, and this dream came true, and I just felt so kind of incredibly, you know, lucky to be able to do what I wanted to do as like a 6-year-old kid. And then, you know, I've like starting in like my, you know, mid-20s, I was like, but there's something more, but there's something more. And I think we all have those like blocks and shadows and things that we got from our parents. I grew up in Russia, and, you know, growing up in Russia was a very different upbringing than being in America. And, you know, just from like DNA and the environment and how fashion industry have kind of like brought me, I was like, I'm not allowed to have another dream. You know, I had one came true, and for some reason I had it in my mind that I shouldn't have another one. But I had this little voice who was like, there's more, there's more, there's more. And Julia and I have worked for a very long time. She was like, okay, and what's next for you? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I know there's something more, and I really love wellness, but I don't know. And it has continued for probably 10 years. And was so frustrating for me because I kept on being like, what is wrong with me? Why can't I find it? Like, some people find it really fast, you know, because I think especially with social media, we see all the beautiful things happen so fast. And it's like, people like create a company, or they're like a this and a that, and they're like a star like right away. Because especially it happened for me. I became a star really fast. You know, my journey was really fast. So it was my second journey. I was like, why is this not happening? What's wrong with me? And I have learned that, you know, the universe sometimes has a way bigger idea for you than you think that, you know, you're meant to have. And my story and my experiences were meant to happen till now. So now when I'm able to talk about people, about my experience, I can be like, I am a single mom. You know, the modeling happened for me, and I was on top of my game, and then I went down. And then I went up, and then I went down, and then I went down. And how scary it is to talk about that you're down and you're trying to find a second career, and you're like, but I don't know what it is, you know? So, and, you know, moving back, you know, kind of to New York, I used to live in California with, you know, with my daughter, and now my mom came with us, and it's like a whole other dynamic of 3 generations, you know, living in the same house. My life at so many points was such a shit show that now I'm realizing what a beautiful gift it was, because I'm able to speak about these experiences with people, you know, and they maybe are able to connect with me on that. And then I can share how now I am finding my voice, and maybe they're able to find themselves in me. But when I'm really realizing that it really takes time for some people, and it is okay, and there's nothing wrong with it. But your soul, like, your body didn't come on this planet, right? Our body is like a vessel of all this amazing energy in your soul, right? Your soul came on this planet to have an experience, to have a journey. And it all came here for a reason. We just, some of us don't know that yet, you know? And as long as you don't step in a way, and trust me, I've stayed, you know, I've kind of stayed in a way for way too many years, and that is okay. It will come out, whether you're 20 and whether you're 60. And when you get those little, you know, sprouts of like, there's just something not right, like there's something else, you know, listen to that, because your soul is never wrong. You know, your soul wants you to have the most amazing experience on this planet. It wants to show you the gifts, and your body is really the vehicle of that. So that's kind of been my journey, is with myself. How do I get out of my way for my soul to come out and really share with the world the experience that it was brought here on this planet to show.
And you and I talk a lot of times about that. Sometimes it's just time, you know, to give that time and space. But also, there's some practical, I think, things, because, you know, public speaking is a real thing. I've been invited to do panels for, this is like 9th year here, and I'm only doing it now. It's because
you're
of
doing
all the work.
great.
Yes. So, and you're doing the breath work and Kundalini. Is there a practical tool that you can share that's really kind of help us to lift up and express the world, the voice in the world?
Mm-hmm. Well, from my opinion, right, because everyone has a different opinion, and I'd love to see what Coco and Natanya would say. But for me, I've realized that, you know, it's very different if I speak like this to you right now, right? Like, you would feel like I'm super airy, and, you know, like I'm like kind of like swimming in the clouds. And it's very different when I speak like this, right? When I want to be heard. And what I'm doing is I'm really using my navel, because for me, our navel is our PowerPoint. You know, I always say, like, kind of for people to relate, you know, like when you have abs and you look in the mirror, you just feel like really sexy and confident. It just gives you an extra power when you have a really, like, you know, good looking abs, you know? And so for me, I like to work, and not only with abs, but I do like to work on my abs as well, but I like to work on my navel. So a lot of like breath exercises I like to do personally is like really making it really strong. So when I'm able to speak, I really speak from like the power of my like third chakra. And this is something that I invite all of you to do if you don't do breath work. Just like try to like play with your voice. When you talk, you know, if you talk like this, start practicing in front of the mirror and really using your navel. So when you're like standing in front of the mirror, you see that it moves. And at the end of the day, it's all practice. You know, for me, I think the reason why I became a much better speaker is because I became a teacher. And, you know, I had to like go on stage and I had to be like, I'm gonna speak right now for an hour, and people either gonna like it or not, you know? And it never really for me resonated before because, you know, that was not my journey. And it took me, you know, a year and a half to be able to be in front of people and speak my opinion. So much of it is just doing it and using your navel.
And practicing. Do you, Coco, have a tool? I mean, we know you're a queen of pose, but is there anything that could, because this is, by the way, the first panel of the day. And I think we can leave our guests with some tips so they can go throughout the day in different panel, and actually embrace their voice and ask questions and comment.
So I follow her on social media. I'm always amazed, like everything she does to take care of herself. That's one thing I'm not very good at. However, I've always been, I guess because of the upbringing of the fashion industry, there was never this, and she would agree, this idea of like taking care of your innards to really like be okay mentally. I grew up trying to train myself to be more of a confident human. Like I want to be so confident when I walk into a room, even if the whole room is against me. So when I train models at model camp, these men and women come and I can see how shy they are. Maybe because I terrify them, I have no idea, but they're very nervous. Like today they're leaving camp this morning, and these 30 individuals are leaving like they could own the world. And the fact that in 4 days we can create this place where they feel so confident that they could walk in, respect you all, but in the end they're going to be proud of themselves. I've always wanted that for somebody, so I try to remind people, it is okay to be absolutely different than the person beside you, as long as we respect them. I can have my own opinions, but I will always demand that you stop wanting to be a second-rate version of someone else. This idea that we should copy, and social media messes that up a little bit. We look at it and like, they have such a great life. Why can't I have that life?
Everything's great.
Why? Yeah, I mean, even my life looks great on social media, right? We look at other people going, I want that, I don't want me. And to remind my models why they're at camp, like our job is to make people feel something. That is it. In the arts, our job is to make people feel something. You can love it or hate it, but feel. And when these models come, they go, wait, it isn't about me. No, our job is for other people. So I remind them, because we're in a world where we have big changes in fashion. We're still getting there, but diversity has always been a huge issue for us models. Like, I want to see range, I want to see change. And so these models want it too, but they keep looking at the model that it's working for and go, but if only I were you, I could get it. And we all do that, right? But to remind them again is that our job is to make other people feel powerful. So there must be a girl out there in the world, or guy, that looks at me and goes, you represent me. There must be some, and those models that come to camp, it's beautiful, the range of diversity. I remind them, there's a model out there that wants to be just like you. You look like her, body shape, skin color, height, age, diversity. But if you don't believe in it, what have you just told them? And that all of a sudden goes, wait, you're right. I don't like me enough, and so I'm telling them, well, I guess there's no place for us. And all of a sudden they go, let's change that. I'm going to do better for them. And won't we always do better for someone else? Like any moms and dads out there, like you will do anything for your kid, but you're like, now take care of you. Right? It's the same sort of thing. These models go, okay, I'll do it for someone else until I can do it for me, has always been our way of change. And these girls and guys, I am so proud of them. They go off and someone goes, I don't really like you. And they're like, that's okay. Like that I am proud of, because you could have talked to us later when people told us your body isn't it, your age isn't it, you are not it anymore. You're not the top as you were. How that messed with us. We couldn't physically understand what went wrong, and we were probably 18. So yes, you were talking to the people that say, be authentic, be yourself, but just let's have confidence, because why live a life without confidence? That is a shell of a life. So breathing inside, and I'm more of this person that's always been like, let's just do it for ourselves. So we should do a class together.
Yes, and it's true in modeling, and that's what, when I invited you to do the workshop for the young models, it was based on what you just said. Is we prepare them, we say you're going to go out there and you're going to be criticized for things that are absolutely outside your control. Your legs, your nose, your eyes, it's not, that's how you were born. So you have to have certain defense system, immune system to deal with that if this is the career that you want to have. And you also helped with another layer, because you, even for me, you said when you're nervous about public speaking, you're making it about me, and I should be making it, I'll let you finish
about
this,
them.
about them, which is same as Coco. So great, well, thank you so much. I want to invite, we have a few minutes left, and I would like to invite our audience to ask some questions of our guest, if anybody has any.
Hey guys, thanks so much, by the way, for everything you've shared. It's been really inspiring to hear kind of your journeys through life and how you've overcome some of the challenges that you've been through. I'm curious, what does the future look for you, or what are some of the challenges that you have and what you're doing right now?
Well, start with Natalia.
Yeah, sure. What does the future look like for me and the challenges? Well, I live upstate New York in Woodstock. That's my future up there. But I've taken the work that I've done with models, and I'm bringing it to designers and to brands, and I think that branding has become, from my point of view, so external. And so what I work with brands on is what is the messaging of their heart. I think that the challenge really is that we are becoming more and more one-dimensional. So just, I would say, fighting and standing for human connection. I mean, we're going towards, AI, and that will do a lot, but it's like, let's still connect with each other and see each other. And so I think that's a challenge, really, to make sure that we continue to make that happen and breathe.
I agree. There is a later panel that I'm going to advertise now, that one of the model that we represent, she's doing the panel on AI and fashion, and she's known as one of the futurists and talks a lot about how AI is going to take my job. So check that out. Coco, your future and challenges?
I think for the longest time I was trying to help, but it didn't seem like help, the industry in changing. So in 2013, myself and a few other models were able to change the law for underage models. So an issue was that there was no protection for underage children, right? So you can think of children, they have rights, but not models. And so there was no understanding on how they should be. If there was abuse, if they weren't paid, if they weren't fed, there was no law here, especially in New York. Alabama and Alaska had better laws for models than New York State. So in 2013, we changed that law, and I was so proud to put my name to that. I was like, Wikipedia, it's gonna say. So proud, but funny enough, after that, a lot of people, once again, in the industry really wanted to fight me on that. And were like, I'm not gonna work with you, you're a whistleblower, you're a threat to us. So I realized I needed to change the sort of direction of my career at that point of how can I help without feeling like I'm a threat. So I opened up my own modeling agency, although Lions is here with me in New York, they're the best. I have a management agency called Nomad, and I wanted to show how models should be treated in management. Like, I want the model to feel safe. But at the same time, I wanted to also still be able to train models around the world. So this program of Model Camp, although I thought I was going to do one camp 4 years ago, it has now been 110 camps, 3,500 models from around the world. We finished today. They're every 2 weeks. That is my future right now. I mean, it doesn't slow down. In fact, they're getting bigger. And now I'm like, I need 2 of me. So maybe this AI thing might be great. But yes, that is the future of Coco right now, to continue to educate our models so that they can go to the industry and say, listen, this is how you will treat us. Instead of telling the industry how it should be, they will continue to do that for themselves, I hope.
I love that. Well, for me, the future is really unknown, because I always felt like, you know, through my youth, my future was sort of very known to me, and I've lived with this idea of, you know, coming from Russia, that at this point I'm supposed to have a husband and a house and a white picket fence. And I've realized that now my idea, what I thought is going to happen, is completely the opposite. So my goal was especially for this year, like, you know, when people set intentions, I'm like, the only intention I want to do for myself is I want to be aligned with my soul. I want to be aligned with my bigger self, so that bigger self can just kind of take over and take me on a journey that is bigger than I have ever expected. And for me, you know, as I said, I thought modeling, you know, that was my love and that was it for me. And I never ever would have thought that I would be like teaching yoga and meditation. I mean, I would never. I mean, I grew up in Russia. We didn't even talk. My mom thinks it's a cult. You know what I'm doing, you know? But I'm realizing that sometimes when you are just tapped more into that your intuitive self, this whole world opens up to you that you never even imagine, you know? And then the same as, you know, Coco, when people come to you and they say, oh my God, like, you helped me to tap into this and now I'm doing this, or, you know, your story inspired me. That's just an extra validation of you being you. And that's really my goal for me, is not, you know, because I think also for us, we're always supposed to like serve other people. And it's like, okay, what am I going to do for the world? The only thing you can do for the world is take care of you. And once you take care of you, that feeling and that knowledge, you're going to want to share it with people. And that's how you're going to help them.
Thank you.
We actually have one more question here from the audience.
Hi guys, thank you so much for everything that you've spoken about. It's very inspiring. My question comes from Coco. You spoke about diversity and inclusivity, and I am a shoe designer and my brand is gender inclusive. And one of the things that I've been pushing with my campaigns and my brand is, I think when we think of modeling and inclusivity, our mind goes really quickly to like race and body type, but now in 2023, gender is also a big topic, and there's many, and I feel like it's also part of being inclusive and diverse in modeling and in truly understanding who we are and how we express ourselves. And the point of my brand is like, fashion shouldn't tell you what you should wear, but you should decide what you want to wear, but therefore I need to be able to give it to you. So my shoes go up to size 45. but I still feel like there's a lot of improvement in modeling and inclusivity that has to be done, even though we've seen a long way coming. What do you think needs to keep happening or needs to change for this change to actually happen and start viewing inclusivity and diversity as not just like following a rule, but just actually embracing it?
Should I start? Okay. It is something that we talk about in one of our classes about inclusivity. Now, here's the thing. The industry is or was very well aware that it didn't show range in color of skin. Let's just use that as an example, right? 20 years ago when we started modeling, as you can tell, we're both Caucasian, and we both understood that we all kind of looked the same. There would be one model of color, probably would be one black model on that runway, and no one was really talking about it in the industry. That model felt very uncomfortable being like, where's more of me? But again, there was no place to talk, right? We couldn't really converse. The industry had more power over what was going to be the narrative than the people. However, social media comes around and we start to hear things like, hey, I don't see myself. And just again, using the point of color of skin was pretty much the first point that a lot of people were talking about. So guess what they started saying? I'm not going to buy here anymore. I'm going somewhere else. Like, hey, now, you're going to leave us? Let's fix this. And so then all of a sudden there's certain people doing it because, is it trendy? Is it because they were told to? Because they felt they should change? Whatever the reasons the beginning starts, they did. Now we start moving into body size. Then we start moving into other spaces. One space that is actually the slowest is age. And we're noticing the reason being is your moms and dads only got on social media recently, right? Younger people were on social media for a while, so they could say, hey, I don't see me. But age was kind of the last thing, because we are talking about people that were like, oh, there's this thing called social media. Oh, I could actually tell them I don't see me. So it really is us as people that are buying these pieces to say, I don't understand why there isn't me. Where is me? And although no one should be forced to change, but how do we start sometimes? Sometimes people have to pay attention and realize we're on the wrong road. Let's shift here. So I always think of a Christian Siriano. He always has been diverse. He has always shown different body sizes and gender and everything. Not because it was trendy, because he always wanted to. But there have been people that look at him and go, hey, you know what? We need to do better. So there's always going to be a first. You're saying you're in this, maybe you're the first. Maybe you're the one that will be pushing a little bit of change, and your conversation is all about that. But that's the thing, it's not because it's trendy, it's because it's something that's very important to you, that you will build into your business and brand, and it will never stop. It will always be there, even if they're not talking about it anymore.
I'm going to add that diversity of opinions also matters. So at first, specifically from my work at the Lions, we wanted to give the voice. But the reason now, the next mission is, how do you make models part of the collective and of the creative process? Because everyone who shows up on your shoot, right? You have a designer has opinion, the creative has opinion, the photographer, but model is there to execute somebody's vision. And the idea is the diversity of opinion, even what model thinks, so everyone then open up the conversation. So before on the runway, we did not have diversity because there's no diversity of opinion. So that's another angle I would add. Anybody else want to answer? No? Any more questions?
One more. We're gonna have one more question. Here you go.
Hello there. I'm from the UK. I'm a fashion consultant based in the UK. I'm here for New York Fashion Week. Now, for me, Coco, it's addressed to you. Many thanks indeed for your voice. You understood the power of your voice and you used it, and used it intelligently. So thank you.
Oh, that was sweet. Thank you.
My question is, what are you doing today? Because for me, being someone of a color generation in the fashion industry, I have fought hard in the UK. I work with a lot of celebrities all over the world, but I fought really hard for it. And for me, I would love to promote people like myself in this industry. Mm-hmm. What are you doing at the moment to promote diversity since you have this platform you're here in New York?
So one thing that again, going back to that sort of challenging moment in my career where I thought I would keep out there saying, this is wrong, you should do this, you should do that, like scolding children in a room. As a mom now, I realize scolding isn't the only way to do things, right? That it doesn't even work for my kids. So like, that's funny, and they go do this opposite thing. So it's almost like making it exciting, right? Making people go, wait, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, of course we got to do that thing. So again, for me, in my little corner that I'm trying to do something, Model Camp is there, because if you just looked at Model Camp today, what we posted, you would be amazed at the range and the women and men that are there going, I have space. Now, do I do that to the masses? I hope the masses see what we're doing and they go, we should be doing this. Look how powerful this is. This is amazing. I hope it helps. But I can chant from the rooftops, let's change. For the last 20 years, it didn't work that way for me. So like you, like if you're thinking, I want to do some change, personally, it did not work telling them they were doing it wrong. So I wanted to just show them how cool it looks when you do it right. So bit by bit, slowly by slowly, it's starting to feel like something in my little corner. It doesn't mean it's affecting everyone, but sure enough, maybe one day it will. But I think it's crazy in 2020, whatever, 3, we're still having this issue. But is it as best as it has ever been? Yes. And if you think this isn't that good, then let's keep going. Because it was terrible 20 years ago to see that it was just one race, one body size, one height, one age.
And no voice.
And no voice. So it's scary to think, can anything go backwards? Absolutely. That's fashion. It can go boom, boom. So as long as we're all pushing ourselves in this direction, and you saying the same thing, I want to make my change, I'm sure you are. I bet you just don't know how many people you have affected. That's the crazy thing, is like, I don't know how many, until someone comes up to you and says, you did a lot for me, thank you. I bet there is a lot of people already feeling that way with you.
We have time only for one more question. Ready?
I was curious about, whenever you're talking about social media, what about the dark side of social media? In the sense that I've met some models who don't want to be on social media, and ultimately their agency forces them to, because you have to have a presence, and then they feel pressure to build their profile, and if they have a bigger profile and a bigger following, then they may get more jobs and things like that. So it's not really then about the modeling anymore. How do you really tackle that?
Well, I think those are like the lazy management tips, in my opinion. Just go on social media, you do all the work, my job is easy. I believe that influence is beyond social media. Yes, it's definitely social media is the main platform. And we do advise model to work with social media. And you're absolutely right, it's not for everyone. I mentioned that the talent who's coming to talk about AI, it's not her thing. So as you see, I push her to do the panel, because that's another form of influence. So I think that it's important, go back to authenticity, it's important to see what speaks for you. And if you are a talent in the modeling agency or any talent management agency, it's managers and agent job to find the tools that work for you to express your voice. So I think that there's influence more than social media. It helps, but if somebody says you must, it's just a lazy way out.
Can I just give one little story? I worked with Naomi Campbell for a TV show, and this was 10 years ago, and she told me, I don't need social media. She was like, but come teach me. So I brought my husband, who does all my social, and sat with her for like 4 hours, explaining all the things that were like trendy 10 years ago. She was like, yeah, but still, I don't need it. And now Naomi's on everything, everything. So I always make the joke, if Naomi Campbell needs social media, we slightly all need it in some sort of capacity. When the models say stuff like that to me, I don't want it. I understand it's hard. Sometimes we're a little lazy. Sometimes we don't want to do it. But how do you communicate with people? Do you use a phone or do you use a fax machine? And if you say to me, a phone, then you have, over the years, learned to grow up with what we are accustomed to. Business is accustomed to their brands being on social. Where do models are seen now? Is it billboards? Not really. It's social. And so if the model doesn't have a social platform, doesn't have an opinion, and models should have an opinion because they're the spokesperson for the company, then the whole rat race is, why are we going to use that model if they don't have a voice? So I remind the model, instead of thinking of it as a business tool for you, it will be one day, think of it as, this is a tool for me to have a voice, and what would you like to talk about? Start there, at least.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Enjoy your day. Please remember to use your authentic voice as you go through the panels, and thank you.
So check out this video where you're going to see brands that we have in our ethical brand directory. What is that? It's a directory that we posted up on our platform about 6 months ago, and we keep adding brands that are ethical, sustainable, inclusive, emerging brands, and some scale up and some enterprise brands from around the world to really just enrich you with more information on when shopping, who should you shop for and why. So check out this video where you're going to see some of the incredible brands in our directory. So that was amazing, right? A bunch of beautiful women inside and out making a difference within their communities, within their just environments, family, juggling so much. And I always say, us women, deep down, we're superheroes and we just have our capes hidden because incredible panel of women. So thank you so much for that incredible and insightful conversation. Next, we have a conversation titled Fashion is a Balance of Revolution and Evolution. And we're going to be hearing from Sean Peen, the chief architect and founder of June 79. Enjoy it.
So thanks for sitting and having a conversation with me today.
Of course, my pleasure.
It's an honor.
Thank you.
So I think we'll just jump right in. And like a lot of luminaries in the fashion industry, you have this interesting backstory. Can you start by kind of walking us through that?
So my backstory is prior to what I'm doing now, I was on the business side of fashion for over 20 years. I first got into fashion after thinking I was going to go into business and finance, and was introduced to fashion. I thought it was just something to try. And I took a job with a very famous retailer called JCPenney, for those who remember JCPenney. And at the time in the early 2000s, not to give up my age, but they were a premier kind of a department store around the country. And so they offered this training program that was pretty compelling in terms of teaching you all parts of fashion, from sourcing, buying, product development, accounting, marketing. And what I gravitated to was the buying part of it, which allowed me to kind of be left brain, right brain. So for those who know what buyers do, you have to be creative with the product you select, but you're also responsible for the volume in business that you bring in. And so that's the path that I went down. So I was there for a couple years. Then from there, I was recruited by Macy's. I went to Macy's, so I moved back to New York. I'm originally from New York, from Brooklyn. If anyone from Brooklyn? Hey! And so, and it allowed me to come back to New York. And then I spent a few years at Macy's in both men's and women's. I was at Saks. I got recruited by Saks. I was there for 10 years. That's where I was able to make a name for myself, primarily in footwear. Driving a category that didn't exist at the time, which was luxury sneakers. And so I spearheaded that, which turned into a pretty big segment in the men's footwear industry. And then from there, I went to Valentino. After 10 years, I was the vice president of wholesale for North America. And so I ran that division. A couple years later, I took over for the business development in South America, opening up stores and solidifying the Valentino brand in South America. And then after that, I was appointed the president of Balmain for the Americas and managed that business. And then right before the pandemic, left to start my own venture.
So, adding to that, so let's talk about June 79.
Let's talk about June 79.
The brand slogan is a tailored clothing brand in pursuit of the unsuit. Where did this come from and what does it mean?
Yeah, so the unsuit speaks to what I think people like me in today's environment, where you kind of grow up wearing suits, and we understand suits represent a certain level of professionalism in any place you walk into. But it's not necessarily comfortable for me to always be in a suit, and I feel like I'm not being my authentic self. And so the unsuit speaks to that. Those who want the professionalism, but a little bit more style and a little bit more comfort in what they wear. And so as I'm wearing, I only wear my own brand because I can't wear anything else. But it really speaks to the same fabric that you would find in a suit. We ship all of our fabrics in from Italy. We only work with Italian mills because they provide the finest fabrics. We ship everything to the US and we make our product in New York, actually. So we want to show that quality, craftsmanship, and luxury can be made in the pan. And so the unsuit speaks to those who appreciate luxury, sophistication, style, all in one bag that allows you to represent yourself. We're very minimal on logo. You don't see any logo on our product, and the reason for that is we want people to represent the best version of themselves. I always joke around when someone walks in and they got a big logo on them, people usually are like, we know who that is. And so you have that person pegged. But when you walk in our product, people are more curious and want to understand who you are, what you're about, and that changes the conversation. So, fashion to me can always, how you show up to places changes how people communicate with you.
I think it's what the kids are calling quiet luxury now.
Quiet luxury.
Very subtle, which is nice. So you talked about this a little bit earlier when you were saying left brain, right brain, and what was it like kind of making that transition of being very business minded, and I know that's still probably very prevalent in what you do in your day-to-day, but incorporating that creative aspect, what was that transition like?
The transition, honestly, was a very tough one, if I'm going to be transparent. And for me, I operate on strategy and business, and the numbers have to make sense, right? And so when you're being creative, sometimes you have to remove the numbers from it. And it's like, I don't know if this purple, pink jacket's going to sell, but it looks really cool. And it may just sell to one person, but that one person may wear it, and that sells for everything else. And so for me, I kind of had to, leave certain levels of training and what made sense by the wayside to focus on the creativity. And especially when you're, what I feel like I was defining a very undefined space with our suiting and our tailored clothing. It's something that hasn't been done before, and I wanted it to represent, kind of have this duality of the consumers. On one side, it can live on your everyday life, you're going to work with it, you are operating every day, and then if you want to go out someplace and light up a room, you still have that opportunity as well. And so, the unsuit speaks to that.
And so you went from being, and I don't want to say like corporate, but you went from working for these big powerhouse brands and retailers to this entrepreneur life. Can you talk a little bit about that and what that's been like?
The entrepreneur life is not for the meek. And so for those who are entrepreneurs, know that every day is a different challenge. There's some mornings I wake up and I fire myself. I'm like, you're fired. And by 11 o'clock, I'm like, all right, let's time to, you have to rehire yourself and get working again. And, but, I think for me, I've been fortunate. On the corporate side, I was able to, I had some great bosses along the way who allowed me to think outside the box and be creative in ways that I don't think most companies would allow you to do. But fashion is one of those companies or one of those industries that allow you to be creative. And so for me, that creativity was able to come through on the corporate side. But then on the entrepreneur side, you're betting on yourself. And when you're betting on yourself, the rules of engagement change. You know, you just have to be conscious about what you spend, how you're spending it. Is this going to move the needle? How is the consumer responding to the product? You have to think about all of that. And so, you know, and in everything you do, you just have to, a founder's mindset for a startup has to be one where you're challenging yourself all the time. And, you know, even for me, I think for all the years that I traveled and I spent a lot of time in Europe, I usually would, you know, fly business or fly in business class. As an entrepreneur, you're in 44B. And so, you know, you're in the back of the plane, you're hearing that bathroom flush, and you're like, man, this is real different. But it's part of your journey. And you can't get to that next step without humbling yourself and taking all those moments and appreciating that you're on your own path. And your own path is going to look very different than when you're walking with a group full of people within a corporate environment. So it's one that is challenging, it's exciting, and you feel like you're a bird flying. And that's it. You're just coasting through the air, and sometimes it feels scary, but it feels very liberating at the same time.
So on break, when we were upstairs, we talked a little bit about inspiration, and you said that what inspires you kind of changes, and your answer might be different now than it was maybe 30 minutes ago. So right now, what inspires you both in work and in life in general?
In work, I am inspired by, I think I'm inspired by the people that I come across when I talk about my product. At first, I kind of came up in this industry not talking about myself. I always like to fly under the radar. That's how I operated for 20 years, was flying under the radar. And now I have to speak about what I'm doing, right? Because I am my own cheerleader. And so when I see people's response and reaction, it's inspirational to me. Because people are like, wow, that's brave, you know. And so I realize it is brave, and I realize that it is, but I never thought other people would see that. And so for me, that's inspiring. You know, I'm inspired also by the way the world is moving. I think, you know, over the past few years, for anything to be cured, it kind of has to be exposed. And I feel like humanity is just like opening up in a very different way. Now, for it to open up, you see the beautiful side of humanity and you see the ugly side of humanity. But what we're seeing is people living in their truth, and it's, you know, and there are parts of it that are super inspirational to me. So that's my answer now. In 30 minutes now, I'm probably going to change to something else, like, I'm inspired by coffee. But yeah, it's the people you come across and kind of seeing this evolution that we're now all going through.
And so to that same point, you were working at these retailers at a time where e-commerce was maybe just kind of coming onto the horizon, and, you know, figuring out how to balance that with social media. And so how have you seen the landscape change from these, you know, big developments?
Yeah. The evolution of e-com was really, it's something that's going to be a Harvard case study, you know, at some point, because at first when it relates to fashion and luxury fashion, the luxury sector was very apprehensive to selling online, because you can't create experience online, right? If you're coming in and you're going to buy a $4,000 purse, you want to touch it, you want to feel it, you want champagne, you want some chocolate, and then you would make the purchase. And so to anticipate that one would sit behind a desk or behind a computer and spend that high threshold was a foreign concept. And so what it became was people would research online and then shop in store. And as the human mind started to kind of evolve and change, you know, people were more comfortable knowing the product. Once you know it and understand it, then they were comfortable shopping online. So now the marketing all changed, right? Because now you're marketing to people who are actually shopping luxury online. And so how you're talking to that consumer who, you know, I had a boss who always said, you know, you have to just assume everyone's educated but uninformed. And I carried that throughout my career. And so when you understand that your customer is now educated because they have all this unlimited knowledge and information online, they're uninformed. How are you informing them about the product? And how do you make them understand that the product relates to them? And so that's what you've kind of seen, this evolution. And then social media just took it to a whole nother level, because now what's birthed from that is now you have influencers, people showing you, hey, if you're into this lifestyle that I am curating, this is the stuff that relate to you. And it could be from home, culinary arts, to fashion, to cars, and you see there's so many different subsets of it. And so, you know, I think that e-commerce is still continuing, because now, you know, we're moving into a Web3 metaverse world, which is a whole different language that people don't necessarily need to buy into, but they need to understand, because it's going to change some of the products that you now use on your day-to-day life. And so as it continues to evolve, as online continues to evolve, as human connectivity continues to evolve, because stores now are, they have to work hand in hand with kind of e-commerce to manage a customer's expectations. And so that's the, at least from my vantage point, the evolution of it, and how it's gonna continuously change. And now we have AI. And so that's a whole other thing that I'm just starting to read up on, and it's I think it's gonna continue to shock all of us, and to a place where I remember in 2000, it was like the kids were teaching the grandmas how to use the computer, and at some point it's going to be like the youth teaching us about AI and all these different functions and understanding it.
So you also talk a lot about how it's important to, you know, reach back and help and propel that next generation and prop them up to success. What advice do you have for the next generation of fashion professionals?
You know, I think for the next, I have more advice for this generation.
Okay.
And my advice for this generation is have the courage to listen to the youth. Mm-hmm. And I think, you know, most people who are seasoned, you know, you feel like you know everything, but, you know, the old phrase is the man who knows everything learns nothing, right? And so I think there's more to learn from them. And then to them, I think, you know, move with conviction. I think there are a lot of young, amazing minds who have information that we didn't have. I have a 10-year-old, and he Googles everything. And if he asks me something, I'm like, I think I know it. And he's like, nah, I'll find out. And but all that information is readily available to him. And so there's a lot more that they have to understand, but there's a lot more information that they kind of have gravitated to. So I think if they believe in something and believe in it wholeheartedly, you know, we should believe in them, because they're going to be the ones that usher forward, you know, what the next generation looks like.
And to just wrap this up, because I'm a little nosy, I want to know what's next for you in June 79.
I have very lofty goals for June 79. So there's so much happening. We have a few collaborations happening on the sports arena, which is going to be exciting, moving into the summer and into the fall. I'm working on a new collection, which I am excited about, because this is like I put my whole heart into it before, but now I have so much more information. I have, you have customers that reach out and it's like, man, this is great. I could use this, I could use that. And so all of that is now there. And so I feel like we're in a place to perfect our product and allow people to move in a way that allows them comfort, professionalism, all in one. And so with June 79, what's in store for us is the balance of revolution and evolution.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. That was great. I think I'm getting the signal, so thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you. Appreciate it, Chou.
That was an amazing conversation. And I'm going to keep saying the word amazing. It's just what I do, because honestly, this industry has so much to offer. And we see just people from all over the world doing such incredible things. And that's what really prides us at Fashinnovation, is the impact that we made through global voices, right? Through really bringing the world together. So when we say the word inclusivity, it's not just about, color, race, ethnicity, background, which is super important, but it's also about making sure that from the manufacturer to the fabric maker, to the artisan, to the designer, to the technician, everyone plays a role, and everyone's voice is just as important. So with that being said, our next conversation really speaks to that, because we're going to be hearing from Alexandria Atias Mayer, the U.S. head of productions for Richard Attias and Associates, speak on fashion is experience. Let's check it out.
Cette distinction me conforte dans le choix de mon pays et je voudrais très amicalement aussi associer tous les ministres des pays frères à ce prix. Je crois que c'est un encouragement pour le continent africain, pour les chefs d'État africains à aller dans ce sens.
Our entire Saudi aviation industry speaks with one voice, saying, connect with us. The process must start today and now.
Inclusive ESG. Welcome to the FII Regional Summit. We are gathered here today for a series of conversations around one of the most urgent topics for the future of humanity.
During these next 2 days, feel free to have open dialogues on this stage. Very interactive, very provocative, because it's by provocation that great ideas come. We want to leave this room tomorrow night with at least 10 great ideas, which could be maybe ideas which would change the world.
The future of media is everyone sitting here today. It's the creative agencies, it's the audio streaming platforms.
Welcome everyone. It's such a pleasure to have you all here. It's great to see the amazing support for all the Saudi designers that are coming to New York.
Welcome to the Global AI Summit. We are here to discuss AI now, next, and never. The opportunities are growing exponentially.
We would always like to base our decisions on the evidence in addition to the opinions, instead of coming with a creed and ideology and say this is bad and this is good.
Keep your seat for a conversation which will happen now. Monsieur le Président, quel rôle l'Afrique doit jouer dans ce nouvel ordre mondial?
Traveling from Qatar to Saudi or from Saudi to Italy.
And the more people join, participate to events like the FII.
I am so excited to be here with you today.
Everything we're doing in New York today is what we predict the future is going to be.
The objectives of the MGI are aligned with the objective of Pakistan's national forest policy.
For 5 years now, this forum has brought together leaders with big, ambitious ideas and the power to make a difference. The forum is dedicated not only to open dialogue, but also to action.
Welcome to Fashion Futures and welcome to Riyadh.
Welcome everybody. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you, Alexandra, for being here. So yeah, we're going to be talking about fashion is experience. But first of all, just to kind of tell you a little bit more about Alexandra, she is the head of U.S. production at Richard Attias and Associates. And our A&A is a global strategic communication firm specializing in live experiences and influential platforms. And Alexandra actually began her career in fashion, working in Montreal for Aldo as the international marketing manager. She was over 20 different locations, right, store franchise locations. And you also earned your bachelor's degree in marketing and international business and your master's in PR and communications from McGill University. Yes.
That is true.
Awesome. And so since RANA specializes in high impact live experiences, could you tell us what a typical event looks like?
Wow. I think it's hard to define us as any typical event. We don't really have any, typical everyday, we do the same kind of events. We do conferences, we do live events of any kind, exhibitions, international summits. We do opening ceremonies for, African games. There's really no day that our events look the same. We have, our company is split in different sub-brands. So we have actually RNA Live Experiences, which does the international summits like the Fashion Future that Jordana mentioned earlier, the Future Investment Initiative, or other large conferences that we do year to year about aviation, cybersecurity, AI. And then the program is actually curated by our sub-brand RNA Lab that also does reports and analysis across different topics and industries. And we have RNA Entertainment. That sub-brand specializes more into the entertainment events and live experiences. So opening games of sports event, like I was mentioning, performances and things like that. And then we have RNA Metaverse, which were created, thanks to COVID, when there's some virtual aspect of an event, when we create hybrid platforms and whatnot. But there really is no typical event. I think you see some of the images here, but no one event of ours look the same. Even, our recurrent event that happen year after year, the idea for us is to challenge ourselves. And even more so in production, we do everything about innovation. So we cannot sell our client twice the same thing. They want exclusivity, they want something unique. There's no two ways of doing the same event.
That's amazing. And so last summer you produced Saudi 100 Brands, yes, a 2-week exhibit in New York City which showcased Saudi Arabia's emerging fashion designers. How does RANA strive to impact the future of fashion through events and experiences like that?
So, I think this experience was really unique. The idea for us is, and whether it's through the Saudi 100 exhibit, Fashion Futures, or any type of live experiences we do, is to really be a bridge to connect the West to the East. Connect generations, connect geographies, connect cultures, and really allow the different worlds, not just fashion, but technology, climate, entertainment, to connect and shape that future just in general. And so what was impressive with that event was, we really transformed the venue. I don't know if you're familiar with Iron 23, is in the Flatiron district, but we turned it into a museum. And it's really a warehouse that has good bones. And ultimately, we brought in 100 one-of-a-kind pieces made by 100 different designers from Saudi. And the craftsmanship was unique. The jewelries were impressive. You had wedding gowns, you had things that you would never come across if it wasn't for us allowing them to have a platform. And New Yorkers and tourists, because it was in July in Flatiron, discovered something they were never knew existed. And I think this is part of what we want to play as a role in shaping the future of fashion, is showing that it has to be more inclusive and more diverse in general. And I think ultimately we also, not just fashion, but there's other topics we talk about on all of our platform, which is, for instance, sustainability. Fashion is, a big problem for sustainability. It's responsible for 5 to 10% of the carbon emission. And so we've done platform like the One Planet Summit and talk about sustainability, because we're not going to have the answer ourselves, but we hope that the experts that we put on stage together, on the task forces, the workshops that we really create, will at least be a part of the conversation. The idea is not just to create, a networking opportunity for people to have a drink. Yes, that's also part of it. But it's to come and have really important conversations to build opportunities and to hopefully be a part in the future of fashion and shape what that looks like.
Yeah, you're really bringing many voices together.
100%.
Like one
yeah,
platform.
and all generations, all cultures, all geographies, because it's not a one community thing. It's a global thing. It's across all generations too. You need the youth, you need the experts, you need all of the different voices to come and give their opinion, see what their experience has spoken, and see what the future really looks like.
Mm-hmm. Right. And another event that you guys did in January 2021, you transformed the Rainbow Room here in New York at Rockefeller Center into a COVID-safe TV studio and hosted some of New York's most famous CEOs so they could participate remotely. And this was called the Future Investment Initiative, an event for the Future Investment Initiative. Could you describe a little bit of what is the Future Investment Initiative, and then what lasting impact do you think that the pandemic have on hosting events and these kinds of things?
So many questions.
Yes, 2 questions, kind of double question.
Jennifer, what are you doing? Listen, honestly, COVID for events in general was a big slap in the face. I mean, the pandemic on all fronts was something that I think nobody really thought could actually happen. We were all in quarantine, and you had 2 options. Either you just accept it and you lose type of thing, or you find solutions. And I think, everyone at first thought like, oh, this is going to be 2 weeks, everyone's going to be like at home. And after 2 weeks, I remember our chairman was like, every day we're going to have a daily call with all our offices. So we have like offices across like all the time zones, literally like New York, Paris, Dubai, Riyadh. And they're like, everybody is connecting because I need to know that everyone is like ready. And we're like, okay, like let's brainstorm, like what are you doing? And so we created virtual platforms. And within the first month, we did, one of our platform is the New York Forum Africa, and we did that virtually. And we had 6 heads of state connect virtually, and we created like real digital platform, like we recreated what our events were. And so we saw that this was working because people were missing some of the networking. And so our main event, the Future Investment Initiative, which happens every year in October in Riyadh, was coming up, and we said, we can't let a year go without it happening. We had just launched the FIA Institute. And so we said, you know what? Borders are still closed, but this needs to happen. And we realized that the virtual event is limited. You don't get the networking opportunity. You get the conversation part, but people are behind the screen watching it on the couch. And so we created hubs, like actual full hubs in many key cities. So Paris, Beijing, New York, and then the main event was in Riyadh. And so I was responsible for New York because I couldn't travel anywhere else. And the luxury of it was you could get any venue you wanted. So I said, let's go to the Rainbow Room. And they're like, you get the whole floor because nobody else can come. Wow. Like, we have closed the restaurant, we have closed the thing. But vaccines weren't out yet. And I remember, I'm like, how am I doing this? And I called, people, and they're like, you need a COVID compliance officer. I'm like, what is this? They're like, this new job, and, that's what people are doing. They come and make sure that, everything you're doing, you have the sticker, stay 5 feet apart, and all of this, and, measuring the distance. And they're like, you have to test everyone. And I'm like, I have David Rubenstein coming. How am I getting those people to accept to be tested before they literally come and sit on the panel? You have to create a lab. And so we turned the main event space, which I think, this is the Rainbow Room, and you literally turned it into a COVID lab, which is mind blowing. I still look back and I'm like, it's funny now. I literally have PTSD from that moment. But so we created this, and so we had basically speakers come into their local hubs, get tested, and they spoke and were brought in virtually into the main stage in Riyadh. So you see maybe the bottom picture, but that's actually the stage in Riyadh, which is an XR stage we built of almost augmented reality. So it's LED screens, but all across in an X, as we call it. So you feel a real immersive environment. It's if you and me are on stage right now, but you have a screen here, a screen on the floor. And so people who are in the audience feel they're part of, kind of a real environment that's moving. And so we brought in the virtual speakers into this, which give them a feel that they were really a part of the physical experience. And so, you know, COVID like changed a lot of things, but it also made us a lot more creative and innovative because we did those things. And so I think that's a format that might stay because sometimes people just cannot travel. Now, thank God, like the borders have reopened, but we have this option. So no longer the Rainbow Room, unfortunately. It's back in business. I can't transform it for ours anymore.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. Kind of finding like a middle ground where you can do even both, you know,
yeah,
like
exactly.
hybrid events.
I think like virtual only, and we see it today. I mean, you know, tomorrow there's, I think, like over like thousands of people connecting to see what's happening here today, but there's still people that need the physical face-to-face interaction.
Yeah. And so how do you think this will all impact events? You know, what role do you think AR, virtual reality, all of these things were kind of, you know, very hot topics today.
Yes.
How do you think, what role do you think those will play in hosting events as we move into this kind of hybrid world?
Listen, I think we integrate AR and VR to like a lot of the events, especially, you know, the Future Investment Initiative, because, you know, the first edition, we actually had like Boston Dynamics and the Pepper robot and bringing really like all that very futuristic technology. And now it's, you know, AR and VR is part of it, and people are into it. And I think, you know, there's the metaverse element, there's the gaming element. I think that it does offer some type of cool edge to the event world, and creates this kind of like parallel where you can connect virtually. You have all of those different tools and technologies, but it doesn't replace the real personal, like physical interaction. And so I think it's a tool that we can integrate to make some things like more innovative and more cool, but I don't know that it's all of the future. I mean, you know, we might have this conversation in 20 years, and we're like, ah, you were so right. I'll be like, oops. But I don't know, to me, like the real human connection is too important to build opportunities and bridges.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And you've even expressed to me that technology isn't always linked to innovation. So yes. Can you kind of explain what you mean by that, and how does it tie into innovation we're seeing in the fashion industry?
I think, listen, technologies are innovations, but I think it's not the other way around. I think that you can be very innovative across all industries without it meaning that you need the technology to do it. You know, sometimes it's just being innovative in the way you bring people together. Yes, in this case, it's being cool because you're bringing people together with a technology, but it's a tool. It's not the innovation itself. You know, if you look at the fashion world, I actually think there's companies like Rent the Runway, which are very innovative, help discuss the like sustainability aspect, and it's not an innovation per se, it's just a new way of doing something. It's a different kind of business model, which I think that's what for me an innovation can be. It's just a better way or a new way of doing something that we've been doing in the past, and it's an alternative. And hopefully it's, you know, it's long-standing. It's not a cool one-time thing. It's like an innovation and then you forget about it.
Yeah. And so what I'm really hearing from you is that there's always kind of this best of both worlds where you can incorporate the in-person events, you can have that real in-person experience and that kind of those touch points, but you can also add technology and innovation
100%.
to it. Yeah, that's really interesting. And so how does RNA plan to kind of be at the forefront of that in the future?
You know, I think we always try and be innovative in that way. I mean, you know, most of the events we like are familiar with, like your typical conference, you have a stage, a screen, and like people sit. And we like realize that that's not necessarily the way that's the most immersive experience for people. So now we've created like circular stage. So the stage actually at the forefront, and people sit at like a 360 angle. Your screens are on the sides, and it just gives you a different experience. And it's innovative, it's technology, however you want to like look at it. I think that we're bringing those tools to create a better experience for our guests, to be more innovative in what events are, what even looks like. You know, it's a lot of different tools we use, a lot of different brainstorming and teams of experts that we have
within our reach and within our teams that really help us build the future of events, hopefully.
Amazing. Well, I feel like I've learned a lot from this conversation, just hearing like how you can balance the two different, innovation technology, but also event planning and making such an experience and platform for people to connect and really bridging the gap between cultures. That's really interesting. So thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you.
Amazing.
There's no better person to speak on fashion is experience than Alexandria Attias-Mayer that just spoke from Richard Attias and Associates. And she was really, really well moderated through and through by Jennifer at Business Insider with an incredible conversation that they had, because when we had our experience to work with the designers in Saudi Arabia last year, we actually worked directly with the team at Richard Attias, and it was just incredible, the experience that they put together for us to be able to come together and put together this just incredible experience, right? Using that word again. So yeah, just incredible. Thank you so much. Next, we have Lorraine Coassi Olsen, the founder of Bohemian Ventures, speaking on fashion is diversity, inclusion, and perpetual reinvention via entrepreneurship. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
How's everyone doing? No? All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Steffi Tao. I'm an internet culture reporter at BuzzFeed News, and I'm so excited today to be joined by Lorraine Coassi Olsen, who is, again, the founder and CEO of Bohemian Ventures. Lorraine, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm really happy to be here in New York, coming from Paris before Abidjan, and the city is so vibrating. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here. I arrived yesterday.
Yeah, she just landed in New York, and now we're doing this. Are you tired? You're feeling excited?
I feel energized. Fashion Week is actually starting, I think, tomorrow, and I mean, New York is such a great city with such a positive energy. So being here, experiencing part of the fashion industry, is a great experience for us. I mean, for us and the brand we are supporting. So yeah, I'm very happy. Not jet lag yet. It might come at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about your brand, because Bohemian Ventures is a major investment company for African heritage luxury. Yeah. Tell me a little about starting it, because you've had...
I mean, from where I'm coming from, it might sound actually kind of crazy, because I've been working into the private equity investment industry for more than a decade, actually close to 15 years. Being based in London and also in Paris. So my forte is actually accelerating companies, so investing into companies to promote them, like give the structure and really develop and expand them locally and regionally. But I also had a passion for fashion. And at some point, when I think the tipping point was back in 2017, when I saw the Dior Cruise collection, printed partially in Côte d'Ivoire, when I do come from, with a collective of African designers. I was like, okay, something is happening into the fashion industry. It is time for us to change the way the rest of the world is actually looking at us. I think it's time for us to show that Africa, the African continent, can actually produce some cultural excellence. So where do we start? Because back in our countries, we don't really have all the infrastructure. And I knew that it was not only a question of access to finance, it was actually an access to an ecosystem. So I decided to create that company, which will provide three things: capacity building. This is the reason why we have created a unique accelerator program with the French Fashion Institute, IFM, Institut Français de la Mode. So the first thing, capacity building. The second thing, access to finance. So through investments, direct and indirectly. And the third thing, market opportunities, so access to an ecosystem. Because the brands coming from the continent and promoting that heritage needs to go beyond their frontiers to really expand it and develop themselves. So this is why I've created Bohemian, which is an investment holding company providing those three kind of activities I was mentioning.
Yeah, absolutely. What are some of the obstacles you face along the way? Because we're here to talk about diversity, inclusion in fashion. Yeah. And fashion has historically been a Western game.
Yes.
So did you experience any obstacles while you were starting up this company?
I mean, it's not even did we experience, it's like what are the obstacles that we are facing every single day? Because we're coming from a continent, first of all, people tend to think that Africa is a country. It's not. It's like 54 countries with different kind of dynamics. Those kind of challenges and bottlenecks are infrastructures, access to electricity, production, quality, access to finance, training. So we have a lot of things to tackle, but we cannot tackle everything at the same time. So slowly but surely, the objective is to promote, I think, the next generation of brands coming from that heritage, whether they're based on the continent or in the diaspora, and to help them unlock those bottlenecks. But we cannot, I think, position ourselves where governments and head of states need also to act. So the objective for us was really to show that the private sector, through investment, could change the dynamic, waiting for the rest to happen. And this is where we are today.
Yeah. Why was it so important for you to highlight African heritage luxury, to support these designers all over the continent?
Because first of all, I'm coming from the continent. So I'm coming from Côte d'Ivoire, which is in Western Africa, which is a Francophone country. And I think back in the time, Africa has always been associated with wars, anger, crisis, economic crisis, that dark spots within the rest of the world. And I remember in 2008, when I was working in Lehman Brothers in London, the Times was titling Africa a hopeless continent.
Wow.
Guess what? Today in 2022, the African continent is actually one of the fastest growing continent from an economic standpoint. Most of the economies which have the highest growth rates on the world are in Africa. We're talking about Côte d'Ivoire, we're talking about Nigeria, we're talking about Kenya, Morocco, Tanzania. All those countries have growth rates close to 5 to 6%. So why? Because now is the time. Now is the time for the rest of the world to see that we are capable of producing the next generation of what we tend to call African luxury brand. And we have our own definition of luxury too, because I think it's also the time to change that definition at some point. But I think to sum it all up, it's really a strong purpose within me to contribute to the new narrative of our continent, the way people will see us.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing so much art come out of Africa right now, especially in music. There's Burna Boy, Wizkid coming out of the continent. People are really excited to see what these artists have to offer. What excites you about African fashion, African luxury? What is it when you see these artists that you feel is so unique about?
I think the first thing is the diversity. Because again, 54 countries means 54 heritage, 54 tradition, 54 territory of expression. So a designer in Ghana, for example, will express his heritage differently from a designer in Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Kenya. So first of all, diversity. The second thing is the youth and the energy. Again, the African continent is one of the youngest in the world. 70% of the population has less than 30 years old. So the next generation of consumers will come from that continent at some point. So we need also to understand what are their triggers in terms of consumption, in terms of the way their relation to fashion and to luxury is. And this is what we call convergence, because when you look at the music, film, fashion industry on the continent, everything is related. So this is also one thing that is really key, is that uniqueness of that convergence of creative industries within the African continent. And the third thing I would say, it's the digital. All those brands are actually digital native vertical brands. So because we lack infrastructures, because we lack, distribution network, we have to use the new technology to be part of our acceleration drivers from an expansion standpoint. So most of those brands are very agile from a digital standpoint, and have already started to expand and venture into the metaverse and Web3 for a certain extent. Yeah.
Oh, you're on Web3? You're deep in the metaverse?
Me personally, I know.
You play Roblox?
But some of the brands we're working with are actually exploring the opportunity to create fashion weeks within the metaverse, or to expand their products, or to take the opportunity to go into that space. And I think it's a very interesting one, given the characteristic of the consumer market, of the population there, and their dynamism and sophistication, most importantly, sophistication.
Yeah, absolutely. When you meet with a designer, what are you looking for as a project? You're like, this is something worth investing in. This is what I'm really like hyped about.
Yes, I think the first thing is actually the vision, where the designer wants to go, and its entrepreneurial skills. Because at the end of the day, fashion is also a business. Yeah. There is creativity, but there is the capacity to upscale. So each brand needs to be supported by strong companies with strong structures from an organization, management, and growth standpoint. So it's really a mix and combination of analyzing the mentality of the designer, and whoever is convinced by his own vision beyond the creativity. As investors, we cannot judge the creativity. It's a given for us. You know, we choose a designer because we trust its creative capacities. What we can bring is the upscaling capacities, transforming the designers into a creative entrepreneurs. And you know, it's really passionate, because at the end of the day, these are human experiences, human relationships. All together, we're actually writing the new version of our continent history through what we call luxury, which is craftsmanship, heritage, tradition. And we're also reinventing the way we see our continent. And I think this is what is the most exciting into that journey. The people that we've met, the stories that we've seen, and that we're trying to tell in our own way.
I love that. It's not about the destination. It's about the friends we meet along the way.
It's about the journey.
Yeah. So we're talking about diversity in fashion and what that means. I know people have a lot of different definitions for what diversity could mean to them. As someone who works with heritage designers, as someone who's, you know, lived in Paris, in London, in Côte d'Ivoire, like, what's your definition of diversity?
So, coming from the African continent, my definition of diversity is what we call Afropolitanism. So it's a mix of cosmopolitanism and the African situation. So to us, diversity is the capacity to evolve in different kind of environments, whether it's on the continent, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in the US, but also the capacity to bring more different angles and vision within a certain space. So for example, when we look at the fashion industry, we can see that to a certain extent, at least from our angle, it has been very well organized, framed, patternized, if I can use that term, the same patterns. We want to shake it up, right? Because we're coming with our vision, which is completely different. And what we have is a universe, an experience, territories to share. So I think part of also the reason why I've created Bohemian is because it was an invitation to get into our world and to participating to promote more diversity, more color, more different kind of origin angle into the international fashion scene. And again, coming back to the conversions, today Nigeria is one of the most powerful countries in terms of music.
Yeah.
And it's an inspiration for the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And we think the same will go with fashion too at a certain extent. And it's a creative process. So collaboration, cultural collaboration within the fashion industry will be key for that industry to expand on a sustainable basis.
Absolutely. I think it's fascinating because Nollywood is the second biggest entertainment industry.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, bigger than Hollywood at this point.
Yeah.
Where do you see the landscape for global media and global diversity headed towards? This will be our last question. But what's your vision for what's coming up next?
I think I'm very optimistic in terms of what's happening next, because I think through social network, through digital, the world is actually ready to listen to what we have to offer, but without any kind of collusion, without any kind of battle, with just a spirit of sharing and collaboration. As I always say, we come from the continent. We know where we do come from. So there is no social reivindication, nothing else. It's just sharing. So I'm very optimistic, because if things go well, and that if people like myself, companies like Meignan are more and more flourishing towards the continent and the rest of the world, like fashion industry and creative industries as a whole will be a question of cultural and economical collaboration. And I think this is the future of fashion.
Wow. Thank you so much, Lori, for joining us.
So next we're going to hear from Elise Wang, CEO and co-founder of Lepre. Such an incredible company. I actually learned about them in a conversation with her co-founder, Emily. And as we were speaking, it's just amazing how they started with something, pivoted to something else, and then it became this massive, incredible marketplace. And I'm not going to say anymore, but I'm just excited about this. So I'm going to let you guys hear all about what they're doing. And the title of this conversation is Fashion is Moving Toward Resale and Circularity to Build a Better Future. Let's watch it.
Hi everyone, welcome. As Jordana mentioned, my name is Rahul. I'm the Managing Director of North America at the Business of Fashion. And I'm really grateful and fortunate to have a chance to have a conversation with Elise Wang today. Elise is the founder and CEO of Lepre, a really fascinating, fast-growing company in the resale space. And resale is a topic that I'm particularly close to. I've been fascinated for a while. And for those of us in fashion or who follow fashion, resale over the past couple of years has played what's felt like a disproportionate role in the spotlight. There have been hundreds of millions of dollars raised by upstart companies. There have been IPOs, there have been acquisitions, and I think a really fascinating lens with which to understand the development of resale as a business, because secondhand fashion has existed for decades, is by exploring the story of how you've built Lepre. And I thought maybe perhaps how we would start is just by asking about you and how you came to see an opportunity in the space of resale, and how you founded Lepre in 2014, and how you founded the business and evolved the business to what it is today.
Awesome. So excited to be here. Thank you for this opportunity and for us to share more about Lepre. Gosh, where do I start? So Lepre today is a B2B marketplace that helps retailers source pre-owned luxury from the best suppliers in the world. We're an end-to-end solution for retailers, so we help with everything from sourcing, curation, pricing, data analytics, fulfillment, and inventory assortment even. But it was quite a journey to get here. So I'm a happily retired attorney, a product of immigrant parents. Our parents came to New York here to get their master's and PhD. And by nature of how tough it is for immigrants to find a job back then because of the language barrier and it wasn't as inclusive back then in the late 60s, they were forced to figure out how to survive, how to provide for our family. So they started their own business. And so they got into women's accessories, importing and exporting right here in Manhattan, and they did pretty well. They did really well for themselves and left an impression on us. My co-founder's here, she's also my sister. Left an impression on us, wow, like if they could do this, start a business with limited English, with nothing, we could build something great too. Being lucky enough to grow up in this country, being born here and grow up with all the opportunities here. So anyways, fast forward, we really only had 3 choices with Tiger parents to become like a lawyer, a doctor, or engineer. I really sucked at biochemistry, so I chose the lawyer route. And I really liked it, actually. Maybe not the long hours, but in essence, like being a lawyer, you're solving problems. And I think for all of you guys who are entrepreneurs out there, that's a pretty common, thread or passion is to solve problems. You're fixing a problem, making the world a better place, right? But with all this, with law school student loans, college student loans, high-end thrifting was like our happy place. Finding a great deal, finding a vintage special piece, and feeling really good about helping the earth and recycling. And so while I was burning the midnight oil, realized that all these wonderful vintage designer boutiques were not really readily accessible online in one place. So took the leap, started Le Prix, which was a consumer-facing platform where we were gathering all these wonderful vintage stores in one place. And then we saw something really interesting happen. There was a big problem in this industry, and we had to go through this journey to be where we are today. We saw really amazing boutiques buy from each other. And we scratched our heads and we were wondering, why were they doing that? And we started to talk to them and realized that they have a sourcing issue, a supply issue. If you imagine yourselves as like a secondhand vintage store owner, you may get a lot of great things, but you may not get your top sellers. Like you don't really have control over what people are going to drop off at your store or list on your website, right? And so to find the right products, and for any business, you have to have the right products to grow and succeed and drive traffic to your store or to website. It was a common customary industry practice to have to go beyond, your consigners or your sellers to source the right inventory assortment for your business. And so they were sourcing from each other on our website because we only worked with like the best of the best. They were flying to different countries, sourcing and piecemealing everything together, negotiating, really dealing with customs, logistics, authentication. It was a lot of work. So in 2019, the need of these requests for help with sourcing just grew. And our days were filled with helping our partners find more top-selling inventory. So we basically pivoted in 2019. We sunset the consumer side and focused 100% on B2B to help pre-owned luxury retailers really streamline their sourcing, and it's been amazing ever since. So that's, long story short, that's our journey to where we are today.
It feels fair, perhaps, to describe Le Prix as one of the backbones of the resale industry today. And when we were speaking earlier, one of the observations I had was it felt like so much of what you were doing up until now has been a bit behind the scenes as you've evolved and pivoted Le Prix. But if one were to take a step back and think about how resale as a part of consuming fashion has evolved, has really come into the spotlight, what are your observations of the catalysts, of the drivers of why resale has become such a central topic for brands in this space, for retailers, for the different marketplaces that have emerged? What's changed?
Yeah, what's changed? A couple things. So resale has been around, secondhand has been around for a very long time. Like back before the Industrial Revolution, people, before there was mass production, people would have to buy used clothing. But what's changed is in the last few years, technology has accelerated the growth of resale, accessibility of secondhand. And consumers, importantly, are looking for secondhand as an opportunity to find something affordable and sustainable. So, for example, with these two drivers, for example, people who are looking for pre-owned as a way to refresh their wardrobe, they are like 65% of people are actually thinking about buying a pre-owned item. Like if you think about it, if you're in the market to buy a car, it's kind of natural to think about whether you buy used or new. or a couch, used or new. Same thing with fashion and handbags. And more people are thinking about, okay, I just purchased these amazing sneakers. How do I, and I'm kind of tired of them now. There's still value in them. How can I sell them? So in the last couple of years, there has been a 50% increase in sellers. Resale is growing 8 to 10 times faster than retail. And it's here to stay. The people have spoken that resale is part of our lives, like thinking about how you can get a return on investment in your purchases, and also how to pass on joy of this jacket to somebody else that may enjoy it longer, and doing something good for the earth, like really decreasing your carbon footprint. So investors they see this, they realize that it's a huge opportunity. It's just the beginning. There's been, I think, $4 billion of venture capital money poured into resale, backing resale companies. And I think that's just the top 20 that I can think of. 675 million, raised from public markets. The resale companies are on the stock exchange. And there's going to be more investment. It's actually not that much if you compare it to like social media, like industry, like Snapchat, I think raised 2.5 billion. So this is just the beginning, and it's really exciting to see how it's evolved.
I feel like one of those elements of evolution that you're describing is an information gap. I mean, when one buys a used car, there's a Kelley Blue Book. You have a very good sense as to what that's worth. And I just upgraded my phone. Apple had a very good price that they wanted to give me immediately for my old phone. It was built into the way of buying. That element of commerce and fashion is still something that's evolving. When you're speaking to investors, when you're speaking to consumers, I'd be curious to understand from your vantage point, what do you feel like they still misunderstand about resale and where it is today and how it's evolving?
Yeah, it's evolving. There are still misconceptions. Like, for example, retailers or brands. They know that resale is here. They know they have to figure out how to be a part of it. They want to embrace it, but I think a common misconception is that secondhand cannibalizes their business. And it actually isn't true. 60% of new customers try a designer brand for the first time through the secondhand world. I did. I purchased my first Hermes crossbody Evelyn in Tokyo and fell in love, and really a fan of Hermes now. But 60%. So that means for brands and multi-line retailers that support multiple brands, that's interesting. That's free customer acquisition, right? That's where their customer journey starts, is the secondhand world. And so, you would, and I think there are certain brand houses and fashion houses that get it, and they want to own this customer journey from the beginning. And I think it's amazing that if they can figure out how to do that, and hopefully we can help them, the ecosystem will grow even bigger, circularity will accelerate, and it just makes sense for everybody. For customers, on the flip side, the common misperception or worry is counterfeits, right? Of course, especially for pre-owned luxury. It is a big problem. Nobody likes it. But it has come a long way. There are amazing authenticators out there that are driven by big data, AI, like entropy, or real authentication, and then real true experts that go deep into brands like Baba Baby. But there are ways to verify your secondhand products are authentic. And then blockchain is going to come into the picture, right? So it's exciting to see that brands are embracing blockchain. and really trying to jump in so they have control of the whole life cycle of a product. And as an end customer of maybe say like the third or fourth or fifth owner of an item, and it's secondhand, maybe like fifth hand, it's really good to know that this item came from the original factory of this brand house. And it's basically, this isn't really anything new. It's like car VIN numbers coming to the luxury world, right? If you're to buy a secondhand car and it didn't have a VIN number, you'd probably scratch your head and think that there's something suspicious about it.
Alarm bells would be going off.
Yeah, and that's where we will be hopefully in 5-10 years. That's a great way to fight counterfeiting. So yeah.
I feel like a really useful heuristic to think about resale is this is a business of matching. This is a business of bringing together buyers and sellers, in your case suppliers and kind of consignment outlets. Yeah. And I feel like one question that I often hear asked in the context of matching businesses, of marketplaces, is are these supply constrained businesses or are these demand constrained businesses? And one really interesting observation that someone once made to me is when you think about resale, this doesn't feel like a demand-constrained business. We know it feels like consumers are looking for more ways to consume secondhand, to experience a lot of these items that they covet, that they're interested in learning more about and experiencing for themselves. It doesn't feel like a supply-constrained business. We know every year billions, trillions of dollars of fashion is produced. It feels like a supplier-constrained business because the friction for a person to want to be able to resell something is still a really meaningful friction. Even if they might want to, the barrier to doing that can sometimes really be prohibitive.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, as you think about scaling Lepre, how do you think about addressing those frictions, kind of addressing that constraint that a lot of suppliers, us, face in wanting to resell what we have in our closets?
Right. Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head. It is a supplier constraint. There's so much supply out there. It starts with the seller, us, right? Making it easier for them to sell. Like it needs to be ubiquitous on like how easy it is to sell things out of your closet. Just going to the dry cleaner is easy. Ordering groceries. It needs to be that easy. But for the supplier side, right? The reality is the landscape as it looks today, there are so many suppliers. It's highly fragmented. So if you think about it from like a satellite point of view, there are, little streams of really great supply that are handled by so many great businesses that are really good at collecting supply. Whether it's like you going to a store or consignment shop or an auction house, just an estate sale, just giving these players, great businesses, your things to sell. And what makes this so difficult is for retailers, for example, from our perspective, retailers, it's really hard to manage all these streams of supply. You have to deal with so many suppliers, negotiate with so many suppliers, customs, logistics, so many points of transaction. It's really tricky. So how we see Lepre is, we want to create an ocean. We want to create a way for all the streams to come together. And so retailers can basically fish from one ocean, and it's one and done. It's easy to, it's a marketplace. So it's easy for retailers to come, find whatever they want, curate, one point of transaction, one point of shipping logistics, one place where you can store your data and manage your inventory. So that's why we exist. We're trying to ease the way retailers source pre-owned luxury because it is highly fragmented today. And one day, I think that there will be, hopefully in a few years, I think like the big platforms and the highly fragmented businesses that collect all the supply will make it easier for everybody, and hopefully we're helping with that, to bring everything that they want to sell in one place. So everything should be like cross-listed. But yeah, that's how we see it.
Got it. I want to ask you a bit of a provocative question, which is, up until recently there were 3 public resale marketplaces in the U.S. On the New York Stock Exchange, each with their own kind of business model. Some are managed marketplaces, some are peer-to-peer, each with a different focus. Poshmark, The RealReal, ThredUp. Normally, it feels like so many IPOs is a testament to the evolution, the maturation of an industry, but it feels like very recently investors have been really querying and almost seem very skeptical about the viability of those businesses. The stock prices are not not near their IPO prices. And I'm curious, from your vantage point, knowing all of the optimism you feel and see about this space, what do you think investors are querying about those businesses and their own viability? How does one reconcile that?
Yeah, that's a very timely question. So I think for these 3 companies, we're looking at fashion tech players, right? I think a lot of tech companies are going through the same thing. Stock prices are, suffering, have dropped, and it makes sense because these 3 players, they're massive, they're amazing businesses. They all have similar problems as other tech companies that, are also suffering from, a drop in their valuation, which is finding profitability. And that's what investors are looking for. And they're asking and they're waiting to see, can a resale or e-commerce company be profitable? I can think of one that is, and we should probably look at that one more closely. But the common challenges are high operating costs. For single SKU items, like one used bag or one used pair of jeans, think about, it's a single SKU, right? Think about, all the data that does not come with it, right? So businesses have to spend money on first getting sellers, right? So there's The RealReal and ThredUp. They have to, worry about getting sellers and inventory. So that's one cost. Then there's a lot of stuff that they have to do that's complex, that is expensive. Taking in that one piece, one bag or that one piece of clothing, identifying what it is, figuring out the measurements, the materials, the size, pricing it, then photographing it, then listing it, and then investing in marketing to find buyers for it. And so that's challenging. For peer-to-peer marketplaces like Poshmark, they have different challenges, but very similar. They also have a supply acquisition cost. They also have a customer acquisition cost. They use their really great app to facilitate some of these manual things. And I think that's one reason why they did find profitability in one quarter, which is exciting. But it's still expensive to scale. And they will scale to profitability. It's just when will we see these profits be realized? And I think all of them are focusing on the right things. They're focusing on how do I make, how do I scale this company? How do I make these operations more efficient? So anything that's manual, how do I automate that, right? And then going into how expensive it is to, growth is expensive. You got to market, you got to spend on advertising. How do I make that, more efficient as well? And that's, figuring out how to optimize your current customers, right? Investing in your current customers that you already have is way cheaper than going out to get new customers. And then, of course, technology helps with all the efficiencies, and pricing, especially. Pricing is important, and that's what you were saying before, that the data is kind of all over the place for secondhand, but figuring out how pricing works, because that's the key, is to have like good product, the right pricing, so you have liquidity, you have sell-through, and technology can help with that, and figuring out like real-time, pricing demands, market pricing. So, I think these three companies that you mentioned before, they have really smart people at the helm, and it'll be exciting to see them figure it out.
Right, these are operationally complex businesses by definition, and we're in an environment where acquisition is that much harder, that much more expensive, which makes for a particularly challenging period. I know we're running out of time. I want to end with just to ask you to look around the corner for us and share just a bit about what you see as next for Lepre and perhaps next for resale as a business going forward.
Yeah, it's an exciting time, guys. 2023 for resale, we're going to see continued growth. I know that there's buzz about recession, and just remember, resale is counter-cyclical. The more, once in a recession, people think more about what they can sell. So supply is going to rise. People that are looking to shop, they're also looking for affordability. These are two pluses for resale. And then you couple that with people's desire to find a sustainable way to shop as well and feel good about their purchase. But I foresee two other things that might happen here. It's something, I'm not an economist, but something I read before. It's called the lipstick effect. It's when you're in a recession, you think about, even though you're maybe trying to be more cost conscious, you're still willing to buy an expensive lipstick, right? It's something that the public sees. And so, the customer, resale customer, will still always want these luxury brands, pre-owned. They may be looking for, a little bit more affordability. Maybe not go for that super high-end bag, but maybe the wallet instead. Or a smaller version of that bag. And then we'll see, because there's more supply coming into the secondhand supply chain, we'll see some pricing also drop in resale. But anyways, what's next for Lepre? A lot. We are so excited to be here in the secondhand industry. We want to continue to help strengthen this ecosystem, empower our partners to work more efficiently, scale their business, and be here as the backbone behind the curtains. We'll go behind the curtains again, and really just help our partners grow and navigate the resale space.
Amazing. I think that's a great place to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Of course.
Thank you so much. Again, I told you that would be super inspiring. Just incredible how people start companies that can lead to so much more, and it all starts with something. And that's what we always say at Fashinnovation. Entrepreneurship is just starting somewhere, then taking the road, taking a journey, and having many left turns, right turns, ups, downs, but then you get to a place where you're like, aha, this is where the impact is. So really, really love that conversation. Next, we have this conversation is actually being led by someone who has been with us at Fashinnovation for many of our events, and we just adore her and the work that she does for the industry with a lot of research and data. You'll know why when I tell you guys the title. So we're going to listen now about this panel, which is going to be moderated by Marie Driscoll, the Managing Director for Luxury at Coresight Research. And the name of the title, Fashion is Better Data for Better Decisions. Enjoy it.
Thank you for being here. This is so exciting. Karen, that we have this afternoon to talk about data here at Fashinnovation's Worldwide Talks number 8. So this 30-minute conversation, we're going to touch on data in all its aspects in the fashion industry, from designing the fashions that consumers want, to coordinating the supply chain, making the right amount, placing it in the right regions, and capturing point-of-sale data, and using that data to enhance profits, sustainability, and consumer centricity and customer lifetime value. So like that's a lot of points that we're going to cover. So let's begin. You already know who I am, so Karen, why don't you tell us all about you and WGSN?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Kiran Patel, Chief Technology Officer for a company called WGSN. We are a leading trend forecasting company, forecast the trends in fashion, lifestyle, interior, consumer insights, food and drinks, beauty, and we help our customers to predict the trends from the product design to learning about the consumer insights and also the trading the product.
Okay, and Ketty, tell us about Lectra.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. It's my pleasure. So I'm Ketty Pilet. I'm the Vice President of Marketing at Lectra here in the Americas. And Lectra, I would say we're a company behind the label. We are supporting all the textile industry, so mainly fashion, furniture, also the automotive industry. And we are behind the label, like we support we offer all the technologies, innovation from software, equipments to go from the design, basically to have the garment in stores. So that includes the collection management and also the production.
All right. Well, so let's get into this conversation about data. So Karen, what type of data is WGSN using in terms of making their forecasts? From catwalks to social listening. I think I saw you have the 5 S's, social, search, shelf, shows, sentiment. Like, how are you capturing that and how is it changing fashion?
Great question. So data in itself it feels like a small word, but I think you need to kind of capture the broad spectrum, which is the reason that we just not inclined towards one sets of data. When we look at the trend forecasting, I think it's important for us to look at it holistically, all the signals coming through from different areas, and then decides applying our own proprietary machine learning and AI technology to see where in the bell curve the trend is, whether it's just an inceptions, whether it's a topping, whether it's declining. And we, like you mentioned, the 5 S's are the shows. We collect, we have a partnership with fashion shows and catwalk companies who provide the data to us on every season. We internally collect the shelf data from around like 300 websites on an everyday basis, what they carry on their store, on a digital store. We also collect data from social. In some cases, we have a list of our influencer map that we go out and capture the data, what they're saying every day on the social networks. We have our own panel for collect the sentimental data about how a specific demographic, whether it's the Alpha or Gen Z or Gen X or Millennial, what do they think about a specific brand, and what is their perception of the brands, and that kind of adds up to that. And then we also collect the search data on different marketplaces, what people are, what word they're searching for, how they're searching for, what time they're searching for, and combining that different types of powerhouse of data, which goes into the systems, and we build this, we call like a human in the loop. We don't just use the technology to drive the decisions, we use the technology for human to look at the things much more broadly than they cannot by itself, and then kind of help make decision off of that.
Yeah, it's like you're doing it much more rapidly than anyone or any team of people could do it, so that you can make decisions more in real time.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Ketty, from like what you're doing with Lectra and your clients, how is your technology shaping the way fashion companies are collecting the data, analyzing it, and using it as they make their decisions?
Yeah, no, that's a broad topic, and we could spend all day talking about it, but one thing about data is sometimes people are scared about data. I say, ooh, which data are we talking about? And we have almost too many datas everywhere. And the importance, and that's what we do at Lectra, is to give the right data at the right time, in the right step of the process as well, to take the right decision. So the people have their know-how, their expertise in the industry, and they can make decisions with their gut feelings, but gut feeling can be as good as gut feeling. During COVID, it didn't work always that well. So having the data to support this decision is really essential. For example, give me when you are at the step to design a collection, which data to use, which collection to make. So you'll be able to say, is it blue? Is it which kind of style or dress or more loungewear? But also which price point. So that's what we track at this step, which price are the competition selling, or even for a brand, their own garments in the different marketplaces. What are the prices? What are the discounts applied? What are the sizes available? So that's super essential to have all this visibility to take the decision. So how many items am I going to produce, in which size, in which color, and where, in which marketplace am I going to sell it? Right. And at each step of the process, you will have to get the right data. Then when you move to the collection management, you need different informations, like which are the style of the garment I want to design, what is working, what's not working, what do the people like, and now with social media, it's going super fast. Yeah. So being able to have this data, make the right decision, but then to design the collections and smoothly pass it to the manufacturing step so you can produce and do not make any mistake. I won't give name, but we have some customers sometimes say, well, we have to throw away a full collections because we made mistakes in sizes or in measurements, and that's not great for the environment. Yeah. So being able to have this data pass seamlessly, step by step, all along the process to get the right garment with the right quality, the right sizes, everything correctly, and make sure that this is what the people want ultimately. That's how the data is going to be powerful to make the right decisions.
During COVID, was there a breakdown in the data as you think across the supply chain?
I think during COVID, it's been visible. Before you could work without managing, this traceability or without having systems that help you all along the process. But during COVID, the people who didn't have the system, they were home. They couldn't collaborate together. They couldn't share. So they had to rely on technology, and it was super visible. The customers, I'm thinking of Filson, it's a great customer of ours, and they had the PLM connected and all their data together, and they were able to communicate with their manufacturers, with their suppliers for the fabric. They were able to source some fabric where some others have been struggling because they didn't have these data and this infrastructure to collaborate. Right. So yes, COVID has been a game changer.
Yeah. I would add to that. I think COVID kind of found a lot of companies sleeping, caught them sleeping, and highlight some of the efficiency in their processes, in their platform, where they wouldn't able to forecast properly for right assortment, right range plannings, and you kind of hear some stories about the overstock. Right. And why that happened is because the system itself is not efficient enough in some of the companies. Like for example, Zara has one of the best supply chain system. They call it the Cube, and what it allows them to do is it allows them to have a product from design to in the store in 4 to 6 weeks, which is like comparatively to the other brands and retailers is like a huge difference. And if you have an existing product and if you want to just tweak it or iterate on that, it's just 2 weeks and it's there. But they play in a different market. It's like a fast fashion market. For them, they are live testing some of the product in their store in a small sample size, a sample batch, and then kind of learn from that and iterate on that over time, and that becomes like a longer term trend as you kind of keep walking in the store.
Right. Yeah, that's amazing. It seemed that there also was just a breakdown, even if the data wasn't breaking down, the shipments were breaking down. The things were not moving, right? So it all was just exacerbated, and then you had consumers changing what they wanted and needed.
Oh, totally. There's so many trends came out of during the COVID. I was talking back there is home office. Never people have imagined that you need a home office, and since this whole new category came out of it is like standing desk, having to like some piece of furniture behind your Zoom screen so that it looks good. Also, people become so much conscious about their health. Immunity booster product, like so many of those in the market during that time. People were more cautious about their health, and like some of the healthcare, some of the exercise company, like the Peloton, Tonal, like the rise of those trend is due to COVID, because people kind of ignoring to go out and exercise in the group, and they just wanted to kind of have the confined space in the part of their house, and they want to kind of turn that into their gym.
It's like fashion took on, fashion mushroomed into other parts of our life, not just clothing. Our background in Zooms, and mushroomed into wellness, and certainly like culture has been changed because of what we've went through. And it's still changing.
Yeah, even in the fashion, it's this rise of we call comfort clothes. We never thought about that, but if you think about since past few years, I think the comfort clothes and activewear is on the rise. There's so many brands came out in the activewears because of that shift in the trend.
Well, so I wanted to ask you, what data right now is best in terms of informing the fashion industry? And do you weight things differently as you go through cycles and times, and as you observe the data?
Yeah, that's a huge topic. We look at the trend forecasting. We start with the macro level. We have our own internal framework we call STEPIC framework, where we look at the society, the environment, the technology, politics, industry, community. And those are, we call it like a big driver, because the shift in that is turn it into the future, like a future big ideas, and that big ideas that turn into how consumers are taking those big ideas. Like the example I gave about the COVID on like the home office was not a trend before, but I think it's kind of meant because of the crisis in the human life. And I think as we started to track those, I think a lot of innovative product that come out of it, and we start with like macro level to zoom in all the way from to the style or specific product design, color, material, print and graphics, and so on. And to answer your other question, like, do we change how we look at the data as we work with different brands? Absolutely. I think if you are a brand, it's super important for you to understand who are your consumers, what do they want, and everything starts from there. You need to keep your consumer front and center, and then from there you start to think about I always call this like a 4 Ps, which is like your product, pricing, placement, and I'm just missing out the other P, but I think promotions. And I think that those are super important, but those are like circle around your consumer. Whether you're playing into the kids wear, women's wear, men's wear, what category you're serving, whether it's the apparel or shoes or footwears, like I think depends on that. You change the data, you change how you look at the data.
So now I'm going to ask the tough question, and this is for you, Ketty. Like, how are you using artificial intelligence, machine learning to enhance data analysis and apply it to the fashion industry?
Artificial intelligence has been right now a game changer. If we see like the ChatGPT, for example, coming, and artificial intelligence has been existing, has been there for a while, but there was no real useful, I would say, application super visible to it. Now we are starting to see it. And for example, Reviews, which is Electra solution, AI is center of it, and this is where you see the power to not only browse like thousands of websites, e-commerce websites, but capture these datas, and datas alone, okay, it's as good as the data can be, but put it in a dashboard where, for example, we launched, and we mentioned it just back there before, the Nike versus Adidas reports. Putting this information in a way that immediately you can compare different brands, you can compare different marketplaces, and see, okay, what's my price? What has been the discount applied? What's been with the inflation, the price increase on the different places, different locations for which garments? And then you can see what the people are buying, what they are not buying, at which price points. And you can drill down like this in this analysis to the colors, but also the style, the textile, talking about sustainability, where we can see some of the textile more sustainable will maybe sell for a higher price than others. And that will definitely give the real-time data to take the real-time decisions. You mentioned stock, Kira. Well, to avoid stocks, you need really to produce what the people want quickly in the right quantity for the right sizes, the right colors, everything. With no data, it's impossible to predict it, especially if you have like a 40 weeks lead time.
Yeah.
You cannot do that. And so being able to be fast, but having the right data and then having the data all along the process to be super fast, to be able then to produce.
Do you think the industry is ready? Like, how much of the industry is adapting this, and how long will it be before we don't make so much extra unused clothing?
And what's been interesting is during the pandemic, everybody was like, yeah, we need to now make it right. We need to avoid, we had this issue with stocks, and people wanted loungewear where we had some more formal clothes and nobody wanted it. So, and we said, no, now we need to make it right. So we'll do it right. And then here we are again with some stock issues. And now the industry not only understands why they need to do it, but also because financially it's not sustainable.
Right.
Because when you stock, that means it's a waste of garments. It's not good for the environment, but it's a waste of money.
Right.
And how many companies can afford that? And we can see some of the brand getting acquired or some suffering because they cannot afford it. So with the inflation, the cost of the price rising for the fabric, for the production, you need to make it right, not only because it's good for the environment, it's great for the customer and your profitability, but it's the bottom line.
Right.
So it becomes now essential that the companies does that. And unfortunately in Europe, we see some brand even bankrupt or closing down. That some big brands, and that's really sad to see that.
Can small brands use this too, and then become competitive with the large brands? Because like I looked at the report you wrote about Adidas and Nike, and it's a great report, and I suggest it's on the website, go read it, and kind of the advice given is read the report and think about your own brand and where you stand relative to that. And certainly if you had the dashboard, you could be getting live changes of these data point. But like, can small brands compete in?
Well, small brands are even being more agile right now.
Okay.
Because they don't have all these processes maybe in place, so they just go to the latest technology available.
Right.
They go directly online, they go directly to the social media, and they get this agility.
Yeah, they don't have fixed costs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, that may be too. Yes, the thing. And so technology, like using AI, like reviews, you can completely customize. So even a medium brand can just say, okay, I want to see where are my garments, or I want to see my competitors, and quickly identify the price point, the discount point, or the sizes, everything, and say, okay, now I get the data, I'm going to just get it manufactured, getting this agility, and go quick to market on an e-commerce website.
So I think you touched on this, but maybe you would just develop the thought a little more deeply. How can data help with the supply chain, making it more efficient? And
I think data, especially in the supply chain, what's helping is to be able to connect the dots. Connect the dots and integrate the whole process to get the transparency, the traceability, avoid errors, mistake, and to produce on demand. When we say we want to go quick, one of the trends, so mass production is not going to disappear. We'll always need some basics, and some garments will mass produce, but being able, when you think about it, to offer some customization, what the customer wants. You see something on social media, even to say, why not? Hey, I like these prints, or I like these photos. I want to be printed on my shirt, on my dress. This is what I want. On-demand can make it possible and to offer the customization. And thanks to on-demand, you also reduce the cost. Why? Because you sell first. If you sell first before producing, you don't have to discount.
Yep. Yeah, and you get the buy-in of the customer. I've actually gone and visited your offices at Gerber on 26th Street, and they make dresses on demand. And it's like, there's nothing more fun than getting a dress for you in a minute, or not really a minute, but like in a half an hour.
In half an hour. No, but come and visit. I encourage all of you to come at the Electra Innovation Center. It's in New York on the 25th Street. And yes, you can go through the customization process and you leave half an hour later with your personal guide.
And it's so different to like and I love fashion and I'm happy looking through racks, but to actually get something for you, very, very fun.
Exactly. It's very unique, and it's a process that works, and that's offered also the profitability. Limiting the waste, so it's good for the sustainability as well. It checks all the boxes.
Yeah, it's like it's great when you do good, and it's good for business, it's good for the planet, and your customer's happy. It's like, oh my gosh. Yeah.
And I will give you another example of how the data is useful. One of the steps of the production where you waste a lot of fabric is the nesting. Is when you put together your pieces of fabric you need to cut. If the pieces are far away, then you have a lot of wasted fabric. It's not great for the environment, but it's not great for the bottom line either, because this is wasted fabric, which costs a fortune. The technology can help improving the nesting. So you can go even to zero buffer, as close as the pieces can be together, and you can take all your orders, you mix it, and that's only the technology can do that. The cloud technology with the power of the computing, and each person saved, it's thousands and tens of thousands of dollars saved for companies. And we have customers who just say, no, this is what I want. I'm going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars a year just by getting 1% of the nesting. So that's all these different steps where the technology and can really help.
Well, what are you seeing, Karen, in terms of demand for customized and personalized products?
I think it's coming along. A few weeks ago, we talked to somebody in H&M, and then the person was talking about this idea of the product should be customizable by you for your needs and different occasions, which solve the sustainability problem, but also solve the problems of the stocking, where you have the overstock of the thing. And I think it's slowly coming. This concept is not new. I'm engineer, I come from technology, and I see that in a lot of product design, like the experience, the digital experience design. We call it design system, where we build like a library of the Legos type of code programs or components, which you can connect it to make anything that you want. And I think it's coming. It's coming into the fashion industry. I think they're slowly getting it. Because it's like you mentioned about it, it's good for planet, it's good for the buyers, it's good for the sellers, it's good for sustainability.
Lego is such a unique toy, right? It was just written up over the weekend. I think it was in the Wall Street Journal about it's a great way to system think about big multi-billion-dollar designs. Like the people that have built the big museums have used Legos first. And it's not Legos, it's Lego. I've gone to the store and they told me that. Okay, so like in terms of right now, what's the latest trend?
Wait, you putting me on the spot.
I'm putting the engineer on the spot.
Yeah, I'm not a fashion expert. I do see there's some slow rising, some of the trends. For example, the sleep dresses are coming up in the rise. I do see the boots. I do see the cowboy boots are
cowboy
popular.
boots.
Cardigans, the evergreen popular categories are also rising in the trend. Wider silhouettes. I was talking about the jeans. Jeans as a category is you always see like a very linear, but there is so many micro trends developing within the jeans.
Right.
If you look at today, like a 50% of the categories is skinny jeans,
Right.
but now it's slowly declining, and we do see that the wider legs jeans are now becoming taking its fair share in the category. But it's hard to see when you look at from the top. I think you need to track the trend over time. And for us, since we have the visibility into lots of multitudes of data, we can sort of use the advanced technology in machine learning and AI to backtrack those and then kind of trend it on the bell curve to see what's trending, what's rising, how much to over-index for social versus how much not to. For example, TikTok, sometimes the TikTok trends are like come and go. It's so quick, right? But you can't just do your range planning and assortment just because something is trending in a TikTok for 10 days.
Right.
So you have to be kind of balance it out very carefully when you look at the data.
All right, so balance out your TikTok. So I guess that is really a big takeaway. It really, really is. And I'm amazed by what you said, Ketty, about the jigsaw of arranging fabric cutting, right? It's like AI does it better than the amount of time a seasoned cutter can do by putting it together.
Yeah.
There's always waste, and AI just reduces the waste.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's it. All
Right?
right? Yeah.
Well, thank you.
What I love most about this event is how we're jumping from lecturer to designer to, different companies like Siemens and having, marketplaces and all of this mix, right? That really shows you how vast and how insightful and how inspiring and how much the fashion industry can be changed for the world. So with that being said, this next keynote is super important because it's a supply chain, right? And it goes from A to Z. And if one part of that is missing or not done right, it can mess everything else up. So the importance of supply chain for sustainability is huge. And there's no better person, I think, to give a keynote on this than the head of sustainability at the ID Factory, Martina Skuma, with a keynote titled Fashion is Identity, Unlocking the Power of Digital ID for Traceability. Let's watch it.
Hi everyone, can you hear me well? Great, perfect. And thank you Jordana for introducing me and to this amazing network of people at Fashinnovation. I'm very happy to be here. I have to say the first time that I present what the ID Factory is doing in the States. We are a B Corp company based in Italy. We work with companies worldwide from the PVH Group, Geox, and many others. We work with people and corporates from Asia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Vietnam, Cambodia, India, but we never had the pleasure to come here. So very excited. And today I'm going to speak about a topic that I don't know how much close is to your heart, but it's really close to my heart. The topic I'm going to speak about is fashion is identity. We are all here today speaking about what's the power of fashion, what's the power of innovation to spread creativity and inspire action. Speaking about actually what's the power of fashion to impact on our economy and our society. But if I had to ask you all here, do you know what you're wearing, your clothes, where do they come from? Please raise your hands if all the people in this room that know where the clothes come from. So 3 people, but I know you produce ethical e-stores nearby, so that's easy. The reality is that we don't know it. And it's not your fault. It's definitely not your fault. According to the Fashion Transparency Index, only 10% of top fashion brands disclose some information about where the products have been produced, the raw material suppliers. And that's because it's a systemic problem of the industry. This information are secret, are not publicly shared with people. Is it a problem? Is it something we need to change? I can share it and share the words of a person and a designer that I really admire, who says that my clothes have a story. They have an identity. They have a character and a purpose. That's why they become classics. Because they keep on telling a story. They are still telling a story. I don't know how many of you recognize this designer. She's Vivienne Westwood. And actually what she is saying is that their clothes are keeping telling a story because they have a strong identity. And they have a strong identity because this story is going to be keeping telling to people also in the future and the next generation. And it's not only about what it's made of. It's about what the identity you want to wear, what the impact you want to have. I can say that the ID Factory was born exactly for this purpose. Not for making amazing designs. We're not in the fashion world, in that field. We're more kind of a tech company. But because we want to support brands to give them back the identity of the clothes. So that's why this story is all about identity. And that's where the ID Factory actually started. The company started back in 2015, exactly in Paris, in Hong Kong, where the founder was in front of a big brand, and everyone was locking, there was a crowd of people locking the main entrance with these white t-shirts and returning it, "Detox My Fashion." It was actually the Detox My Fashion campaign from Greenpeace that was stating that the fashion industry has a huge negative impact on the environment because of the use of chemicals that are released in the water. So then the question comes back again. What's the identity we want our fashion to have? Do you actually, as creatives, as designers, as entrepreneurs, want to have a positive impact? Do you recognize yourself in this impact? So if we want to actually act, then who should we address? What's the problem we should address? Do you know who is the owner responsible for the problem? Is it one person, 2 people, 2 companies, 300 companies? How many of them? We actually don't know. And we don't know because we don't have the data. We don't have a traceability system in place telling us who's responsible for the problem. If we don't track our production back to the data owner, the owner of the material, the farmer producers, the one that is responsible for the chemical dye. If we don't have this information detailed to the specific layer of the supply chain, we will never have the data to take the decision we need to change this system, to give back to these clothes an identity. And that's what the Factory is doing. We are a software as a service on cloud platform supporting fashion brands and suppliers to collect entire information about the materials and the processes. We give back not only to the clothes and identity, but to the materials. We actually supply to the suppliers the smart tags they need to track each material until the final product, until the final process has been made. Is it that easy? Are you wondering? How is it possible to actually trace global supply chains when we have such an industry that is so fragmented and so jeopardized and globalized? No, it's not easy. It's not easy, and that's why we need technology. Technology is the key driver for change, and I think I am in the right place saying it. We are a fashion innovation, we're speaking about technology, we're speaking about impact, and that's where I want to go, and that's what we want to do. What's our impact so far? I can say you that in the last year, we already have a network of over 600 suppliers, factories, and brands working with us from many different countries. I just mentioned a few of them, but really globally. And we're working with big brands that have the power to impact the change. We want to scale it because traceability is not about one single actor. It's about many actors. And there are still many actors that trace what they do, but they don't share what they do. And then it comes transparency. We want to really share the impact, what we buy, in a transparent and scalable way. Is it a time, I don't know if you heard about it, where less than 30% of people believe in the sustainability claims of brands? The majority of people don't trust what you're saying on the product. And they don't trust it because of that, because of a lack of communication and information. Only through data we can give back the power to people to take responsible decisions, but we can also build a brand that is trusted. So long story short, I want to close up with, again, a quote from Vivienne Westwood, but with my own personal remarks. Our clothes have a history. They have an identity. Now, like never before, they can have a digital identity. They have a character and a purpose. They have a positive impact story to tell. And that's why they will become, and they will be, keeping telling a story to the next generation to empower them to wear the impact they want to see in fashion. Thank you.
So check out this video where you're going to see brands that we have in our ethical brand directory. What is that? It's a directory that we posted up on our platform about 6 months ago, and we keep adding brands that are ethical, sustainable, inclusive, emerging brands, and some scale up and some enterprise brands from around the world to really just enrich you with more information on when shopping, who should you shop for and why. So check out this video where you're going to see some of the incredible brands in our directory. I'm going to tell you guys a little story, personal story, which I love to share those because it really, I feel, makes you relate more, right, to the people that you're listening to. I had the pleasure of meeting this designer, speaking with her, and just hearing her inspired me. Just the reason why she created the brand, which I think is so cool. Like, you know, if you have someone who starts something with a bigger purpose, you almost feel like you want to be a part of making that bigger purpose come to fruition. So you really invest more in the brand. So her name is Sitka Shems. She's the founder of Sitka Shems. And she really, this title, it just resonates and just makes me think about her immediately when I hear it. And you'll see why in this conversation. It's titled Fashion is Empowerment of Women Throughout the Value Chain Sustainably. Check it out.
So I'm so excited to talk to you. You know, I've interviewed a lot of people in my career, and I don't think there's anybody who's really doing the right thing in the world of fashion like you are. I'm sure there are others, but you really are walking the walk. So for people who don't know about your brand, to kind of tell us about how you got your start in fashion and what brought you back to Peru.
Well, I am Peruvian, born and raised in Lima. I had the opportunity to study at Rhode Island School of Design, RISD. Okay. At RISD, and did my internship with Michael Kors, and then decided to come back to Peru, my native country, because I thought, as I think now, that we have so much to give, so much to impact, so much to do. So then you start. We started doing measure-made, we started client by client, and we started to grow in a city, which is Lima, which is it's big, but at the same time it's small, and it's a small market. But we grew, and we got really good press and sales. And as I started walking this path, and we talked before a few days ago, I was telling you that fashion for me is a way of impacting whatever we do from beginning to end. I didn't realize that at the beginning of my career. It has been like maybe 20 years in my career. But going through like 5 years, 6 years, I felt like, is it only about dressing women? Is it only about impact the final customer? Or what is it about? And I started feeling what we could do if we just are concentrated and do the right thing from the start. So advancing the movie 20 years after, in 2021, September 2021 to be exact, we decided, I go back and forth to Miami. My dad lives in Miami, and my sister as well. So I go back and forth from Lima to Miami. And we said, there's an opportunity here. Why don't we cross borders and see how it goes? We are gonna be a year in 2 weeks since we opened our first boutique at the Shops at Merrick Park in Coral Gables. And surprisingly enough, we have been impacting women with our story. And what is our story? It's very simple. It's doing things right. If you are not pursuing the money, if you are not pursuing being famous, if you're not pursuing any of that, then you take that away from the equation. And if you concentrate on getting the right fabric, hiring the right workshops, hiring the right team, we say we hire hearts, and the speakers that were here before, they are amazing. They have, they are completely aligned with what we do and how we think. People move and people do. I mean, when you get people inspired, and you just transmit genuinely your vision, we all react to that. And we are a new brand. We have no brand recognition. We have beside us Gucci, in front of us Louis Vuitton at our mall, and we are nobody. And we have been doing great. The mall is amazingly and surprisingly, what are you doing? And we're not doing anything differently. I always say that the product, we have too many clothes in the world. So yes, we have good design, but it's not about the clothes. It's about what material we use. It's about the women that we are impacting and the women that are in the workshops doing what we're doing and how do they feel. It's about our teamwork and how are they growing within the store, but growing themselves. So it's about impact, and it sounds cliche, it sounds romantic, but it's very simple. And if we just do it, we have over 2,000 customers that have bought clothes from us in only 11 months. And customers that don't know, I mean, it's like Sitka Semch, it's like, where are you from? We are a blank canvas. And it's because we are taking care of them. We are listening to them. We are giving the time. I don't know. It's for me. It's like clear. You know, what are the things that you need to do, and that translates in your life. No, right now it's translating in a business, but if we take that time, everything will be right.
So, talk to us about how you are helping your community, and you know they're a part of making these clothes, even like the smaller, poorer communities in Peru.
We see ourselves growing in a very slow pace. And slow pace, I say that, for example, we take care exactly how much we produce. We only produce for the demand. We don't overproduce to see, oh, okay, then we have, I don't know, 20 extra shirts, then we put sale, and then we only produce, like, it's difficult to see the demand because we're, you know, on a completely new market. We don't know the demand. We are starting to get it. But we prefer to have missed sales because we didn't have the product than to have the over product. So we hire very small workshops. We don't have big factories of, you know, hundreds of people that are pressuring us to make 200 shirts. We can do 30 shirts. And we can try on those 30 shirts and see what's the reaction. And 30 shirts that are, you know, extremely well made, we see if people react, and then, okay, do we do it again or do we not do it again? And I know that I'm speaking being a small company, and when you have these big companies with all this machinery that you maybe are in like the robot stage and you cannot pace, you know, or stop. But that's why I'm, you know, taking care that we grow very, very consciously. In our community, we are working with NGOs, 2 NGOs, one in the Amazon and one in Lima, very rural places, very poor women. And we teach them how to weave in the macrame technique. So all these women, they want to be able to do their stuff at home while taking care of their children. So we go to these places, we teach them certain things. If it's a bracelet, for example, you know, simple things that they can do at home, nothing too big. And we teach them, we let them know that they can do, if they want, they can do 5 bracelets or 1 or 10 or how many at their own pace. And then we buy those bracelets from them. So they get extra income. We're doing already that with around 70 women. And this year we're gonna start daily, like putting data. I know I have videos of them, you know, saying how after these workshops we have been able to impact their lives. But we want to be really, you know, transparent on having documented everything and really watching if we move needles, no? And I always say, you know, it's for us being able to design and sell clothes is our only way to impact from beginning to end these women that weave, the little workshops of 3 women that sew the shirts, the workshop of 5 ladies that knit the you know, the sweaters, and impact until the end customer that, you know, feels amazing, comfortable, and, you know, wears the clothes and is super happy with the story that we tell them, no? But it's about impact. Basically, it's about impact, and we can do it. And since I'm not a fashionista, and that's why I was telling you.
Yeah, you tell me you don't like to buy clothes.
I don't like to buy clothes. I'm not a fashion person. I'm a super low consumer, so I'm like a very strange designer.
So why do you love to design if you don't like to buy clothes?
Impact.
For the impact.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Honestly, Because
from the start, that's always how you felt.
From the start.
Yeah.
Because I don't find any other sense to make it any other way. I always tell my husband, you know, if we are not impacting, I just quit being a designer. And this has been my dream all my life. You know, when I did my internship with Michael Kors, and I saw these buildings, and I saw him, you know, designing, because, you know, he was like there, where you are, you know, with a team. And I was like, you know, 21, 22 years old. And I was like, wow, this is the dream. This is the dream. And then I went back to Lima, and I saw how can we link that dream to the needs. And I've always been like not a fashion person. I've always liked design, but not necessarily wear, and like I don't thrive on, oh, I'm gonna wear this tonight, and I'm gonna this, and I'm gonna buy. So I don't know, I don't care. So I've always been that way. And when you are in countries, at least in my country, that you see so much necessity and scarcity, you say, you know, how can we, with what God gave us this talent, how can we move needles? How can we do it? And we can do it. So it's just, you know, starting. And for us has been, you know, coming to the States from us, South America, or any other country, you know, you see the United States as kind of the biggest place to go, you know, like you can make it in the States, and we are now on the first step, and we have realized that even in the States, people get it when you are not just selling something. We're not selling anything. That shirt you can buy maybe something not the same, but it's made out of Pima cotton, which is amazing. You know, in Peru we have Pima cotton, we have baby alpaca. We produce those two fibers, and we really, I would say 90% of our collections are made out of our cotton, so they are amazing. But most of all, it's the humanity behind every piece, every shirt, so that's the impact. And then you have the shirt. So basically it's that.
Well, we have to talk about what's happening in Peru with the protests. And like you pointed out to me on the call, the past 5 presidents are all in jail. So when you're building a small business, and like you told me that a protest was a block away from your store, how is that affecting, you know, your business and being a small business owner?
Well, coming from Peru, and it happens in, you know, Chile, Bolivia, Uruguay, you know, all South America, it's tough, you know, because the countries are very unstable. You are right, our last 5 presidents are in jail. It's very hard to grow a business with instability. No, it's like being on a home that is very unstable. So that's one of the reasons that I felt frustrated not being able to grow in my own country, to be able to impact what we're talking about. So we have to move. Of course, you know, sending mails, you know, making calls, because who will open the door to an unknown brand that only has 1 store in Lima, Peru? You know, like, why would I give you a store at the mall? It was end of COVID, and the malls maybe needed something new. Right now they are packed, and I also say that, no? People say that e-commerce is like the revolution, and we say that brick and mortar is the revolution. Because the malls are packed, the malls are filled. I mean, people waiting line for stores, and people want to be seen. Customers want to be heard. They want the contact. We have sold so many clothes so many items in this year, but only because we take the time with the customer. And we have loyal customers. We have 30% returning customers, or 35, I think Uni might, 35 returning customers, which we don't know if it's good or bad. People say that for a mall, it's amazingly, I don't know. But it's a huge percentage, and only because we take the time. So having that step from Lima to Miami, for us, has been a journey. We're starting to walk that journey. It was, a huge step. For me, I always say to my friends, it's like, I don't know, wanting a party in Hollywood, and maybe and you're in a movie in Hollywood, For us, it's like, wow, we are in the States, and we're in Miami, and we're at this amazing mall, and people are, liking what we do, and they get it. The good thing is that they get the humanity and the reasons why we do it, and how we, I don't even want to use the word sell, because it's how we present our story and our collections is in a way that they get the content. So you buy the content.
So how do you want to grow this story more? Now that you moved into a different market, is there something you want to do in the Miami area to help grow it?
Actually, we are, how do you say, making joint ventures, for example, with Operation Smile, which is cleft lip.
Yes.
Always targeting women, always targeting, with the Cancer Society, we have tomorrow that we go back to Miami, actually on Thursday, we have a meeting with them to be able to make something, to use the venue, because the store is beautiful. It's 5,000 square feet, so it's an amazing store and an amazing space, to be able to join stories, creating impact the same way we're doing right now. Listen to other people. We've also, during this year, had like 2 or 3 kind of meet designer, very small crowds, 12, 14 people, and giving the store a space. So as you say, it's not about the clothes. So we don't care about the clothes.
Yeah.
It's about the people. And incredibly enough, that moves. That moves people, that moves energy. And we are so into energy. Right, Uni?
Yeah.
She's my business development operations. She's everything.
But you've been at this for almost 30 years. 20, okay.
Yeah.
But when you're starting out, like, everyone wants to do the right thing, but they can't afford to do the right thing. I mean, what advice do you have for up-and-coming startups and entrepreneurs for starting small, and what works, especially when you want to create a profit?
I think that when you have, and I was listening to the panel, that when you have, first knowing yourself. I've always known myself not to be in pursuit of, it's not that you don't need the money, of course you need it, and of course business will come, but business will come if you do things right. That's how I feel. Business will come, and the money will come, but first you have to do things right. So I don't know if I shared with you my 4 Ps, which is 4 Ps that I love and I live about, which are passion, purpose, perseverance, and patience, because things not always come when you want to, but you have to perseverance, and you don't have to lose your passion, because it's the driving force why you wake up in the morning. And then your purpose. Why do you do what you do? Why do you do what you do? Do you do it for the money? Do you do it because you want to be a millionaire? Do you do it because you want to be famous? Do you want it? Why is it? So when you're starting, and I always tell my daughter, she's 16, why do you do what you do? You have to make your questions to yourself. Why is it that important to me? Because finding those answers will make you have a little bit more clarity on how to start. And even if you're small, without money, you can start right. Because it's like your conduct. It's like how you walk. So it's not hard. It's just thinking about what are you about. as a person. No?
Yeah. So the last question is what's your piece of advice for a new designer? Because I know you don't like to be called, you're not in fashion.
Mm-hmm.
You made that very clear to me. What is your last piece of advice for people who are starting out that you wish you would have told your younger self?
Actually, I told my daughter like a month ago, I was telling her that when I started, you only hear fashion, wearing clothes, consuming, all that stuff. And I never heard of how do you impact through that. Never. How can you impact through that? So I was telling her, in whatever you do in life, I don't expect her to follow my path. This is my path, and this is my world that I show her. She can do whatever she wants, and she's free, and she knows that. But whatever you do, just choose how. First of all, knowing yourself, how can you impact? How can you transform people's lives through what you do? And the rest will take care of itself. Of course, you have to work. I'm a super worker, I'm a non-stop. But having very clear vision, no? That's the path that I want to go. And then through bumps, through the Inca Rail, Inca Trail, no, that you did.
I did
right?
do that, yeah.
So it's a road, and it's tough, and it's hard, but it's harder when you don't have a vision because you get lost. Yeah. So having a right vision, it's the key. And how do you get to that? By knowing yourself, by really questioning yourself. What do you value? What are your values? What are your viewpoints? Because if you only go for the money,
never works.
No, never works. Or for the fame, you will feel completely empty. And when these women that we show how to weave, and they, start crying and say, I have this little boy that is autistic, and I don't have a husband, and you taught me how to, we have masters that teach her, girls that teach how to weave. So I learned how to weave, and now she's earning more than enough with the child, that she can really sustain herself. So stories like that, repeatedly, it's like, so it's not about the blouse, it's not about the clothes, it's about that.
It's about those women.
It's about the impact. So for me, I have it so clear, and that's my path, no? That's it. And from South America to come to the States has been a dream. It's been a dream. We are looking to scale responsibly, scale with honesty, with vision, and let's see. Let's talk to Jordana in how many years, Jordana? In 3-4 years, and let's see how we grew.
Yeah.
And keeping the word. Huh?
Incredible. Well, there you have it. It's all about the impact. Thank you, Sika, so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have a conversation that I'm really excited about because I'm not someone who's really prone to knowing how to put makeup on the right way. I'm actually horrible at it between me and all of you. But this company has found a way for women to try on makeup without actually putting it on their face and telling them what it's going to look like before they actually try it, which is amazing. I mean, the way that technology works in this world is just blows me away every time. So with this conversation, we have Adam Gam, the Chief Marketing Officer for Perfect Core, speaking on fashion is digitally transforming with AI tech. Cannot wait to hear it.
you.
I'm happy to have you here.
I'm really glad to be here.
So, without further ado, let's get started.
Yep.
Okay, so can you tell us more about your role at Perfect Corp and what types of projects do you oversee?
Yeah, sure. So my name's Adam Gam. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Perfect Corp. We're the leading provider of AR and AI solutions for both the beauty and the fashion industries now. So what that basically means is that we're using these immersive technologies like AR for virtual try-on and AI to help solve a lot of problems that consumers have, potentially their pain points. So it could be used to help identify somebody's proper foundation shade. It could be used to help identify the proper product that somebody could be used. It could also be used, which we're recently using the AI on Fashion Tech now, to help measure sizes for rings or eyewear. Kind of sky is the limit really when it comes to the technology. And our company is actually split between two different business models for those of you who are not familiar with Perfect Corp. We have both a B2B, which means a lot of these software solutions or SaaS solutions can be white labeled, and retailers, brands, even some social media companies are integrating it so people can use those technologies. And then we also have a B2C side of the business. So we have some consumer apps under the name YouCam Makeup and YouCam Perfect. And collectively, our YouCam suite of apps have globally over 1 billion downloads. And so this all has happened over the last 7 years. We launched in 2015, and I'm also happy to say that we just went public on October 31st of 2022. So PERF is the New York Stock Exchange ticker, in case you guys are interested, but that's a little bit what the company does.
That's amazing. It seems like you guys are you have a lot of hats, but you have one direction, and I love that so much.
Yeah.
Can you please tell us about any new innovations that Perfect Corp has in store?
Yeah, so we do have a lot of hats, but just to kind of address that one thing, everything that our founder Alice Chang has really done is to solve these consumer pain points. And so recently, what we're really getting into is all the fashion technology, and you're probably actually seeing some of this behind us right now, so I couldn't have got a better cue, but you saw a little bit of the technology of our agile hand, which is allowing us to really accurately track things like jewelry, bracelets, watches. It's a huge advancement. And while I kind of was saying that, talking about our founder, because the reason I was mentioning her is that she really didn't want to launch anything unless it was hyper-realistic and truly accurate. So that was one of the pain points I think that we had to figure out early on, was that people had seen filters. You go back to 2016, you saw filters on a lot of the social media sites. You could have become a dog, you could stick your tongue out, to all these kind of goofy things, right? But none of them were really solving the pain point of what does something look like in real life. So anything that we launch, especially in the fashion world, has to be hyper-realistic, has to track to you very accurately. And even things like in the beauty realm, like we've started out with virtual try-on for color cosmetics. But color cosmetics will look differently on different people depending on their skin tone. So if you're African American or Hispanic or Caucasian, you're not going to have the same end result. So if you're just applying a filter and it looks like a sticker, then the end result that the consumer is going to get is maybe not what the real product's going to look like that they're purchasing. So what we found out was that if you purchase or if you use these technologies when you're shopping, it gives you the confidence, it gives you the personalization, right? If it's accurate, they're going to have the confidence, they're going to buy the product, they're going to come back again. If it isn't accurate, then it becomes a novelty and it doesn't really get the adoption. So for us, it's really having these hyper-realistic experiences, and then specifically on fashion tech, moving into these advancements that we've been able to do by, cracking the code on how to properly track things like hand movement.
Nice, lovely. And so, for example, you said that you were able to track hand movements. Yeah. What about as far as because backstage I got to try on some earrings and that was fun. So how did you guys practice hyper realism with other body parts, maybe like the ears or fingernails or wrists?
Yeah, so it really comes into working with our brand partners and the specialists. So Again, we work with over 450 different companies, some of the largest beauty brands you can imagine. So Estee Lauder, Shiseido, Coty. So we'll work with them to make sure that if we're chewing something on, that from the brand standpoint and the educator standpoint, that it's highly accurate. Right. And then we're also training our AI. Yeah. So I think a lot of it has to do with the data points that you're putting in. The data has to be, like, again, inclusive of all ethnicities, of all people with different body types and hair types, et cetera. And so if you're really able to create that full spectrum, the AI can learn and then could recommend lots of things for you to help with the purchase process.
Nice. And what are some of the benefits to AI and AI?
Yeah, and AR, yeah.
A&R.
So, well, first I'm gonna talk about the pain points because I mentioned them, and then I'll give you some like hard results. So from the consumer standpoint, obviously driving confidence, because if you're able to try on, let's say, 30 shades of lipstick or 30 watches in 30 seconds or something like that, right? You can't do that in real life. So one, they see it, it gives them the confidence, but it also saves time. So whether you're shopping online or in a physical retail environment, the technology works. We say it's really omni-channel. And in real life, you probably couldn't go through that many products. Online, you don't even have the ability to try out the assortment. So one, I think, is time saving. The other thing, again, is hygiene, right? So I think COVID kind of really blew that up, quite a bit as far as people really being concerned about issues like hygiene. But now if you're trying on glasses, every pair of glasses you try on, the representative needs to clean, sterilize, and put that back in. It becomes a real big process for restocking shelves and things like that. So we've taken care of the issue of assortment. You don't need to worry if the sample is there. We've taken care of the issue of issues with the restocking. The AI helps because it's really interesting. I think that there's kind of a split, and some people loving to deal with sales associates and beauty advisors, and some people being a little shy and only wanting to interact with their phone. The AI kind of can help bridge that, because I actually think in some cases it can kind of give you a recommendation before you talk to a person. So it kind of solves that piece of being able to give people lots of information. From the brand and the retailer standpoint, and we have tons of data points at this point in time. So if you go to perfectcore.com, which is our website, you'll see a whole case study and success story area. But we've seen brands and retailers claim that they've had over 250% increase in conversion, that they've had increases in sales, that they've had increase in engagement time or dwell time on site. So especially with things like our AI skin diagnostic, which is a newer technology that we're also doing where it can analyze your skin, people will spend more time engaging with the brand. And then also, again, it gives you increased metrics of confidence. The other thing that's interesting, because I mentioned about good technology and bad technology, is it actually reduces returns. So especially when you think about shopping online, people will be like, oh, I'll buy it, return it, I'll buy it, return it. Okay, yes, you can do that, but it's painful for the retailer. Yeah. It's horrible on the environment from a sustainability standpoint. And I don't think people really enjoy, like, I got it, I'm gonna box it and resend it back. So why not get the right thing, the first time? So I think that these technologies can really solve the issues for the retailer, the issues for the consumer, some issues for the environment. It really kind of is a game changer, I feel like.
I love that. And how does that convert to buying online? Do you think this is something that eventually people could do in their homes?
Yeah, so right now, you can do it at home. So we really truly think that this technology is omni-channel. If you are creating immersive experiences, which everyone's talking about with Web3 now, right? You want to have immersive experience. Immersive experience does not mean, or metaverse, Web3 doesn't only mean I'm putting on VR goggles, right? All these technologies are taking us into the metaverse. So AR, AI, live stream, anything that can be immersive and engaging. So right now, you'll see a lot of people incorporating these technologies into the point of purchase in online environments, on websites, in apps, but also in store. Right. So I really think you need that full kind of omni-channel experience, and people actually want consistent experiences. So if I'm going to be dealing with a brand or a retailer, I kind of want to do the same things I can do online that I can do in store, which is why you're going to see more people shopping with their mobile phones in their hand and doing these engaging or interactive experiences. And I almost think that these technologies are the Instagrammable moment, if you will, of what people were kind of always talking about before COVID, that the online environment was for like a showroom or showcasing, different products. But they were always trying to build like that thing that someone would take a picture and then share it on social media.
Right.
I kind of feel that like, okay, that's kind of passé. Like, I want to go to a store and have these engaging experiences, but I just don't need a big sign behind me to take a picture of. I want to get knowledge. I want to learn more about myself or learn about the products that are right for me. And I think that you're going to see these immersive, engaging experiences coming both in retail and obviously online.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can say just as a consumer myself, there have been plenty of times where I bought things online, and it's kind of like a guess. I think we can all relate to that when we're buying online. You're like, hope it fits,
Yeah.
and then it comes in, you're like, well.
And I think in fashion it becomes that much harder.
Yeah.
So if you start getting the code where it's gonna properly size, and like I said, we're again, because we're perfectionists, hence the company Perfect, and we've really kind of focused on technology, shoulder and above and hands. So we're doing fashion kind of from jewelry, earrings, and accessories. But eventually, yes, it's going to be everything. And
Right.
If the technology is able to size you properly, I think that is a big game changer, because even when it's something as simple as a ring, I think people have a lot of hard time shopping for jewelry online.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Yes. And how does that help in the sense of like the technology itself? How does it know that, let's say you are a size 2 or a medium or a large? Like,
Yeah.
how?
So I can't give up all of the secrets,
Okay.
but the AI really is able to look at your hand and then compare it to some other metrics that we have that will be able to properly size it. I'll say this just about the technology, so it doesn't just seem like I'm just talking here. We recently partnered with, not even partnered, we had a study done by Wake Forest University and Dr. Feldman. He's one of the lead dermatologists from Wake Forest University. And they were comparing the AI part to do analysis.
Yeah.
So looking at things like your skin condition, spots, wrinkles. We have 14 different conditions. And he compared it to some top equipment out there, like a Vizia machine, and also to what dermatologists would say. And they found out that the correlation between what the AI was coming back with from your mobile phone device, which is kind of amazing here, and kind of what a doctor or dermatologist would tell you, or what this higher type of equipment would tell you, was all correlated and accurate. And so I don't think these technologies are going to ever eliminate the need a professional, like a doctor, but they'll be used in conjunction. It kind of can be the first layer of, again, engaging somebody if they're going in to do a med spa service or something like that. So in regards to measuring things, it's really kind of mesmerizing what AI can do, because again, it's able to look at things like moisture levels and oil levels on your skin, all from the live high definition camera on your phones. And so if you put a problem, AI can most definitely solve it. It's just, we're just cracking the code right now on all those things.
Yes, thank you so much. In the next 3 to 5 years, how do you envision AI and AR technology evolving in the fashion industry?
So I really think that AI and AR are table stake for the fashion industry, the beauty industry, almost any industry that's kind of coming up right now. Because you're going to need them to really compete, especially, again, if you want people to be able to shop and purchase products whenever they want, however they want. So I think it's going to get incorporated into everyone's model, whether they're big or small. I think that you're going to need companies like ours to really democratize that experience, because right now you're seeing a lot of the large players, right? I named big companies' names, but this technology is for big companies and small companies. We think that it really needs to be accessible to everybody. It needs to be accessible to all the consumers, all of the brands that are out there. And then ultimately, I really think you're going to see, everyone's talking again about immersive experiences, the interconnectedness of this. It's all going to come together seamlessly, and I think people are waiting for that moment for the light bulb, I guess, or the light to go on with the light switch. Like, okay, now we're into the next phase of technology, but that's not how technology works. You're on the spectrum. So whether you realize it or not, we're all being pulled in that direction. And I don't think we're going to even realize in 3 years how all of our shopping and consumer journeys have changed because of the technology, because we're starting to see it now. And the reason that I can even mention this is I'll go back again before COVID, because I think COVID really led the digital transformation for a lot of companies to realize, okay, we need to get on board with people being able to maybe not be in a physical place. Think about QR codes, you know, and I could speak for my mom, you know, like she never had used a QR code, you know, before, but now she knows, take out her phone, you know, go and scan it. QR codes are not new technology. That technology has been around for like, you know, a decade, you know, or decades. So it's older technology, but it's now just getting adopted. Same thing with AR. Yeah. AR had existed a long time, and now you're just kind of seeing the benefits. I think a lot of that has to do with the hardware, because people have this powerful, you know, smartphone in their hands now. So I think in 3 to 5 years, it's just going to be really seamless, and you're going to see all these experiences in the background, and you're going to walk into that store of the future. You're going to have the perfect product for you. Everything's going to be customized and tailored for you, and personalization really is going to be the key going forward 3 to 5 years from now.
Very good point. I love that. And just one more question before we close. There are a lot of businesses in this room, both big and small. So I remember you talked about accessibility for these businesses. How are you making sure that this technology can be accessible for all businesses?
So at our company, we kind of have 2 models that we're working on. So one is we'll come up with white label custom experiences or enterprise experiences for those larger companies. But then we're also creating kind of self-service small and medium business tools so that someone could do a subscription and at least get the beginning parts of this. So color cosmetic with virtual try-on, let's say you want to try on different shades of lipstick. That technology has been out for a while right now. It is able for smaller indie beauty brands to go and incorporate that into their website. So I think you'll see kind of like the two models going on. You'll see bigger companies probably, you know, spending more money investing in AI to come up with these really customized brand experiences, but kind of more, I'd say, accessible versions for other people that want to compete.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. It's really been a pleasure.
It's been lovely talking to you.
So let's keep this going, shall we? Next, we have fashion model, founder, and futurist of Way, Sinead Bovell, and she's just going to blow your minds with, in terms of technology, where it can go. I was really, really humbled and honored to be with her last year in Italy, where she did a keynote, and just listening to what she was saying, I was just like, what? All of this is possible? It was just amazing. So Sinead is going to be speaking to us on fashion is on-demand production for a sustainable future. Let's check it out.
Hi, how are you doing?
Great, how are you?
Good. All right, let's dive right in. I guess first question, really basic. Can you just tell me about you and what inspired you to launch your company?
Yes, so I am a fashion model and a futurist, and in terms of the inspiration, you know, spending a lot of my early adult life studying business and technology, and then stepping into the world of fashion modeling, I saw this quite obvious gap between what felt like those who are coding our future and everybody else. Tech education and information pertaining to advanced technologies wasn't very digestible or accessible to a lot of audiences. And so that kind of inspired me to take a different approach to tech education, making it a lot more accessible, entertaining, digestible across a lot of markets. And so that was kind of the inception point of Way.
Yeah, and so AI is kind of in its new golden age right now. And it's also something that you're really, really interested in. And so what is some AI technology that launched within the past 5 years, maybe, within fashion that you're really excited about?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody has probably experienced this latest kind of gold rush with generative artificial intelligence. And I think we really don't know how much is about to be disrupted, and how we interface with fashion, how we design fashion. So in a world where AI can generate ideas and images and designs in an instant, that really changes the competitive landscape for who has an idea and how it gets heard. And so it kind of switches or flips a switch on fashion, giving us all kind of access to these supercomputers. And so if you have an idea about a fashion line or something that you'd like to see,
you have a supercomputer behind you to help you bring that into reality. And I don't think we've seen anything like that in fashion yet. So that's one aspect that I think is really exciting in fashion. I think wearable clothes, which I'm sure we'll get to in a little bit. But fashion is at a really interesting time in its evolution.
Yeah, and I guess going deeper within that, like what does it mean for, I guess, every element of fashion, like from the supply chain even too? I mean, Web3 marketplaces, in what ways do you really see it? I don't know, just everything being so different.
In what way, sorry?
Well, like, I don't know, I'm just thinking about there's Web3 marketplaces where you have, you can try on AI clothing. There's AR, you can shop within them. I'm thinking of what AI can do for supply chains in terms of maybe helping it become more sustainable or environmentally friendly, like going deeper into like in what particular ways can it really disrupt?
Yeah, so when you apply artificial intelligence to a supply chain, the kind of golden ticket, of course, is data and tracking. So on more of a less glamorous side of things, streamlining and getting clothes from A to B correctly. But then you also uncover the data with the customer. So with our predictive algorithms and a generative kind of AI chat robot, it's not just kind of recommending a few things that I would generically like. I could have an AI system that targeted clothes specifically to me, the ability to generate that digitally before it gets produced in kind of a real world setting, which I think is really exciting. And then in terms of the world of Web3, I know we're all kind of, is the metaverse real? Is it not real? Am I going to be a cartoon? Am I not a cartoon? That's all whatever. What is true is the technologies we use to interface with the world are changing. Smartphones will go away. Our phones have always evolved from payphones to home phones to smartphones. And the people driving the end of smartphones are the Googles and the Apples of the world. So we know that things like goggles, eventually contacts, and eventually brain interfaces are next. And that fundamentally transforms what it means to wear clothes and buy clothes. One, the shopping experience. It's no longer going to be one of this, but one of this, kind of changing things on your glasses. And secondly, in a world where we're all kind of tapped into AR glasses, I could just program what I wanted you to see me in, regardless of what I'm actually wearing. Again, kind of changing and turning fashion models or the business models on their heads.
Yeah, and so I'm really intrigued now because I want to know your thoughts on kind of wearable clothes, AR, and gaming. Luxury fashion has kind of been notoriously slow to adopt new technology, but it seems like there's so many luxury clothes within games now. How surprised have you been to see the sector really embrace it, and what do you think the future is?
Yeah, I think we've seen, of course, luxury dive into the metaverse or skins and games and digital clothing, and I think that that's the right move to understand in a world where the metaverse, as some companies like to define it, works. You do need to understand the physics of how an item moves and flows in a digital environment. So I think it is important that companies are trying, so to speak. But of course, there's going to be some risk in that. We don't know what of that metaverse world is going to stay. But I think what I'm personally excited for is smart clothing. So in a world where your luxury t-shirt doesn't just look good and it isn't just a culture or a marker of currency, it also takes your heart rate or your blood sugar. And that's what a lot of luxury companies are moving towards. And you'll see other exciting Web3 companies like Spatial Labs that are really making a future where clothes are connected and a part of our digital environment. You don't just wear clothes, they serve a functional purpose in your life.
Oh my goodness, that's so interesting, having clothes that can take your heartbeat and stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. I guess, like, how important is it that fashion in particular, when adopting a lot of new AI technology, how important is the sector in understanding bias in the algorithms that they build within their AI models and what they choose to adopt and stuff?
Yeah, I think bias in technology and bias in artificial intelligence, I think that they should never be conversations that happen kind of separately from one another. we're starting to see, you've probably already shopped online and interacted with a digital model or an AI model. And the type of idealized digital models that we tend to see could lean towards certain types of features or identity based on the models that they've been trained on or based on the data that they've been trained on. So I think it is really important that we have kind of a diverse perspective in the rooms where these technologies and fashion are kind of intersecting. And yeah, I think, I mean, I wouldn't pursue a conversation in technology without bringing the perspective of bias into the room and the perspective of ethics. And that's something that might be new for fashion companies. It doesn't really matter what lane you are in. If you're going to be using AI, you're a tech company, which means the ethical implications should accompany those purchases and those discussions.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I remember when like AI models, runway models, and we were talking about like deep fakes and stuff, how they were popping up, but a lot of them still weren't diverse. Mm-hmm. Do you see a world in which, I guess, digital or AI models kind of overtake real ones? Or do you think that there's going to be a world in which they coexist?
I think fashion models, just like everybody else in this room, are going to have to prepare for the future of work. Our jobs are going to be impacted by artificial intelligence and automation and augmentation. And I think if there's anything we can learn over these past couple months when we see these incredible AI systems generating art and music and essays, is that creativity, something that we thought was uniquely human, isn't. It can be synthesized and curated. And I think that's a bit jarring for a lot of us, especially when you think of something like fashion modeling, which seems so uniquely human. Do I think artificial intelligence will eventually automate models out of a job? I think that there is more to fashion than just the clothes. There's the human stories behind the people selling them. So I think humans will still play a role. But I do think we will see some workforce shifts as it relates to automation and modeling, unfortunately.
That's interesting. Kind of before this, we were talking, or like a week ago, we were talking about, you mentioned that there might be a world without smartphones. And so I just wanted to know, what did you mean by that? And is that possible?
Yeah, so smartphones will absolutely go away. And as I kind of mentioned, we're looking at a future with things like smart glasses and ambient technologies, smart clothes. So if you need to enter a phone call, maybe you're just swiping something on your shoulder or tapping something on your glasses and eventually your contacts. And for anyone who thinks the end of smartphones is kind of a jarring concept, if you look at the history of that technology, our phones have always gotten smaller, smarter, and closer to our bodies. So there's no reason to assume that that would stop now.
And I kind of want to talk about the work you do with the young entrepreneurs. What are some tech trends that they've really gravitated towards?
I think how and where we consume content has been quite a transformation. I'd say information overload, for one thing, is something that I'd say young people are kind of grappling with. And yeah, I think where we consume information, where we consume data, that has transformed drastically over the past, say, 5 to 10 years. Getting information in short form video format is a very different way to learn about the world. And so that's been something really interesting to kind of engage with when it comes to working with youth, so to speak.
Are there really cool, are there any really cool new fashion brands that have emerged and popped up? You mentioned Spatial Labs. Is there anything new that has popped up that's really using this technology in a way that makes you go, oh my gosh, that's going to be the future?
In terms of brands, I think it's less of fashion companies kind of developing technology unique to fashion and more how technologies like artificial intelligence that will eventually become general purpose technologies force fashion companies and brands to innovate and to adapt. But I don't think that it's anything new. Fashion has always evolved alongside technology. The way we shop for clothes today is very different than it was 20 years ago. So it has always adapted and moved along, even if a little resistant at times.
And how do you make all of this new cool technology more accessible to students or people from marginalized communities that really want to get in? How do you really loop them into the conversation and say like, hey, you can build this business, this fashion brand with all of these amazing things?
Yeah, when it comes to ensuring who gets access to this future, unfortunately, if history is kind of a marker on that, or we look at that as a kind of future forecast, things aren't equal. And so I think ownership of that responsibility is one on companies. If you want to make sure your clothing or your products can be reached by everyone, you need to make sure you know how all markets can access you. What's your price point? Are there diverse people in the room that know how to reach different customers? Who are you targeting? Of course, it gets more complicated than that. Things like government subsidies. How can you help lower the cost of R&D to make things more widely adopted, but again, more price accessible? So I think that the responsibility can kind of be shared across different parties.
And time is wrapping up, so I only have one more question. But when we started the conversation, we kind of spoke about like what has come up in the past, like the AI technology that has come up in the past 5 years. So to end it, I kind of want to look at, working with the youth. What is something that you're excited about this year or in the next 5 years to emerge from the young entrepreneurs in this space?
In the space of technology or in fashion or
intersection?
I think it's an interesting time for young people to be faced with a lot of crises, sustainability being one, social media being another, because in times of crises, people think and ideate and bring new ideas to market. And so I think that that's something that's kind of exciting. Although it feels like there's a lot of friction and society in some ways feels like it's kind of breaking, I think we're actually breaking through. And that's what I think excites me the most about the next generation.
Yes, and that was my last question. So thank you for talking. Thank you, everyone.
So now we're going to hear from an actor, activist, and entrepreneur. Interesting. Of Yoba Development. His name is Malik Yoba. Have you guys ever seen the movie Cool Runnings about the Jamaican bobsled team years and years ago? Well, he was one of the main actors in that movie. And it's so interesting because I used to love that movie. And I never really related watching that movie many, many years ago to now doing a fashion innovation event and having him as our closing talk of the day. The reason why, and there are many, is because I was really excited last year when I was invited to the grand opening for Armando Cabral, who was a Fashinnovation speaker at the last edition, for his flagship store in New York City. And when I went in, there was a speech being made by Malik Yoba. And listening to his speech about inclusivity, diversity, culture, African heritage, it literally brought tears to my eyes. I mean, the way that he spoke, not only came out of his mouth, but you felt that it came out of him as a person. And then as I learned more, I learned that he's much, much more than what we saw at Cool Runnings and even the speech that he gave. He does so much. And so this title just really concludes not only who he is as a person, but also this entire event that we were able to watch today with all of you at home in over 100 countries. So here's the last title of the day, which we're so excited about. Fashion is a builder of people, places, and things. Let's check it out.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex York. I am an entrepreneurship reporter, and this is Malik Yoba, activist, actor, and entrepreneur, founder of Yoba Development. So, Malik, you founded Yoba Development in 2017 as a way to educate and empower communities of color and increase diversity in commercial real estate. And as you and I talked about last week, it was a way for you to fuse three of your passions, filmmaking, real estate, and young people. Can you talk about the importance of young people being involved in real estate development, of communities of color being involved in real estate development? Well, thank you. Anybody need some water? They've got some in the back. Would you like some? I'm all right. So I'm a native New Yorker. Any native New Yorkers in the room?
If you're a native New Yorker, just raise your hand so all two of us. You remember what New York looked like when I grew up in the 70s, when New York was almost bankrupt. I'm from the South Bronx, raised in Harlem. And as a kid, New York was a very, very different place. And I would walk by empty lots in the South Bronx and Harlem, and I would dream about putting buildings there. I didn't know that was called development. I just was curious why, when I went to school on the Upper East Side, 76th Street, between 2nd and 3rd, Wagner Junior High School specifically, I noticed the difference in the state of affairs as far as real estate went. And I didn't understand why where I lived in Harlem didn't look like the rest of the city. And so I would dream about one day being a billionaire so I could fix things. And so my life led me to doing a lot of work with young people. I started tutoring, working in after school programs as a 16-year-old. By 19, I was working at a place called the City Kids Foundation, which is just on Leonard Street, right near where the Jenga building is, right across the street. And New York, again, in the 80s, by that point, was a very different place. I was working in 13 high schools, helping to reduce the dropout rate, using art to engage young people in things that they cared about. And I determined when I was 50 I would run for mayor, because the same things that I saw in the city in the 80s, I couldn't understand why they weren't being fixed. And then about 2007, I finally got a seat at the table with a development company called La Cité Development. They had bought 14 acres in Baltimore. If you watch The Wire, what that part of the world looked like in Baltimore. And I got to learn about how cities are built from the ground up. And because I have a background in education, I've been making movies in Hollywood for about 30 years. And I had an epiphany in 2018. I was shooting a show called God Friended Me, and I was playing a real estate developer. And I had a moment where I was looking at a new development in Brooklyn across from the Navy Yard. A friend of mine, who's one of the biggest developers in the city, was developing an entire city block. Housing projects are down the block. And I thought about how many people walk by film sets and construction sites and have no idea about either space. And because my background working with young people, working in film, working in real estate, I said I want to bring three of my passions together. And I want to tell these stories using film so that I can engage young people who will inherit the city. And if you look at the skyline of New York, black folks don't own any of it. That's not by coincidence, right? Redlining is not by coincidence. Impoverished neighborhoods is not by coincidence. This is government policy that has created these conditions that perpetuate themselves on purpose. And so understanding the power of film, understanding the power of education, I found a way to bring those passions together, and that's how and why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Thank you.
And I think if we don't put young people at the center of everything that we do, we aren't really doing our job as responsible adults. And not just for our own children, but we got to care about that kid that doesn't look like us, that doesn't move in the world like us. We got to figure out ways to include them and give them access to the process. And so I found a lane that is unique to my journey, and I'm being obedient to it. And that's the long and short of it.
So one of the initiatives that you have is an 8-part docuseries called The Real Estate Mixtape, which follows you along through that real estate development. So talk me through that project. Why was that something that you wanted to, really lead your company with?
So I loved Anthony Bourdain. I love Parts Unknown, and I love the way he told stories and used food as a way into culture and impactful conversation. And so that same friend that was developing that city block, his name is Scott Reckler, RXR Realty, one, as I mentioned who he is. I went to him and said, Scott, you're third generation in this game. I want to help increase diversity, equity, inclusion in the real estate development space. And this is my idea. And he said, I'll fund it. And so that gave me resources to shoot a doc series. And I said, instead of just running a summer program for young folks to just sort of do fireside chats and site visits, I'm going to shoot content and then create a curriculum, introduce that to the Department of Education, which we've done. So we're introducing the first real estate development curriculum to high school students in the history in the city of New York. And so, again, using art, using education, and then creating opportunity, doing community-based events. And the content is intended for high schools, colleges, and communities specifically. So I have a partnership with Pratt Institute of Architecture. In fact, on Thursday, as an example, students from a place called the Brooklyn STEAM Center, which is, if you anybody in education in the room? Okay. So there's something called career technical education, which back in the day used to be called vocational training. So you give young people hands-on experience, like if we had high school students operating the cameras, facilitating, you're giving them hands-on experience, right? So the Brooklyn STEAM Center, I work out of that space. It services 8 high schools in Brooklyn. Along with Pratt, the young people from Pratt and from Brooklyn STEAM Center are contributing on an event that we're doing May 12th and 13th at the Navy Yard called From the Ground Up, Flipping the Hood, which is a community activation. It's about economic development, it's about education, it's about investment, it's about bringing people together in real time, giving young people access to the process, for investment opportunities, for education opportunities, scholarships, JVs. So that's an example of how you can accelerate the learning and the access to opportunity at the same time.
Yeah. And with that active engagement, how do you think that the active engagement in commercial real estate will help to contribute to building generational wealth and uplifting communities? How do all these, kind of come together to ultimately make change in the long run?
Well, number one, the goal with us isn't about making every kid a real estate developer. It's about understanding that you can have agency in your city, whether you're in interior design, whether you're in architecture, finance, title companies, mortgage companies. Really about how do we expose them to all the opportunities that they don't know exist, even from a fashion perspective, right? In order to build this space, this is a gallery, you need architects, you need designers, you need finance, you need a lot of these same elements, right? And so from a generational wealth perspective, I always say the first real estate we own is in our mind. And so if you come from an impoverished community and you look around and all you see is people who don't have resources, you can tend to believe that's your birthright. But we live in an abundant universe. And so it's about teaching the abundance mentality, right? The wealth generation mentality, or generational wealth mentality, is really a mindset, right? And then you say, here are these paths. It could be fashion, it could be technology, it can be, healthcare, it could be anything. But it's really about being intentional about, do we want everyone in this country and ultimately around the world to have the same access to the same resources? And there are a lot of folks that don't feel that way. Folks feel like, nah, man, I'm not going to share this with you. This is more for me, less for you. I'm just not built that way personally. And so this is what I'm doing till I die. Just making sure that I can continue to figure out how to shift the mindset of those of us that feel they are worthy of the least. Mm-hmm. Or those that feel like they want to get in, like coach put me in, but the coach has to actually put you in.
Yeah.
So
how does entrepreneurship and building businesses fit into all this? I talk with entrepreneurs, all the time about really the reason that they started something was because they wanted that financial freedom, they wanted that lifestyle freedom. So in terms of DEI and giving people, a seat at the table and giving them these resources, how does that then contribute to entrepreneurship and the potential to build a business or build a company in the long run for, these kids that you help or the communities that you work with?
Right. So for me, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I had my first job, hustle when I was 8. I had a paper route in Harlem from 8 to 16. I tried to do my first development deal when I was 17. I tried to get a BMX track built in Central Park. I didn't know it was called development. I just knew I had to ride my bike over the George Washington Bridge from the Bronx to go race. And I was like, why don't we have parks for kids to, now you see skate parks all over the city, but at the time in the 80s, they didn't exist. I've had a restaurant in New York for 9 years. I've had a marketing company. So I've always been entrepreneurial, even when I worked at the City Kids Foundation. Although it was a nonprofit, I was always thinking about how do we create business. I've had a theater company. I still work in film and television, and I, do things on the production side. So for me, it's really about, my father used to say, if there's a crack, fill it. He used to also say, build your own generators, so when they turn off the power, you still have lights. And so working in Hollywood, I beat the odds. They say 98% of actors don't work 98% of the time, according to SAG. But I've had a pretty robust career since the early 90s, almost 30 years since I did the movie Cool Runnings. And so I've enjoyed that, but it's relative success. At the end of the day, I don't own any of that IP. So for me, entrepreneurship is how we make communities grow, how we build country, how we solve a lot of the world's issues. And so we have to encourage more young people to think entrepreneurially. You go to school, you sit in a bunch of desks in rows, the same way we did 100 years ago, 200 years ago, whatever it is, and say, go get a job, go work for somebody. And we do need people to work for us, but I think there's a lot of young people, like one of my favorite stories is a young man named Constantine. He's a foster kid. He's working at a school in the South Bronx. We're actually, that doc series you mentioned has led to the redevelopment of a school in the South Bronx, 1,300 units of affordable housing, right? And so I see the kid hanging in the hallway. I'm with two architects, we're meeting with a dean. I'm like, hey man, what are you doing? He says, it's lunch period. I was like, come with us. And we sit him in on the meeting with us. And he puts his book bag down and a book slides out. It's called Real Estate Investing for Millionaires. I'm like, bro, where did you get this book from? He says, my math teacher gave it to me. So I asked the math teacher, why'd you give him the book? She said, because when he's in class and I think he's not paying attention, he's on YouTube looking at videos on development. And I sit him in a meeting, I said, bro, you're now, when I come back to the school, you're gonna start your company, it's gonna be called Constantine Development, and you're now a partner in this deal. It doesn't take much to do something like that. But again, that's just the path I'm on, and I think that I just want to be that we want to be the message we want to bring in the world. We want to be the solution to the problems we see, and so that's just what I'm up to.
Yeah, and when we talked last week, you mentioned when you worked at City Kids Foundation, the fact that really gave you a seat at the table. Your mentors there kind of allowed you to break into these industries and just see for yourself, I could do something like this. So, and it sounds like from, that story, that's kind of what you've acted like as well. Can you talk about the importance of mentorship and the importance of kind of creating these communities that foster those relationships, foster those opportunities for people, and how Yoba Development is really taking part in that?
Even with Jordana, her mission is with Fashinnovation, right? Her mission is to create community, have these moments in time. Hopefully we can inspire each other. We can meet each other. We can look at how we can collaborate with each other. That is the answer. I don't need to tell you what's going on in the world, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's what's happening in Haiti, whether what's happening in Myanmar, what's happening in the United States. There's this energy that's pervasive and powerful that says we don't need to look out for each other. And that's what's promoted. You don't need to know your history. You don't need to be included. You need to not have a seat at the table. More for me, less for you, and fuck you if you're trying to, in fact, we're gonna kill you. We're gonna storm your capital and say, none of you deserve to be here. Like, that is the energy that is winning.
Right.
So if we don't create communities of like-minded, thoughtful people that are really moved and motivated by how can I help you, help me, help you. That's, Jordana mentioned networking, right? A lot of times people come to networking events and they think, well, I need to go because I'm gonna find somebody that's gonna help me do what I'm doing. But if we don't lead with a spirit of service that says, how do I help you, help me, help you, it's a win-win situation for everybody. And I'm really interested in that concept. And I think that has to be promoted. So that's why the storytelling is important, right? And I intentionally didn't create that content for television. I work in television. I know how easy folks, you see what's going on, HBO Max is canceling everything, Discovery's canceling because of the economics. Well, this isn't gonna make money, so let's not do it. I'd rather say, meet with the chancellor, meet with the Department of Education, say, hey, we got this content I want to deliver directly to the 1.5 million kids in the city that are going to inherit it. We're doing things in the metaverse so that elementary school kids can begin to gamify these experiences and learn, again, not just the real estate, but this part. You can become coders, you can become developers, you can become anything you want, and that has to be encouraged, but we can only really do that effectively when we create community with like-minded people and then put them up in the mix.
Yeah. My last question for you, and you mentioned this a bit before, is the importance of art and engagement. You know, art with the students that you worked with at the high schools, and you know, our talk right now is called Fashion as a Builder of People, Places, and Things, and fashion is an art form. So how do you see fashion fitting into the future of this? How do you see art continuing to work with fashion to kind of work towards the future?
Well, to contextualize it, I did go to Parsons, and I did go to FIT. And as a kid, I used to make bags. And I worked at French Connection. I used to work at a place called East Side Story. And I used to sell my bags on the street in Soho before it was fabulous back in the 80s. And so for me as a builder, some of my earliest entrepreneurial endeavors were actually in the space of fashion. And I have kids. My daughter graduated from FIT. I have another daughter that's a designer. So I love the fact that through osmosis, because I never necessarily encouraged that, but I love the fact that like my daughter, who's now 22, just this weekend, she made a dress. And we went out to the Brooklyn Museum first Saturdays. And she was so proud to put, and she's been doing that since she was like 8, and she's 22 now. And she's like, Dad, look at this. No one's wearing what I'm wearing. And so I see how that builds her confidence, her ability to say, I have a dream. I'm going to sit on the floor. I'm going to cut this fabric. I'm going to repurpose this jumpsuit and make it into a fabulous outfit. Builds her confidence, builds her sense of self, builds the experience to say, you know what? If I really want to scale this up to an actual business, I can do that too, and I'm in full support of that.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Malik, for talking today. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you.
Fashinnovation is the place where all change makers and entrepreneurs come together to rewrite the future of fashion. Today, you had a chance to learn and the opportunity to learn about fashion industry from a more technological and futuristic perspective, but also from a very much design approach, humane approach, impactful approach, which is really at the end what we're all about. We can't stop talking about innovation in this sector without the crucial support from speakers, the attendees, from everyone who makes this possible, from our partners, from our just everybody, right? It takes a village. So at the end of the day, really what I say is always, I'm so blessed not only to have the community that we've been able to build in the past almost 4 years, which feels like 20 because you guys have made it so special, but also all of our speakers, all of our media partners, all of our supporters, all of our institutional partners, all of our sponsors, all of our guests and audience at home, which really is what makes this like kind of drive forward and keep it going. And just all of the words of encouragement, because at the end of the day, this industry is not an easy one, and it's not an easy one to change, but it's one that it gives us the space to give them the support that they need to change for the better. So with that being said, I just hope that we can continue to do our part. We can impact as much as possible. We can make a difference, not only in the industry, but in the world. And it all happens with all of you that I mentioned. So the last thing I want to say, but most definitely not the least, team. It's all about team. So I could not do this without my husband, who's my business partner, the other co-founder of Fashinnovation, and really the creative mind behind putting this entire business together, Marcelo. I love you. You're such like a support and just incredible. I mean, without you, this would not exist. And of course, our entire team. So I can't mention all of you because it's so many, but without team, there is no Fashinnovation. So let's all remember collaboration and really just collaboration. Collaboration, love is at the end all that we need to just keep this moving forward. So thank you all so much. Have an amazing rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. And till next time, just keep spreading joy, keep spreading love, and let's make this industry what it's supposed to be, the industry that changes the world for the better. Have an amazing day.